Dear participants of the forum, welcome. Please take your seats in the main hall. We are starting soon. Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder to switch your mobile phones to silent mode during the sessions. Dear participants of the forum, welcome. Please take your seats in the main hall. We are starting soon. Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder to switch your mobile phones to silent mode during the sessions.
colors, black and white, light and darkness, fire and ice. Opposites that have always existed together. They remind us that each of us carries both light and shadow within, and that contradictions do not divide us. They shape us. Across centuries, the world has been built on collisions of emotions and reason, of reality and illusion, of power and vulnerability. Yet opposing forces always seek one another. They intertwine. They become one. And in this eternal tension, life itself is born. Tonight, through music, movement, and light, we invite you to enter this world of contrasts, a world where ice meets flame, and where every ending becomes the beginning of transformation.
So good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear friends. Good morning, guests and participants of the Black Sea Security Forum 2026. First of all, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being with us. It's priceless for all of us. But before all the words, let's share the minute of silence in memory of all those who lost their lives because of the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay standing for the national anthem of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Black Sea Security Forum 2026. Yeah, we are meeting today in Odessa, in this unbelievably beautiful place, in a city that over the past years has become a symbol of resilience, a symbol of resistance, and it is here on the shore of the Black Sea that today we are having a conversation about the future of the international security. Because the Black Sea can no longer be perceived merely as a space for maritime routes. Today, it's a global space of global politics, a space where the interests of states, armies, countries, economies, technologies, and ideologies intersect. It is here that one of the main fault lines of the 21st century runs. 3 years ago, the story of the Black Sea Security Forum began with a chess analogy. Launched in 2024, the Black Sea Security Forum started with the topic Gaming Open, highlighting that by having started its aggression against Ukraine back in 2014 and later, of course, intensified it in 2022, Russia made the first move. Once again, chess analogy, when the white pieces move, or we can say attack first. The world finally understood that the full-scale war against Ukraine is not just a regional conflict. It is the opening of a new global partita. In 2022-2024, the world was only entering this new reality and the new world order was only emerging. Many still hoped that everything could be stopped quickly, that the international security system would absorb the blow on its own, that the old mechanism would continue to work by inertia. But already then, it became absolutely clear the world is entering a fundamentally new era. A year later, in 2025, the Black Sea Security Forum continued the chess metaphor with the theme mid-game. Any chess player, I know that here in the hall there are a lot of you, any chess player knows that the middle game is the most demanding part of the partita. In the open, everything is relatively clear. There is theory, there are prepared combinations, there are predictable moves. But in the middle game, everything changes. The board fills with different options. Every piece begins to play its own role. Every player begins to pursue its own interests. That is exactly the world we saw last year in 2025. The countries of the Black Sea region, the European states, the United States, the Global South, military alliances, economic partners, energy interests, technological platforms, all of them, in one way or another, ended up drawn into one big geopolitical partita. That is why the program of last year's forum was built as a chess game in which each panel stood for a separate player. And it is symbolic that the program was based on what is known as the Ukrainian variation, a real chess partita in which the Russian player lost. And so the forum ended on an open question: what comes next? So today, in 2026, we continue this story with the theme Endgame. The endgame with a question mark. The most decisive stage of the partita, the moment when the price of every decision becomes maximal, when a single wrong move can change everything, even the entire outcome. And this is exactly where the world finds itself now. Are we truly approaching the end of this war, or are we only entering an even more dangerous era of global confrontation? Will this be the end of the old world order, or the beginning of the formation of a new one? Will international law remain something more than a declaration? Will democracies act as quickly and as decisively as autocracies do? So many questions, so many facts to discuss on here on this stage. That is why throughout the forum we will be speaking about the key elements of contemporary power. The whole world is searching the answers for these questions today. And that is precisely why the Black Sea Security Forum 2026 begins here in Odessa, in a city that keeps living, keeps fighting, and keeps looking to the future, even under the conditions of war. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for the courage of joining us at such a difficult time for our country. Once again, a huge round of applause to all of you. And now, I declare the Black Sea Security Forum 2026 officially open. And I invite to the stage member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the chairman of the Black Sea Security Forum, Oleksiy Goncharenko, Ukraine.
Hello to everybody. Dear guests, dear friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the capital of the Black Sea. Welcome to Odessa. I'm very honored to open the third edition of Black Sea Security Forum. You know, I want to tell you a little bit about Odessa. What Odessa likes. We always liked in Odessa to do business. Yes, it's great. Also, we like our easy life near the sea. You know, the 4-day working week was invented here long before in Europe people started to discuss this. Because how you can work on Friday like today, right? Sunny, sea, it's beautiful. So you should go to the sea, you should have a great time. And what we didn't like, and we didn't like politics. Because first of all, politics can be harmful for your tan, you know. This can be a problem. And because of this, some people, for example, in faraway Moscow, they decided that our easygoing is a signal of weakness. And that was a big mistake. Another Moscow, which is now on the bottom of the Black Sea, proves that we are ready to fight for our land, to fight for our country, Ukraine, to fight for our sea, to fight for our way of living. Yes, we have our own vibe. Tell me where in other places of the world there is a security conference which starts with belly. I think it's our vibe and we are proud of it. But now we are also rethinking ourselves, reshaping ourselves, because we need to do this. For centuries, Odessa was exporting grain, jokes, music, talents, culinary recipes to the world. Now we add to our export portfolio war drones, big ideas, and geopolitical recipes. And as everything else we are doing here is a world class, this is the world class too. So we are rethinking ourselves. We became the second most important center of Ukraine and real capital of the Black Sea. And when you're coming to Ukraine now, yes, definitely you need to visit Kiev. But after Kiev, or maybe even before, you should be here to understand Ukraine, to understand what does it mean. And we are here today to discuss, to find new great ideas. And I am sure we will succeed to do this. There is a place in this theater where it was made for emperors. And one man who wants to be an emperor in a faraway northern country, he wanted to be here, Mr. Putin. He will never be here. This place is reserved for our true friends. We are happy to have here President of the United States. We're happy to have here our great friends from Europe. And we will fight together to protect what is important for us. Yes, we still living here and fighting for our country. Our life is not so easy now, but we still have our great 10, and we also have war drones. They match one another. Thank you very much, and welcome to Odessa, welcome to Ukraine, welcome to Black Sea Security Forum. We are starting.
Alexei Goncharenko, thank you once again. Thank you, Alexei, for your leadership in building an international platform that has brought together the allies of Ukraine here in Black Sea region. Ladies and gentlemen, today security is no longer an abstract notion. It is a daily act of resistance, the coordinated work of cities, regions, and hundreds of thousands of people who, in spite of the war, keep holding the resilience of our country. Before we continue, I'd like to ask to pay your attention to the screen.
Ukraine is often referred to as the breadbasket of Europe, and Odessa as its gateway to the sea. It is a major global logistics hub. This multicultural city is renowned for its unique culture, hospitality, and the beauty of its tree-lined streets and flower-filled boulevards. But the war changed everything. In 2022, with the start of the full-scale invasion, Russia brought grief and loss to Ukrainian soil. For over 4 years, the enemy has been targeting civilian infrastructure. Residents are left homeless. Odessa is losing what is most precious, its people. Architectural landmarks are also being damaged. Russia is mercilessly destroying the world's historical and cultural heritage in violation of all international documents and agreements. Their restoration is an important part of preserving the face of Europe. To respond more quickly to all the challenges posed by the war and to better protect the city and its residents, a military administration was established in Odessa in October 2025. It was headed by Serhiy Lysak. Today, Russia continues to terrorize the civilian population. The enemy is targeting residential areas and destroying schools, kindergartens, and healthcare facilities. Therefore, one of the city's priorities is to develop and expand the network of shelters, particularly with the support of international partners. The aggressor regularly attacks energy infrastructure. The winter of 2026 plunged Odessa into a total blackout. Russia destroyed local critical infrastructure, leaving 300,000 people without power. The city is already working to develop local power generation and alternative energy sources. The priority is to ensure power for critical infrastructure. During the blackouts, public transportation came to a complete standstill for several months. The situation was saved by buses temporarily provided to Odessa by other cities, but the situation could repeat itself next winter. Right now, one of the key issues is finding an alternative to trolleys and trams. City officials have already begun preparing for next winter, which is expected to be exceptionally harsh according to all forecasts. This process is taking place as part of the resilience plan, which is being implemented under the personal supervision of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Despite constant attacks, public utilities continue to operate without interruption. They not only carry out their daily tasks, but also clear debris and deal with the aftermath of shelling. Our rescuers are courageously working, risking their own lives for the safety of Odessa residents. Odessa is grateful to all its international partners for providing equipment that helps quickly address the aftermath of the attacks. Despite all the difficulties, the city remains an important logistics hub. The port is operational. Agricultural exports continue. Transport links are being maintained that are important not only for Ukraine but also for global markets and food security. Today, we owe our survival to the armed forces of Ukraine and everyone who defends our country. That is why one of our top priorities is supporting veterans, from helping them adjust to creating job opportunities and facilitating their return to active life. The city needs a large rehabilitation center. A building and location have already been identified for it, and plans are in place to expand the existing rehabilitation units. Odessa extends its gratitude to international partners who invite our children to enjoy recreational and health improvement programs, giving them the opportunity to take a break from the horrors of war. Today, our priorities are safety, infrastructure resilience, the port's stable operation, urban renewal, and support for education and healthcare. The city is open to cooperation. Stability in Odessa is important for Ukraine, Europe, and the world, as it is crucial for food security, the economy, and logistics. Therefore, protecting Odessa means protecting Europe and working together to build a sustainable future.
Yeah, dear friends, Sorry for some technical issues with the video, but I hope you've got the core of it. Because Odessa has always been a city of dialogue, of international trade, and of openness to the world. And even in time of war, it remains a symbol of resilience and of the European future of Ukraine. Today, the city's infrastructure is held together by those around the clock keep it functioning, but those who did not leave and who continue their work under the challenges of wartime. Now I'd like to invite on the stage Dr. Igor Koval, acting mayor of Odessa. Please welcome.
Шановні учасники та гості Black Sea Security Forum, шановні представники дипломатичного корпусу, міжнародних організацій, експертної спільноти, військові, науковці та партнери. Щиро вітаю вас в Одесі від імені нашої територіальної громади, яка сьогодні є не лише морськими воротами України, а й одним із ключових форпостів безпеки у Чорноморському регіоні. Наше місто добре знає ціну миру, ціну свободи судноплавства, стійкості інфраструктури та міжнародної солідарності. Від безпеки Чорного моря сьогодні залежить не лише стабільність регіону, а й продовольча, енергетична та економічна безпека значної частини світу. Чорне море – це простір спільної відповідальності. Жодна країна не може гарантувати стабільність самотужки. Лише через партнерство, взаємодію та колективні рішення ми здатні ефективно протидіяти сучасним викликам, військовим загрозам, тероризму, гібридним атакам, дезінформації та спробам порушити міжнародне право, свободу мореплавства. Україна сьогодні фактично захищає не лише власну державність, а й безпекову архітектуру всієї Європи та Чорноморського басейну, зокрема. І Одеса в цьому процесі відіграє, безумовно, стратегічну роль як логістичний, гуманітарний, економічний та дипломатичний центр регіону. Ми високо цінуємо підтримку міжнародних партнерів та вдячні всім державам, всім організаціям, які допомагають зміцнювати безпеку, підтримувати стабільність морських шляхів та відстоювати принципи міжнародного права. Переконаний, що нинішній форум вкотре стане важливою платформою для фахового діалогу, вироблення спільних рішень, поглиблення співпраці заради безпечного, вільного та стабільного Чорноморського регіону. Бажаю всім учасникам плідної роботи, конструктивних дискусій та нових партнерств. Dear friends and colleagues, once again, welcome to Odessa. And once again, thank you for being with us, not just today, but during all these difficult for us Ukrainians times. Thank you very much.
Dr. Igor Koval, thank you so much for your words, for the opening speech, of course. And ladies and gentlemen, one small reminder before we move on. Please don't forget about the QR code on the back of your badges. It opens the official forum app where you'll find the full program, all the latest announcements, and an easy way to connect with fellow participants of the forum. And of course, for your comfort and safety, in case of an air raid alert, we kindly ask you to proceed calmly to the shelter areas indicated by our team and volunteers, but hope we won't need this information during these 2 days. Now, dear participants of the forum, our next keynote is the voice of the very first European Commissioner for Defense, a long-term friend of Ukraine and one of the strongest European advocates for our shared security. Please welcome Andrius Kubilius, EU Commissioner for Defense and Space. Pay your attention to the screen.
Hello, Odessa. Hello, Black Sea Security Forum. Ukraine is starting to prevail. And the success of Ukraine started on the Black Sea 4 years ago, not far from Odessa, with the heroes of Snake Island and the sinking of the Moskva. the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Events which inspired Europe and showed Ukraine can fight, Ukraine can defend, Ukraine can win. And now, Ukraine's drones have chased the Russian fleet back into its ports. Now we can say Ukraine has won the battle of the Black Sea, the biggest naval victory against Russia in more than 120 years since the war against Japan. The battle for Ukraine continues. Ukraine is starting to prevail everywhere. Ukrainian drones halted Russia's advance at sea, on land and in the air, and now are striking bigger targets deep inside Russia. The more Ukraine prevails, the more nervous Putin gets. Putin is escalating missile attacks and drone attacks on Ukraine, and provocations on the Baltics and Eastern flank. We will not back down, but double down. The European Union is the biggest supporter of Ukraine. The 90 billion euro Ukraine support loan is coming your way. But Europe also needs you, needs Ukraine. Ukraine is defending also Europe. Ukraine has the biggest, best and bravest army in Europe. Ukraine has the most innovative defense industry in the world. Thanks to lessons you learned on the battlefield at a very high price. That is why I hope Ukraine will be the core of an European defense union. And one day you will be part of our European Union family, free, prosperous and at peace. And then Ukraine will be the bedrock of security in Europe and in the Black Sea region. So let us work together for the success of Ukraine and the future of Ukraine, a future together in the European Union. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Commissioner Kubilius. Of course, these words remind us that the future of Ukraine and the future of European defense are now one and the same conversation, and that is exactly the conversation we will be continuing on this stage today. Dear participants of the forum, when the old security system begins to crack, someone has to take on the work of shaping the new ones. The next conversation is about the future of Europe, about the transatlantic unity, and about how the democratic world meets the challenges of new era. To open this conversation with her keynote remarks, please welcome Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, chairwoman of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung e.V., former Federal Minister of Defense of Germany, former Minister-President, former chairwoman of the CDU of Germany. Please welcome.
To say this is a very special and a very emotional moment for me, because I never before have been to Ukraine, and to be the first time here and to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience, it takes a little bit my breath away. So, dear Alexei, dear Madam President, Excellencies, Member of Parliament, members of government, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Ukraine. I would like to thank you as head of Konrad Adenauer Foundation for the invitation that we as a German foundation can be part of this Black Sea security meeting and Black Sea security discussions. And I want to thank the chairman of BSF, the city of Odessa, and a special thank you to the opera and the ensembles. For the third time we gather in Odessa, and for the second time in this remarkable opera house. This place has also become a symbol of Odessa's and Ukraine's resolve to defend itself against the Russian invaders. We still remember the videos of the opera singers and orchestra who gathered in front of the opera house shortly after the start of the large-scale war of aggression and sang the Ukrainian national anthem while sandbags were being filled just a few meters away. In doing so, they were among the first to recognize that this war is not merely about the defense of a state that is a free, sovereign Ukraine, but far more about the defense of the Ukrainian cultural nation. We can see how Ukrainian cultural autonomy are a source of strength. You know not only who you are fighting against, but, and this is far more important, but also what you are fighting for: your identity, your culture, your independence, your right for free elections, and the rule of law. Nevertheless, I do not want to gloss over the sacrifices you are making for this cause. And among so many others, there are members of the ensembles of this opera who were also killed. And it's easy for us to admire the resilience of the Ukrainian people, but none of them shows this. Not a single soldier, not a single parent who has lost their child, not a single child who has been orphaned, not a single widow or widower, not a single person whose life has been shattered. We must not forget that they have been forced to display this resilience for 4 years now. And this is, let me be frankly, this is also because we in Europe and in the US have often failed to act quickly and decisively enough. Because to this day, we have not built up the kind of political and economic pressure on Putin that would force him to genuine negotiation. On the other hand, since the start of the full-scale Russian invasion, Europe has provided 200 billion euros in military, financial, and humanitarian aid, with a further 200 billion still outstanding, and the US had provided to 115 billion euros as well. Combined with the Ukrainian speed, the adaptability, and ingenuity, this has resulted in a formidable military force capable of striking deep into Russian territory. Military force which has neutralized the Russian Black Sea fleet. Military force that developed defense lines using robotics and AI. What Ukraine doesn't need is well-meaning advice. No one in Europe has more combat experience or is quicker or more pragmatic when it comes to developing and refining new systems. What Ukraine needs is reliable financial support, a steady supply of supplies, partnerships in production, and a weapons that is not yet able to produce itself. When Ukrainian President Zelensky some days ago has issued a direct appeal to President Trump and the US Congress, warning that Ukraine urgently needs additional Patriot missile systems in a large-scale direct military aid package, because delivering under the PURL are not keeping pace with battlefield needs, there should be a positive response like the one from senior Republican lawmaker Joe Wilson. And when pro-Russian political forces all over in Europe criticize aid to Ukraine paid by taxpayers, we should finally make use of the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets held in Europe. There are legal ways to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, I visited, or 2 days ago, I visited our office in Moldova. In a meeting, the leader of the ruling political party there, PAS, said the first and most important ingredient is political will. The first ingredient is political will. I think nowhere it is as clear as here in Odessa, the gateway to the Black Sea region, how closely the security of Ukraine, Europe, and the free world are intertwined. Here, Ukraine and Europe are countries bordering the Black Sea, come face to face with the power which works together with many of the world's authoritarian states. We see here at the shore of the Black Sea in particular that Ukraine's security, Europe's security, and the security in the world rely on each other. Just as with Ukraine's national symbol, the trident, these three securities are an inseparable part of the same whole. Ukraine needs the support of other democratic European nations to be secure. Vice versa, these democratic European nations need the support of Ukraine to be secure. A united Europe with Ukraine is an integral part of is as a pillar of security for the free nations of the world against their authoritarian adversaries. These three securities build upon one another and are interdependent. You cannot have only one of them. And to make it very concrete, in 2025, Ukraine produced more than 4 million drones. And for this year, the target is reportedly more than 7 million, with around 450 companies are now active in Ukraine's drone sector. Nowhere is this clear what it means then in the Black Sea region. Ukrainian innovation has helped push back Russia's fleet and reopen maritime routes. According to Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council, Ukrainian maritime unmanned platforms have destroyed of critically damaged more than 25 Russian military vessels. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense stated in April this year that around 30% of Russia's Black Sea Fleet combat assets has been destroyed or seriously damaged. This has direct global consequences. The Black Sea Crane Initiative enabled almost 33 million tons of grain and foodstuffs to be exported by July 2023, while the ports of Greater Odessa handled 73 million tons of export cargo in 2025, including 38 million tons of grain. We need a new common European security order, including Ukraine. Without Europe, Ukraine is perhaps strong enough, but it's better with the Ukraine to defend itself, with the Europeans to defend itself against Russia. But without Ukraine, Europe is not strong enough against Russia either. Ukraine must therefore be a part of the European security order. This will all become more important the more the US withdraw from European security architecture. And as chairwoman of the Adenauer Foundation, I say that within a common European security order, we also need a common European policy of strength, just as the first Chancellor of West Germany, Konrad Adenauer, once pursued towards the Soviet Union. A European policy that credibly deters Russia from attacks further states in Europe and forces it to the negotiation table to discuss a just peace with Ukraine. For Russia sees enemies in all of us here. Russia is already waging a covert war against the West, hybrid warfare, arson attacks, murders of regime opponents, espionage, sabotage, infiltration of party systems and democratic institutions, and much more. We must face up this challenge, particularly in the European Union, whether we like it or not. As Europeans, we must all understand and act on the fact that this war is not merely a regional conflict. Unfortunately, still some people in Europe do think so. But no, it is a decisive battle over what spirit should prevail amongst the European nations and also the nations in the world for our generation and the generation of our children. This war will determine the future of Ukraine as a free nation, and it will also determine the future of Europe as a continent united in peace, freedom, and security. Already as a German Minister of Defense, our ministry argued that Europe has to take greater responsibility for its own security. German and European security policy have to become far more effective, better coordinated, and more visible. Today, Ukraine shows why this war was never an abstract debate. European security is decided by courage, capability, responsibility, and political will, and it's being decided here in Ukraine. The Russian regime fought and still thinks in terms of logic whereby a larger country is automatically superior to a smaller one. This way of Russian thinking is the exact opposite of the idea underlying the idea of European integration. The fundamental principle of European integration, by contrast, is that the larger one respect the smaller nations, and that both large and small nations stand together against their adversaries. This is the deeper reason why Europe stands together with Ukraine, because as Ukrainians, Germans, and Europeans, we are defending ourselves against the power that violates this very founding principle of European integration. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this year's BSFF will see discussions on these topics and ideas which feature in almost all the panels. What they all have in common is the choice we face. Either we defend the European security order together, or we risk losing it piece by piece. Ukraine has already made its decision and stands as an example of admirable courage and bravery. Now, it's up to us Europeans to make a choice as well. We are now in a defining moment for Europe and for the free world as well. A nation like Ukraine that defends its very identity and culture and thinks like you do is a nation that will not be silenced. A Europe that stands with Ukraine is a Europe that remains true to itself. And a strong and united Europe, together with the US, is the best contribution for peace and security in Odessa, the Black Sea region, Europe, and the world. We as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we are happy to be part of this effort. Europe is in our DNA. We have been active in Ukraine for more than 30 years, and we are the only one among the German political foundations that has expert staff permanently based in Ukraine, which clearly shows our commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very interesting conference here. I wish you all the best for Odessa, all the best for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you so much. Yeah, please take your seat. Take this moment. Once again, your applause. Thank you so much. And now to continue this conversation, On stage, please welcome Dr. Hanna Shelest, Security Studies Program Director at the Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian PRISM, for a keynote conversation with Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this introduction. It is my great pleasure to continue the conversation about the security in Europe and transatlantic. And considering that we don't have too much time, even that Alexei kindly said that we are easygoing here, but we are still with the German co-organizers, so we try to be on time as much as possible. But there are still several questions that we wanted to discuss, and let me first return back to your past. 5 years ago, you are still Minister of Defense of Germany. If you would know what happened in Ukraine in 6 months, and if you know what would be in 5 years, year 2026, what would you do differently as the Minister of Defense, as the German politician?
So as you know, it's always not so easy with the informations and the knowledge we have now to say, I told you so, and I would do this in the past, like in this direction or another one. But as I said, we tried in our ministry in these 2 years, in 90 to 21, to make very, very clear that for us, Russia is a threat. A very real threat, that we have to ramp up our military muscles in Germany and especially in contributing far more to the muscles of and the contributions to NATO. But at this time there were no really public awareness for this and political awareness. And with the knowledge from today, I would have pushed far harder, to try harder, because I have to say it feels until today for me like one of my biggest political failure I are responsible for, that we have not been able to make this course in the public in a better sense than we did.
After 4 years of war, do you believe that German society now much better understand that this threat is not just for Ukraine, that it is something far, but Germany should care about its own security, European security, and Ukrainian security as part of the European security?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense of that there is, and this is the difference to the time before, there is no question about the financial or the finances that that are needed, because we have said with the Zeitenwende, whatever it costs, and so money is not an issue. But what we see, and together with the discussions and the difference we see now in the geopolitical strategy coming from Washington, not just from the Trump administration several years ago, and the shift more to the Indo-Pacific, we see that the bow flags of NATO, and one very strong coming from the US side and the other quite weaker coming from the European side, we have to muscle up this leg to have a real burden sharing and to have a very good agreement between partners within the NATO. And I think in a logical sense, this is what politicians and this is what public opinion in Germany understands. But what we have to work for quite harder than we did in the past is a shift in our mindset. As I said, the first ingredient is the political will, and the awareness that each one of us is now being targeted from a Russian hybrid war, and that we need a very strong and a very strong stamina, a very strong resilient civilian resilience as well. And then on a third point, we have to find far better ways to to be quicker, to be more practical when it comes to armament processes and so on. So we did a lot of work, but we have a lot to do.
As you already named the elephant in the room, the United States, and for the last months, everything what we can read in the news is about the desire of the United States to withdraw some part of the forces from Europe and first of all from Germany. And we understand that since the end of the Cold War, the security of Germany and of the eastern flank been guaranteed significantly by the presence of the US forces. That was the part of the security architecture in Europe where we are now. Even that there are discussions, just 5,000, maybe that is not enough of people to change the security architecture. But we understand that they are also taking off capabilities. So it's not just about people, it's about what they can do. Do you feel that Europe is ready to take this responsibility from the United States? What about Germany? Are you prepared after 70 years of significant presence of the US forces, if this architecture changes?
So, all emotions by side, I think we need a very no-nonsense approach to this discussion. And there have been in the past as well plans coming from Washington to withdraw a certain number of troops from Germany and to discuss about capabilities. So I think this is not quite brand new now. What we have to see is that there is another security strategy in the US, as I said, starting with President Obama and now with the Trump administration. There are far more interest now in the Indo-Pacific as well as in Europe. And this is the reason because of which we have to say we have to becoming much stronger as Europeans in capability building, in cooperation, and in armed forces. So this is the task at hand. From the past now is much more urgent, and I think that we shouldn't discuss this under a certain sound of anti-Americanism. It's about NATO, it's about to make clear that both sides, the US side and the Europeans, have common interest. And the US side has interest here in Europe as well, because Russia, whatever Trump is saying, Russia is a threat to them as well. And they need the infrastructure and the facilities here as well. There haven't been the possibility to attack Iran without facilities in Ramstein in Germany or other things. So this is part of a political discussion between Europeans and the US side. Where are our common interests? What can we do to have a real burden sharing and to create a good partnership? That means we have to be not so emotional, but we have to be much more stronger in doing our homework.
Let me be provocative, because that's the question that I get outside of Europe at each of the meetings that we had. Will NATO survive this crisis? This transatlantic relations crisis that we're experiencing the last year?
Yeah, NATO will survive. I'm quite sure about this. Perhaps it will have another system of burden sharing in slightly other form, but it will survive because we see that there are so many countries around us aiming for becoming member of NATO, as well as for becoming member of the European community. That shows that these are assets for us that are quite important, and therefore we should do all we can to defend these organizations like NATO.
As we are in Ukraine, we cannot skip questions about the German-Ukrainian relations for sure. And I would say that we passed a tremendous evolution of these relations. From hesitations 4 years ago in terms of support, for the years of concentration on the humanitarian and economic support, to be now one of the leaders of the defense support, joint production of the military equipment, to the coalition of willing, being one of the leaders of the coalition of willing. Except of the domestic acknowledging of the threat, what else drives the German politics about Ukraine? Why Ukraine should be important for Germany?
As I said in my keynote speech, it's about shared values. It's about a shared future here in Europe. To go to the streets of Odessa, you feel it from the bottom of your heart. This is part of Europe, and the fight here of so many Ukrainians is a fight for European values, is a fight for our freedom, for our security, and we know and have always known that our security in Germany depends on our neighbors, depends on our own forces, but depends on our neighbors, on our commitment with others. And this kind of sovereignty made it possible in the past that we are now a united nation. And I think this is for us a power and a force to go forward and to cooperate as closely with Ukraine as it is possible.
Values is good, but the modern politics are very pragmatic, especially when you go to your voters. Let's be honest, 50% of them will not buy the arguments about values or shared history, something like this. They need something for the future and understanding, okay, what they can give to us. We understand what we can give to Ukraine, but what Ukraine can give to us. Do you see that Ukraine can be a valued member of the European Union and the valued economic partner to Germany when we speak about the future trade, not just the agriculture, for example, or something from the classical old trade relations that we used to have?
So first of all, to live in a space where you can live on your values lies in your own interest, So therefore, I would say there is not a difference between interest and values. It comes together and belongs together. And we see right now, for example, on the military side, the innovations, the creativity come from Ukraine. And they're teaching us so many useful lessons. We learned so much from them. For example, at the German Bundeswehr, this is not a one-way. It's a win-win situation. And sure, and you know it better here in Ukraine than I do, there is a lot of work to do in the future, of reforms, of economic development. But I think in this, especially given the new technological developments, there are great chances for Ukraine, and they can contribute so much to a very good development in Europe as a whole. And sure, there will be discussions about different interests when it comes to I forgot the word, Landwirtschaft, sorry, farming, so sorry. Because we know there are other European community members with similar interests, but this is part of the enlargement process. And so we, as the other European countries, we have to do our homework, but Kiev, but Ukraine has to do its own work as well.
Let's return back to Germany, because you talked about the transformation of the Germany from inside, the transformation of the role of Germany in Europe, and also about the global challenges. And you've been absolutely right that events in Iran, even if we would like to separate them, but considering the dependence between Iran and Russia, or the US and the Gulf states. And now all of us, from the oil prices, because of the Hormuz closing, all of these are too much interdependent, in the Pacific as well. So if we look to the Germany wider than Europe, is Germany ready for the global role? Is Germany ready to become a global player when we speak about security and not only about trade? Or it can be just very well satisfied to be the leader of security in Europe?
I would say we are living up to these challenges you mentioned. Because as a very export-related country, as a very strong economic power, we see that we have to do, given the new technological developments and so on, we have to do our own homework. And then there are geopolitical shifts, and we are living in a common system, in a global biotope, and we see it right now on conflicts at Iran or so on. The fallouts of these conflicts have an impact on all of us. So we have to adapt on this situation. And this is an hard work for the German politics, because it's quite, perhaps coming from our history, it's quite traditional that we are very concentrated on domestic issues, on European issues, but not so in an international level. But we have to find, together with the other European countries, we have to find a way to deal with China, who is a partner on the one side and a systemic challenge on the other side. We have to fight for international principles like freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as in the Black Sea, and so on. And so this is, at the moment, in part of the main political debate we have ongoing in Germany. And it's not so easy, because there are always populist and political populist forces who try to tell people it's enough to have your own national interest. You don't need to be part of this international community. And this is quite the wrong way for Europe as a whole, and for Germany especially. And this is what we are, on a political level, are fighting against or are fighting for.
And my last question, as we started from you reflecting yourself 5 years ago, let's look to the future. What would you of 2026 will tell yourself in 2031?
I would tell myself, I hope we don't have made the same mistake as in 2020, 2021 or 2022, where we didn't have the power to react very quickly, very decisively, to face the Russian threat and to support Ukraine. And that we now see when there is a window of opportunity, and that we are able in these years to put a very big political, military, political and economic power on Russia and on Putin, to get them on to negotiations and to get a real and a just peace deal for Ukraine.
Thank you very much. At this optimistic, I think that we answered the last question here. end game, and definitely from what we heard from this conversation, that it is definitely not the end game, but just the beginning of this conference, the 2 days of the discussions that I hope we set a tone during the first session, but also the beginning of the stronger European security for the quicker Ukrainian integration in the European Union and NATO, and definitely the sooner rather than later victory of Ukraine in this war. So we can speak next time, and maybe in 5 years, more about the trade, economic possibilities, the new Eurovision in Ukraine or in Berlin, but not about the necessity.
Not in Berlin, we are not able to win this competition. Ukrainians did.
Okay, I hope we would not need to move from Ukraine to Berlin, but definitely, why not to dream if we're dreaming what is in the next 5 years for sure. So thank you very much. Thank you for this introduction session. And we are returning the symbol of power, the microphone, to our moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this great conversation on the stage. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, our gratitude to Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, our title partner. The Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is a German political foundation closely associated with the Christian Democratic Union of Germany, operating through offices in more than 100 countries worldwide. It serves as a platform for political dialogue, policy analysis, civic education, and international cooperation. CAS is the only German political foundation with second-hand staff permanently based in Ukraine, where its Kiev office has been active for more than 30 years. For Ukraine, it is especially important that the foundation has consistently supported the development of democratic institutions, of civil society, and of international dialogue, even in the hardest period of our history. We also thank title partner Hepatica. Hepatica is a Swedish city-funded foundation dedicated to strengthening democracy, human rights, and good governance around the world, especially in these challenging times. Through education, training, capacity building, and hands-on support, Hepatica stands shoulder to shoulder with local partners, civil societies, organizations, political actors, and democratic movements. Thank you so much. And now, in periods of global turbulence, particular value belongs to people who can look at events broadly from the perspective of political strategy, and at the same time from the perspective of simple humanity. People capable not only of analyzing events, but also feeling their consequences for societies, for countries, and for every single individual. Such voices help us keep clarity of thought at a moment when the world especially needs trusted dialogue. And today it is a great honor for us to hear precisely such a person, and to hear for the first time the findings of his latest international poll, Ukraine, Russia, and the battle for public opinion, which he will be sharing with us just right now from this stage. Please welcome Lord Ashcroft, international businessman, philanthropist, author, pollster, the founder of Crime Stoppers, an organization that helps people share their stories and stay safe. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here in Odessa once again to take part in the Black Sea Security Forum. More than 4 years ago, after Russia's full-scale invasion, this year's gathering explores the theme of the end game, whether we are already in it and how we could see it play out. To help set the scene, I will be presenting my latest polling from Ukraine and from 5 crucial allies: Britain, the US, Germany, France, and Poland. I'll also show my latest results from Russia. If this seems a controversial idea, my reasoning is that it's worth finding out what we can about domestic opinion and morale behind the Putin regime, and even if we take the absolute figures with a pinch of salt, the direction in which they seem to be moving. I can only give an overview of the main findings here, but this presentation, together with the full data for each country, will be on my website, lordashcroftpolls.com, later today. It is worth noting at the outset, while we talk about the end game and while it's useful to look at how things might be concluded, most Ukrainians see the conflict as one of endurance and expect it to continue for at least another year. Only just 1 in 3 think it will be over by the end of 2026. Russians are even more likely to say the war will still be going on 1 year from now. That view is shared by people in the 5 allied countries I polled. And if the number looks lower in the US, that's because Americans are more likely to say they don't know. In a separate question, a clear majority of Ukrainians also said they thought the outbreak of war with Iran had pushed the end of their own conflict further away. Moreover, only 1 in 10 said they thought Donald Trump's involvement in negotiation had hastened the end of the war. They were more than 3 times as likely to think this had made the end more distant, and half said it made no difference. 4 months into the war, I found nearly 6 in 10 Ukrainians saying they were more confident of defeating the Russian invasion than they were when the conflict began, a figure which rose to nearly 7 in 10 over the following year. This has now fallen to around 1 in 3, around the same number who say they are less confident of victory than when they were when Putin invaded. As for how things currently stand, only 16% of Ukrainians say they believe they are currently winning the war, if you'll forgive such a crude formation. This is down from nearly half of those we surveyed a year into the conflict in 2023. Even so, this is more than the proportion who think Russia has the upper hand. Though Russia has experienced net territorial losses over the last year, 2/3 of Ukrainians think neither side currently has a clear advantage, a figure unchanged since my previous survey just over a year ago. In our 5 allied countries, majorities also agree that neither side is in an obviously stronger position. However, it is notable that in each case, the dissenting minority is more likely to think things are going Russia's way than Ukraine's. At the same time, I found fewer than 1/4 of Ukrainians saying there was no chance of winning back the territory taken by Russia since the annexation of Crimea in 2014. However, there were differing views among the majority. Around 1/3 said it was possible to regain all Russian-occupied territory and that Ukraine should keep fighting until this was achieved. But a similar proportion said that while regaining all the lost territory was possible, the cost of the war was too great, and Ukraine must accept that it would have to give up some land for peace. It was perhaps notable that the oldest age groups were the most likely to want to keep fighting until all the invaded territory had been regained. In a separate question, nearly 3/4 of Ukrainians said they would prefer to see direct negotiations begin between diplomatic representatives of Ukraine and Russia, with only 20% preferring simply to fight until Russia's military are defeated. Accordingly, in a reversal of the situation in the months after the invasion, when most Ukrainians expected the conflict to be settled on the battlefield, 3/4 now say they expect a diplomatic rather than a military solution to the war. Expectations lean the same way in our 5 allied countries. Poles are the most likely to expect things to be settled militarily, but fewer than 1/4 of them think this will be the outcome. Whether significantly or not, Russians are nearly twice as likely as Ukrainians to think the solution will be military rather than diplomatic, though a majority still expect the latter. If a diplomatic solution is the expectation, what might it look like? We asked Ukrainians how they reacted to some hypothetical scenarios, however unlikely they may be. More than 7 in 10 said Russian withdrawal in return for an agreement that Ukraine will not join NATO was either acceptable or would be worth considering. A majority also thought it was at least worth considering a permanent ceasefire along the current front line, but without officially recognizing Russian annexation of any Ukrainian territories. More divisive was the idea of recognizing Crimea as part of Russia, but none of the other occupied territories. And Ukrainians were more likely than not to oppose abandoning military efforts to win back occupied territory in return for NATO membership and recognizing Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk as Russian territory with Western security guarantees to protect the rest of Ukraine. And one element of Ukrainian skepticism on this last point is explained by another question. If Western allies were to guarantee Ukraine's security as part of a peace deal with Russia, but without Ukraine joining NATO, how much confidence would Ukrainians have in such a guarantee? A stunning 4% said they would have complete confidence, with just over a quarter saying they would have a good deal. Not at all surprisingly, given the history of such assurances, 2/3 said they would either not much confidence or no confidence at all in Western security guarantees. When we asked Ukrainians whether particular allies were doing enough to help, I'm pleased to say that the UK came out on top, albeit with fewer replying in the affirmative than at the peak 3 years ago. Indeed, this was the general theme, with the US, the EU, and especially NATO falling short in public estimation compared to the situation a year into the full-scale war. Ukrainians are also pretty clear about what they want their allies to provide. More weapons, tanks, military equipment topped the list. NATO membership was second, though this was chosen by fewer than 4 in 10, perhaps because they think it's an unrealistic goal or because they see it as more of a long-term objective rather than an immediate priority. Stricter economic sanctions, financial aid, troops on the ground, and a no-fly zone all came ahead of diplomatic efforts to reach a peace deal with Russia. When we asked the public in our 5 allied countries what help they'd be willing to see their governments offer Ukraine, the answers come in a rather different order. They are overwhelmingly willing to supply humanitarian aid, though this comes close to the bottom of the list for Ukrainians themselves. People in Britain and Poland were also largely willing to impose stricter sanctions against Russia, though only just over half agreed in the US, Germany, and France. Diplomatic efforts to reach a peace deal were also popular, though with some skepticism in Poland. And while more than 6 in 10 Britons said they would support Ukrainian membership of NATO, those in the US and France were more hesitant, and only minorities in Germany and Poland agreed. Just over half in Britain said they'd be willing for the country to offer more military support, with slightly lower numbers among the other allies. There was more skepticism about the idea of accepting more Ukrainian refugees, with particular resistance in Germany and Poland. There was also lukewarm support for the idea of binding security guarantees, which of course goes hand in hand with Ukrainian opinion on which and what guarantees might actually be worth. Asking specifically whether they would support sending troops to Ukraine, join an international peacekeeping force in the event of a peace deal, once again find a majority in favor in Britain and the public more supportive than opposed in France and the US. However, the balance was slightly against in Germany, and a majority opposed the idea in Poland. It's also instructive to ask the public in allied countries why they think they should help Ukraine, if indeed they want to do so at all. 1/3 of respondents in Britain, falling to a quarter in the US and just over 1/5 in France, say their country should support Ukraine's military effort because their own country has a direct interest in ensuring the Russian invasion doesn't succeed. Somewhat fewer, just under a quarter in Britain, falling to 16% in Germany, say their country has no direct interest in the conflict, but that supporting Ukraine is still the right thing to do. The remainder are split between two other propositions: that their country's efforts should be directed towards bringing the conflict to a swift and even, if it means Russia keeping annexed territories, or that the conflict has nothing to do with them and they should not be intervening in any way. These two answers combined accounted for 1 in 5 in Britain, rising to 1/3 in France and Poland, and 42% in Germany. A related question is the extent to which these allied populations see Russia as a threat to their own country. Not surprisingly, given their relative proximity, people in Poland are the most likely to do so, with nearly 3/4 grading the threat as either very or fairly serious. Next was the UK, where 2/3 said the same. Perhaps with the murderous activities of Russian agents on British soil still very much in mind, and beyond that, you may or may not be surprised to see that Americans are slightly more inclined to see Russia as a threat than the Germans or the French. The question that follows is why, then, they are not therefore more eager to help Ukraine in its cause. The answer, I think, is that it depends on your disposition. We can argue that Russia is a threat. The Allies should step up efforts to defeat it. For others, it's an equally good reason to stay well out of the way. Finally, on this theme of Allied support, we asked people if they thought their country's efforts should be directed towards bringing the war to a swift and, even if that means accepting Russia keeping annexed territory, or towards ensuring Ukraine completely defeats the Russian invasion, even if this means a longer conflict. Among the 5 allied countries we surveyed, only Britain and the US tended to favor aiming for complete victory, even at the expense of prolonging the war. By varying margins, 5 points in Poland, 12 points in France, and 23 points in Germany, people elsewhere tended to prioritize an earlier end to the conflict, even at the expense of Ukrainian territory. And as I mentioned, I'll round off with a few observations about opinion on the other side. To reiterate, I look at these numbers from my Russia survey not in terms of absolutes, but in terms of trends. That is to say, how proportions prepared to give a frank opinion to a stranger on a phone changes from one year to the next. For example, we can see here that support for the so-called Special Military Operation, the MSO, in Ukraine has drifted down since the invasion, with around 1/3 of Russians prepared to say they disapprove of the action. In a separate question, we found a similar fall in agreement that the SMO in Ukraine was necessary to protect Russia's national security. We see more skepticism when we mention the cost in terms of economic sanctions. Only just over half say they approve of the SMO despite the sanctions imposed on Russia. More than 4 in 10 say either that they would approve of the SMO, but the sanctions mean the cost is too high and the operation should end, or that they would disapprove of the SMO even without the sanctions. I also found nearly half of Russians saying that Western sanctions were having a negative impact on their life, up from 38% in my previous survey last year. When we asked Russians who is responsible for the war, they are naturally most likely to point the finger at NATO, the US, Ukraine, and the EU. Compared to last year, however, we recorded a notable rise in the numbers saying that Russia itself bears some responsibility for the conflict. Just under half the population now say this. Another straw in the wind, for what it's worth, is that the proportion of Russians saying they have a positive view of Vladimir Putin is also down, albeit to the mid-70s. Separately, we also found falling numbers willing to say they trust Russia's current leadership to make the right decisions for the country, and that they think Putin has the best interests of ordinary Russians at heart. Favorability towards the US, the EU, and the UK are slightly up on last year, though the opposite is true of Donald Trump. Perhaps more tangible is their view of everyday life. Only just over 1 in 10 say this has got better over the last 3 years. Well over half are prepared to say things have got worse. We asked those who said life was getting worse who they thought was to blame for this state of affairs, leaving them to give their own answers without prompting. Strikingly, relative few mentioned sanctions, NATO, or the West. The biggest culprits were the federal government, and for the braver ones prepared to spell it out, the president himself. As I say, all this data and more will be on my website, lordashcroft.com, polls.com, later today. But I hope this sketch of opinion at home and abroad will constitute food for thought as we continue the forum's agenda. And I was pleased to see the British public confirmed as some of Ukraine's strongest supporters. And reassuringly, despite the current direction of their government, the American people often demonstrate stronger support for Ukraine's independence and sovereignty than some European societies. Ukraine has a great deal going for it. Despite some of the hesitations amongst the European public, with its extraordinary technological innovation and a battle-hardened army, Ukraine is becoming a considerable military power and a vital contributor to the security of the continent. Like you, I look forward to our discussions on how the endgame takes shape. And thank you once again for having me, and thank you for listening to these polls. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lord Michael Ashcroft, of course, for your substantive remarks, for your strategic perspective on the challenges facing the democratic world, and of course, for your continued support of Ukraine and our forum. Lord Ashcroft is an international businessman, philanthropist, author, and pollster, former deputy chairman of the Conservative Party, and currently honorary chairman of the International Democracy Union. He is also a Knight Commander of the Order of St. Michael and St. George, and a member of the Privy Council of the United Kingdom. Over the years, he has dedicated enormous effort to strengthening democratic institutions, supporting public initiatives, education, historical memory, and of course, international dialogue. He is the author of more than 30 books focused on politics, leadership, and bravery. Once again, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to rest a little bit, so it's time for a coffee break. Let's meet here in this wonderful hall in 28 minutes. I hope it'll be enough. Thank you. Enjoy the break. Ну, насправді виключений, тому що треба було сказати, він не працював.
Надо еще раз сказать, что они не реагируют. Уже свет сняли. Недоумение сначала. Ну то там же багато іноземців, немає.
Я думаю, що більшість готуються.
Я ще раз скажу. Шановні пані та панове, в Одесі оголошено повітряну тривогу. Просимо вас у супроводі працівників театру пройти в укриття, яке знаходиться на мінус першому поверсі театру. Будь ласка, не наражайте себе на небезпеку.
Ladies and gentlemen, the air raid alert is on. Proceed to the shelter. Thank you.
Мы уже давно делали объявление, и на место выключили микрофон. Это 10 минут назад.
Сейчас было слышно, я понял.
Сейчас да.
Указание выключить свет. Поэтому они зашевелились.
Мы просто не сидим в недоумении, почему не начинается.
Ні, я думаю, що вони всі чудово розуміють.
Да? Ну, тоді. Нам зробити нашу справу.
Кава продовжується, пишіть, спілкуються, да.
Так вони все з'їдять і вип'ють, то комусь убитку буде.
І вам не залишиться.
А ми ж
І теж.
свою порцію маємо заробити.
Порядок є порядок. Порошенко став у мене Васильович? Дуже.
Встав, отут у мене буде.
Я бачив. Третій, так?
Он законопослушний гражданин.
Ви чули, Олена сказав, що війна закінчилася. Це
А, да.
Що тут, куди управління?
Так и летало и напротив порта, и напротив летницы. То было два, вроде один остался. Летит в сторону Фонтанки, баклажки.
Працювано чисто.
Я скрыл, повітряна тривога. Все.
Що ви приїжджаєте, починаєте?
18:45 сюда понял.
Коля здесь? Там крайнем. Ви поговорили так, да?
Згадала тебе? Не злим тихим словом.
Это будет первый ярус, первую комнату, там
Так, на першому ярусі це третій поверх. Третій. Там же освітлювання.
Подожди, дайте стоп. Он еще хотел, что там на первом ярусе
Ми здали зал, ми не знаємо, хто там них буде. Ми віддали весь зал. Коли ми продаємо білети, тоді ми знаємо, що цю ложу можна не продати, цю не продати.
там нет, да? Не в последний момент, это же надо было пока мы не знали, что это самое, что там можно туда договаривались, что
Короче, дві ложі напротив треба було. А ми ж отдали зал, ми ж
Нет, они Ковалеву спросят.
Кого?
Ковалеву. Что там, если нет, тогда Вася сказал, что нет, пока не договаривались.
Так дві латорні стануть там возле двері.
Если есть возможность, это договориться, подождите. Нет, дело в том, что это трудно подумать. Было бы очень отдельно. Да, чуть-чуть. Я думаю, что
Придумаешь, что это.
они все равно не понимали, что это.
Так, хорошо.
Как бы без перекрытой сцены.
Юрчик, здравствуй. Скажи, пожалуйста, ты не в курсе, у нас вот идут две осветительные ложи, ну, первый ярус, и следующая ложа, какая с двух сторон? Пятая, а с другой стороны? Шестая. Скажи, пожалуйста, мы знаем, они, в смысле, заполнены сейчас на форуме? Мы отдали за, и все, да? Все, я понял, Юрочка, просто, да, это хобор там начинает внутри. Все, спасибо. Ну, я сказал, мы отдали зал, я променил.
Хорошо, правильно. Ну, организаторы, это вот эти вот...
Так они же не будут выгонять ради вас людей.
Да, я не за то.
Так подожди, вот Алиса где-то сидит.
Спроси просто, если они пустые, какие тут дороги?
И пятая шестая.
Не, напротив, да?
Да? Нас же чёрт не чёрт. Алиса?
Один, два. Один, два, три. Один, два, три.
На 20 человек где-то. Я не знаю, тут когось немає, хтось там пропустив.
Це нам не дуже допомагає триматися таймінгу.
Так, так, так. Ви на свій час приходьте. Ну вот и даем перезвонка. Да, я слышал. Спасибо, спасибо. Ребята, полный свет в зал. Ти можеш вас зараз не сказати? Ты видел, как она красиво была? Это пришел. Ну, зараз вони ще каву п'ють, бо тривога була.
Полетит, да, просят планки набить на эти станки, чтобы, ну, стулья, чтобы лежали.
А чего нашу
Да,
пользу
да,
будет
сзади,
приводить?
сзади. Спокойно, спокойно.
Хотя бы 2 копейки дал.
Какой 2 копейки?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to continue just in 1 minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you that you're here. Before we continue, a few important words of gratitude to the partners whose support and trust make the Black Sea Security Forum possible. So, our title partners shaping the vision and international impact of the forum: Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and Hepatica. Our strategic partners standing with democratic resilience and international dialogue: Lord Ashcroft, Tropilian, and Chris Fussner. Our knowledge partner, bringing expertise and analytical leadership to every discussion, RAND Europe. Our site program partner, supporting the wider dialogue and the side events of the forum, Hans Cyril Stiftung. And our partners standing with Ukraine and with the mission of this forum: GEFEST, Interhim, Odessa Business Club, Ukrainian Agri Council, and VST Bank. Thank you once again to you all for your partnership, your solidarity, and your belief in a secure and democratic future. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum, in the history of international politics, the status of great power has never been determined by the size of its territory or economy alone. In the great geopolitical partita, force is the capacity to defend freedom, to hold resilience, and to win the key positions on the world's chessboard. The next panel is dedicated to military might, to modern technologies, to the resilience of the army, and to the capacity of a state to defend its own sovereignty. To open this conversation, I would like to invite to the stage a voice that carries both political leadership and personal service. A former military officer turned legislator and one of the strongest voices in the United States Senate on the security of Ukraine and of the wider Black Sea region. Please welcome for the keynote remarks, Senator Mark Kelly, United States Senate.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. So great to be here in Odessa. My fourth trip to Ukraine, but first to this part of the country. Let me start by saying we're living through one of those rare inflection points where the assumptions that shaped a generation of strategic thinking are being stress tested against some very hard realities. For much of the post-Cold War era, there was a comfortable consensus that great power conflict was a thing of the past, that economic interdependence had made war between major countries irrational, and that the international order had rendered the use of force, especially in Europe, largely obsolete. That consensus, as we all understand, is now broken. It's been said many times and in many different ways, but it's true that the nature of war doesn't change, but the character of war does. It's important we all understand both of those things and what that means. The nature of war is what it's always been, using force to achieve a goal. It's violent, it's bloody, it's political. We saw all of this the moment Putin sent troops across the border into Ukraine to attack a peaceful nation. And We saw it again in the heinous war crimes that Putin and his soldiers have committed. Now, what changed very quickly with this war wasn't the nature of it, but the character of it. Ukraine has shown the importance of things like ammunition production, air defense, alliances, morale, adaptability, and the ability to sustain combat power over long periods of time. It has also demonstrated that assumptions about military power can collapse very quickly. After Russia's armored columns failed to reach Kyiv and its artillery was quickly matched, this conflict has been increasingly shaped by drones, autonomous systems, cyber operations, and electronic warfare. Information warfare now unfolds in real time across social media platforms, and it shapes public perception, shapes political cohesion, and even battlefield decision-making. Commercial technologies are being integrated into warfare at unprecedented speed, unlike anything we've seen before. And small, relatively inexpensive systems can now impose significant costs on the enemy on a much larger scale than we have previously seen. Earlier this year in Munich, I met with frontline Ukrainian drone pilots, and their cycle of innovation on these systems are not like what we see in the United States, which could be a year or longer, but it's measured in 1 or 2 weeks. They tell the engineers what's happening operationally and what they need, and changes are made rather quickly, and they deploy them on the battlefield. The Russians, they were slow to start at this, but now they're doing more of the same, and in some ways they're catching up. Kilometers of territory are won or lost, often based on how many days or hours it takes to outpace the other side in technological innovation. We have never seen this before in any conflict. The battlefield itself has become much more transparent. Sensors, satellites, open source intelligence have made it harder to hide forces and easier to target them. I saw some of this just a couple hours ago with a system that's being used by the Ukrainian Navy for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And that means the front line is now less of a line. It's more of an area through which troops and hardware from both sides move. We can look at all this and understand that while the United States would have conducted this conflict much differently than either of the countries in this war, the character of this conflict is still unlike anything we have seen. And that's why discussions like this matter. Understanding modern great power competition requires understanding both what's changed, but also what's staying the same. The lessons emerging from Ukraine are larger than Ukraine itself. We need to recognize that periods of strategic transition reward those countries who are capable of adaptation, and history often punishes even powerful countries that mistake a temporary advantage for a permanent one, or fail to adjust when the character of war evolves. The countries that will shape the coming era will not just be the traditional great powers, those with the largest economies and most advanced weapons, but those able to align strategy, technology, industry, and purpose faster and more effectively than their competitors. That is the strategic reality now facing the United States, but also facing our allies and every major power navigating this new era of competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Kelly. Thank you so much for your powerful words and, of course, for your powerful support of our country. I'd like to invite you to take your seat here on this stage. And, of course, now I'd like to invite all the participants of our panel discussion to moderate this conversation. Please welcome Dr. Robert Silly, MBE, Head of Strategy, Tropilion. So, Dr. Silly, the stage is yours. Please introduce all your panelists and all your guests here during this conversation.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope my microphone is working. Good afternoon. I love Odessa. It's such a beautiful and special city. Senator, thank you. Do grab a seat. I'm just going to call everyone in one at a time, but I just want to thank you. Senator Kelly is an extraordinary man. He was a pilot, a fighter pilot in the Navy, an astronaut, the senator from Arizona. I met the previous the man you took over from once, John McCain, who's a great American hero. And all I can say is I'm very impressed by the electors of Arizona because they seem to have a great tradition in picking great American heroes. I'm delighted that you're here. It's also a real pleasure. Someone who has a PhD in Russian warfare, it is such a pleasure to meet somebody, especially somebody very senior in the politics of their country, but especially the United States, who understands and can talk about the changing nature of warfare, because that's one of the things that we're discussing here, so I look forward to doing that. I also want to bring on stage two other people. We're going to be joined at the end by General Zaluzhny, a man who needs no introduction, but he's currently the UK or the Ukraine's ambassador in the United Kingdom. He was head of the Ukrainian army, the savior of Kiev, and another great man. I'm going to bring on stage next Andrei Yusov. And Andrei is a major, and he is serving with Ukrainian military intelligence. Andrei, could you come along and take a seat? Can we give him a round of applause? I wrote a book called The New Total War, and actually one of the things I look at is the integration of hard and soft power, because if you look at the first characteristic of warfare as defined by the Russian state, so if you go and look at Russian military doctrine, the first characteristic of modern conflict, contemporary conflict, is the integration of military tools. And so for me, it's something that's really interesting how that war is evolving. And I know in this session we're talking about hard power, but I want to throw in some ideas of what constitutes hard power now and to what extent both the nature and the character of war may be changing. I also love people's call signs, and Andrei's call sign. Andrei, your call sign was speaker, wasn't it? But maybe you're going to find out why that is during the course of the next hour or so. I'm going to just finally bring on Colonel Vladislav Sobolevsky, and the Colonel, can you come on and join us now? And can we have a round of applause for the Colonel? And the Colonel is one of the guiding inspirations behind 3rd Assault Brigade, which is one of Ukraine's many remarkable and elite units. So I'm really looking forward to talking to all of them about the changing nature of warfare. Just very briefly, so you know who I am, former soldier, did sort of 10 years, served in Iraq, Afghanistan, did Libya and the ISIS conflicts, former member of parliament for a few years back in the United Kingdom, PhD in Russian warfare, written a book about it, and I'm now a partner in the Tropilion, which is a company that's working with GUR, that's working with the SBU, and is working with a number of regiments, developing stuff that's hopefully going to help Ukraine win the war. But actually, as importantly as helping you guys, we need to help the West change, and we need to look at what Ukraine is doing. We need to take the lessons from the extraordinary men and women who are changing the nature of warfare and are fighting to save your country, and it's a privilege to be helping them to do so. So, I'm just going to start off. I'm going to try to make this as conversational as possible, and I'm just going to pick up with one thing that the Senator said before bringing it out to Andrei and the Colonel here. There's also one other thing that unites us. Andrei is the odd person out because he's still serving, so he's current major. Senator, you're retired. What was your rank when you retired? You're a Navy captain, so that's pretty senior. We have a colonel here, retired. I'm a very sort of the junior squid here. I'm a captain retired. And we have General Zaluzhny, who's a general retired. So we've got quite a fancy retired audience here. But Andrei is the unretired one amongst us. So, Senator, just to kick off the questioning, you were saying that whilst the nature of warfare hasn't changed, the character the other way around. I'm never quite sure which way round it is. There is an argument to suggest that such is Russia's emphasis on cognitive warfare, that actually you can nowadays have war without violence. Now, you could say the invasion has shot through that argument, but to what extent is cognitive and cyber warfare either combining with hard power or changing the nature of conflict? Do you have a microphone? Andre, can we give the Colonel the microphone just for 1 second? Sorry, the General, Senator the microphone. Thank you.
Well, hey, thank you, and thank you for the invitation here. You know, I think we often refer to that as conflict in the gray zone. You look for an advantage that you may have over an adversary, and short of kinetic activity, you do something else. We see that with cyber warfare, but largely now, especially with information warfare, especially with regards to elections. I just spent a little time with the president of Moldova and the interference that the Russians applied in their election. Happens to us too. I sit on the Senate Armed Services Committee, but I'm also a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And the amount of misinformation that we deal with, especially in an election year, is significant, and it's growing. It's not just from the Russians. Chinese, the Iranians, even starting from the North Koreans. Though with the North Koreans, we kind of can figure it out. They're not as good as making it look like...
No, they're not the most subtle, are they?
No, they're not so great at making it look like an American. But the Russians are. And when you're looking at political information around the time of one of our elections on a social media platform, and you may think this is a Marine in 29 Palms talking about a candidate, it could be a Russian in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and very possibly.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest challenges I think that all democracies are now facing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much indeed, Senator. Major Andre, when it comes to the changing nature of warfare, can you explain what lessons are being learned by your absolutely remarkable unit, GUR, so Ukrainian Military Intelligence, and how you're applying new ideas of power to this war?
Вітаю, дякую за питання. І сьогодні говорили, що я служу, але є люди у відставці. Українців у відставці сьогодні немає. Кожен служить, кожен захищає країну, хтось робить це в лавах Сил безпеки і оборони, хтось робить в тилу, але кожен українець служить сьогодні своїй країні. І уроки цієї війни і для Головного управління розвідки, і для в цілому країни, і, звичайно, Сил безпеки і оборони – це необхідно швидко адаптуватися і швидко змінюватись. Буквально від цього залежить виживання. Виживання підрозділу, виживання бійця, виживання людини, виживання суспільства, виживання країни. Але це також виклик не лише для України. Європа має змінюватись, Західний світ має змінюватись. І ті виклики, які сьогодні стають перед вільним світом, вони щоразу нові. І, безумовно, Путін починав цю війну і це вторгнення за старими зразками і за старими моделями. Українці вистояли і вижили завдяки тому, що навчилися адаптуватись і асиметрично відповідати на загрози і на полі бою, коли ми говоримо про дрони, коли ми говоримо про зв'язок, про логістику, коли згадати дрони не лише повітряні, але і морські. І Україна в асиметричний спосіб фактично знищила і змусила ховатися російський Чорноморський флот, але не тільки. Це стосується і інформаційної війни, це стосується когнітивної війни, це стосується стійкості суспільства, тому що, безумовно, армія має бути ефективна і захищати державу, але суспільство має гарантувати стійкість і стабільність і протистояти когнітивним загрозам. Завдання Путіна – розхитати, знищити, розсварити українців всередині, наших партнерів, вільний світ в цілому. Уроки – це постійно розвиватись. І як тільки ти зупиняєшся, ворог наздоганяє. Ворог – це, безумовно, для нас насамперед Путін, але в цілому весь світ, який особлює автократію, який особлює тоталітаризм, який особлює боротьбу проти демократичних прав і свобод, проти право на власну ідентичність і на власний вибір. І змінюватись, протистояти для того, щоб не наздоганяти, а випереджати – це ті самі уроки війни. Свобода – це також джерело і сили, і ми боремось за неї. Ідентичність – це наше право, і українці, європейці, демократи в цілому світі мають за це боротись. І це те, чого не розуміє, проти чого не може стояти ані Путін, ані кожен диктатор, який його підтримує.
Major Andrew, thank you very much indeed for that. One question, if I may, just before I bring in the Colonel here. When you are planning operations, obviously without giving too much away, are you primarily, is your organization and an organization like yours that specializes in creative and unconventional forms of warfare, are you looking to hit economic targets? Are you looking to hit military targets? Where do you think that you most have impact when it comes to the destruction of your enemy? Is it by hitting supply lines and logistics near the front or in the operational space, or are you thinking about strategic effect on oil refineries or on Shahed drone production?
Ми, звичайно, не будемо розкривати наші плани, і найближчі плани дії і цілі розкривати не будемо. Але це точно все, що стосується процесу виготовлення зброї, яка націлена для того, щоб вбивати українців і цивільних, і військових, і руйнувати наші міста. Все те, що націлено на посилення рекрутингу і мобілізації окупаційних армій, а також на фінансування і фінансове живлення цієї війни. Українці, на відміну від Путіна і на відміну від російського режиму, не воюють проти цивільних. Українці не воюють проти цивільної інфраструктури. Захищаючись, ми змушені вживати і планувати, і реалізовувати далекобійні удари. Захищаючись, ми змушені нищити військову інфраструктуру, яка включає в собі різноманітний цикл від залучення і крадення технологій, від імпорту, від контрабанди до модернізації застарілого радянського озброєння, а також залучення іноземних найманців для комплектування російського окупаційного корпусу. І все, що націлено для того, щоб нищити нашу незалежність, нашу країну, наших людей, все є законними оборонними цілями.
Дуже дякую. Colonel, you are coming from the most traditional sort of elements of war because you're with a unique and elite ground force. Explain to us in the way that some non-military people from the West here can understand, because I know that Ukrainians have all become very expert on this new form of war or the changing nature of war. Explain how force has changed on the battlefield, whether it's the use of AI, whether it's drones or swarm drones, or whether it's simply that old traditional ideas of warfare like morale and like cohesion are more important than ever. How would you describe the modern battlefield and how it is evolving?
Thank you, sir. Happy to represent big family, 3rd Army Corps, led by General Biletsky here. So we started in early 2014 as a team, and it was so traditional warfare, yeah, kind of hybrid, but traditional with tanks, with infantry, with trenches. And now we have a kill zone 4 kilometers across. Now we have unmanned ground vehicles, and the third part of all the unmanned ground vehicles are now situated and acting in 3rd Army Corps. Yes, the 3rd Army Corps.
That is an incredible number. And we're talking about relatively small forms of transportation, aren't we, Colonel?
So it's not only logistics. It's maybe 70% of all the tasks, it will be logistics. It will be transportation of casualties, of ammo, and 30% it will be kind of new. It will be drones with machine guns, taking a part in offenses, in some tasks that were always only for infantry. And one of the plan of General Biletsky is to substitute 30% of infantry till the end of 2026 by unmanned ground vehicles. So we will save more lives of our soldiers, and we will open a new domain of this warfare.
One of my favorite films is, I think, there's a Terminator, The Rise of the Machines. And I just keep thinking that what we're seeing now in this war is the rise of the machines and the removal of human beings from the battlefield. Is that too simplistic?
So maybe in AI and maybe in a few years. But when we're talking about usual offenses or defense operations, so the key, it's a human, it's a soldier, it's a commander who is responsible for some area. And decision making, it's people. Maintenance, it's people. And going through this technological circle, and now warfare are changing. Every 4 months, we have something new on our front line. It's also obligation of some officer, sergeant, or infantryman. And when you see some successes, also not talking not only about UGVs, but like deep strikes, it's always some Ukrainian who planned well and clearly understands what he's doing. This is our force. We have most keen expertise in modern warfare.
You do.
Only us and Russians.
Yeah, it seems to me there's two nations rewriting the rules of war. One wants to destroy the West and NATO, and the other one wants to defend it. So thank you very much indeed for what you're doing. We are running a little bit short of time because we're going to bring in General Zaluzhny in a few minutes. So we've got about 7 minutes left, and so I just want to have a sort of 2-minute answer from my incredibly distinguished and very thoughtful panelists on what the West can learn about the changing nature of force on the battlefield. And again, I'd like to start with you, Senator. What do you think that when you go back to your Armed Services Committee, what do you tell people about the Ukraine war?
Well, I think one thing we always have to be careful of is learning the wrong lesson from the last conflict. There's certainly a lot of lessons we're going to take forward, but we also can't assume that another conflict with another great power would be exactly like this one. There are things that will change dramatically because of this war. And I think we can apply some of those lessons to a conflict in the Western Pacific if we were ever to get into one with China. By the way, I do not believe that that's inevitable, and we should do everything we can to avoid it. But there are certainly a bunch of lessons we can learn here. But we also have to understand that there are other challenges. We have to, in the Western Pacific up against China, we have to be able to penetrate what we call this A2 AD bubble. The access of getting into that space with systems that are very high-end, low observable airplanes, missile systems, much longer range, air-to-air missile systems, surface-to-surface systems. But the drone technology that's coming off the battlefield here is going to be applicable going forward in any kind of ground combat. I'd say by far that, along with what I said in my remarks about the innovation cycle and how fast we have to change, those will be lessons that we will take to whatever the next conflict is.
That's fascinating, thank you. I was going to be cheeky and say if you're interested in long-range, low signature, Tripillion may have some long-range strike gliders to sell you, but that's a conversation for another time. Major, what are the lessons that you think the West should be learning from your example? And I'm not just talking about, I take into account, almost take for granted, the extraordinary bravery and integrity and creativity of your girls and guys. But what are the critical lessons that NATO states, especially ones in Europe, should be taking from you?
Окрім того, що Росії і Путіну не можна вірити ніколи. Тобто це дуже важливий урок. І Якщо згадати, скільки разів представники путінського режиму говорили, що не збираються нападати на Україну, і згадати, як вони сьогодні повторюють, що не збираються нападати на Європу, то можна провести певні аналогії, але вірити не можна. Безпека – це не даність, над нею треба постійно працювати. І як тільки ти подумав, що у тебе є безпека і далі можна займатися іншими справами, ти починаєш програвати. Це важливий урок для Заходу, зокрема для Європи. Ми сьогодні багато про європейську спільноту говоримо. І ви згадали про мужню боротьбу українців, це правда. І це також урок і інструмент. Готовність боротись за свободу гарантує виживання і ефективну боротьбу і протидію навіть сильному ворогу, сильному не лише з точки зору кількості і розміру економіки. Диктатури, як правило, не дуже великі за економікою. Але їхня сила полягає в тому, що вони готові вбивати і готові відправляти на смерть власних солдат. Сила вільних країн, оборонних демократій, які готові зберігати свободу і боротись за неї, власне, в готовності боротись. І сьогодні велике питання до всього вільного світу. Чи він готовий боротись? Українці готові і готові боротись як частина вільного світу.
Okay, that's an incredibly good answer. And I have to say, one of the things that is underestimated in debates about tactics and new tech and new missile systems is actually will, and the role of will and determination from commanders, from soldiers, from civilian society. And that will to fight and will to defend yourself is clearly evident from the very beginning of this war and was underestimated absolutely by the West. Colonel, just to wrap up before we bring in General Zaluzhny, so imagine that you have an audience of NATO generals here who are keen to learn the lessons of Ukraine. What are you going to be what are you going to be saying that the critical lessons about the use of force are in this country?
So we started in 2014 learning from you, American generals, American army. And the best lessons that we implemented now in our warfare, it's about command and control, about mission command. And we learned it from NATO and from US. Like sergeant line, it doesn't exist in the Soviet army, but it exists in Third Army Corps. Training. And now in most keen warfare, we can share something new for you.
Absolutely.
And it's not only technologies, it's new ways that how we operating with people, with our people, how we defend it. And what is high-value target now? It's a pilot. It's some youngster that are more successful than you in gaming, but it may be a killer in the proper hands, or like successful person as an infantryman. So if you want to learn something new, go to the Third Army Corps and like from new levels of command and control till operating with unmanned ground vehicles, with electronic warfare, with interceptors as a small air defense. It's a new era of warfare, and our allies will face it in new stages of
One of the most fascinating, by the way, because our panel was sort of rejigged for various time-wise, we're just going to keep on going until either General Zaluzhny appears above our heads like some sort of avenging angel, or until I get a nod or I get people sort of saying that we need to wrap up. So we're just going to carry on until we get a video or we get told to not carry on any longer. Just talking about, again, what you say is that you're stressing really traditional things that Western armies, Western soldiers take for granted. And one of those was planning. I am staggered by how bad Soviet-era military planning was and how lackadaisical, how weak it was, and how even now the Russians are willing to send men and occasionally women to their deaths on a daily basis, going down exactly the same routes, exactly the same pathways to lines of contact, which is truly extraordinary. And it is absolutely one of the things that has struck me. And do you want to come in on that, Senator?
Yes.
I'm just going to make one other point before that. One of the most fascinating days I spent with units here, I was in Hatia's ops room in Kharkiv. And when I was in the British Army in the ISIS campaign, there were like 6 screens in an ops room, and that was sophisticated. When we went into a USSF ops room, there may have been a dozen. I walk into the Hatia ops room, the operations room, from which is like the brain of the regiment and the unit and all the stuff they're doing. I counted 73 drone feeds in one ops room. It was a revelatory moment for me, thinking, my God, this is the future of warfare. Senator.
You say you were surprised by,
Totally.
with the Russians, by how incompetent, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was not that surprised, and I'll tell you why. I spent 15 years working with Russian cosmonauts. Some of these folks I was very close with. We were good friends. It took me about 5 years to understand what motivated these individuals, and I'm talking about dozens of people that I knew well. What motivated them when they went to work every day? I think as Ukrainians, as Americans, as Brits, we're often motivated by mission success. You want the organization you work for to be successful. You want your country to be successful. You want the British Army to be successful. I want the US Navy to be successful. I want NASA to be successful. That wasn't my experience with the Russian cosmonauts I worked with. And let me tell you what I think motivated them. I think at the top of the list was they really cared about the appearance that they were in charge of something. Now, whether they were really actually in charge of it or not didn't really matter so much, but the appearance that they were in charge was at the top of the list, not mission success. Mission success wasn't even number 2. Number 2 on the list, I would say, would be something like, do they know who to blame when something goes wrong? Like placing blame. In the Mission Control Center outside of Moscow for the Russians, they have a position in their Mission Control Center which is called the mistakes officer. And when a Russian cosmonaut makes a mistake, they keep track of it and they take money out of their pay. This is somebody risking their country in space. So then I would say the third thing, again, even before mission success, is what am I going to steal from my employee today? And we would talk about that. They were very open about this. And apparently, somebody in here could correct me if I'm wrong about this, but there's like a saying in Russian that if you didn't steal something at work that day, you did not have a good day. So that's part of their problem. Because for us, and I think everybody in this room here, mission success is it's the thing that matters more than anything else. And for the Russians I worked with, it might have been number 4 on the list.
Okay. And that's fascinating. I'm tempted to say that, look, having come from the British political world, which is a pretty depressing place right now, I'm tempted to say I think we need a mistakes office high up in British politics and maybe in Parliament. I'm going to ask you just to follow up on the Senator's fascinating remarks. Can either of you, and I'm going to start with you, Colonel, and then come to you, Andre, why do Russian generals send their troops down the same routes to the front line, but also routes to the death every day, because you hit them in exactly the same places day in, day out? And when I was with Achilles and spent some time with this great Ukrainian drone unit called Achilles, I literally had their ops officers saying to me, really, what the Russians did, they were exasperated with their enemy because they were just killing the same Russian soldiers in the same places day in, day out. Why?
So firstly, I don't want to talk about Russian as a weak side. So it's one of the greatest oppositions for us. It's one of the greatest enemy, having so many possibilities to destroy our country. And secondly, they don't have any choice. You should deliver for Putin some result. And when you see this situation from Ukrainian side, you having some task as a military, usually you will diversify this task amongst your militaries. You will hear other officers before you will make a decision. And Soviet system more strict, and it's a problem for them. But as I said, you should deliver something for your leader, and if technology is on our side as UGVs, heavy drones, you have like leadership as a Russia only in fiber optics.
Yep.
So it will be a huge problem for your infantry.
Yep. Okay, so Major Andre, let's reverse this around a little bit, because look, as we all know, one of the first things you should learn as a soldier, as a serviceman or woman in the service of your country, is not to underestimate your enemies. So what do you think are the Russian strengths? Is it in the mass production of drones and now Shahed? Is it in the will of their leader, who is still willing to commit tens of thousands of men to their deaths on an almost monthly basis? If you were assessing what the Russian strengths are now, what would you say about them?
Сильні сторони ворога, безумовно, можна розділити на декілька категорій. Якщо ми говоримо про технологічну складову, то так, великі запаси іще радянського озброєння, яке придатне для модернізації, модифікації, і виробнича база, яка працює і розгортається. Балістика виробляється, ракетне озброєння, яке летить по наших містах, це ми свідки цього буквально в щоденному режимі. Сильні сторони ворога – це союзники, які готові не лише говорити, готові не лише платити, а готові допомагати зброєю, вбивчою зброєю, мільйони боєприпасів від Північної Кореї. Яскраве тому підтверджене, як і, власне, північнокорейські солдати на полі бою. Союзники, які передають важливі технології, і справді на певному етапі технології дронів і так звані шахеди, а тепер герані, відіграли для Путіна важливу роль. І якщо ми говоримо, окрім технологічної складової, хоча ворог вчиться, ворог постійно вдосконалюється, ворог намагається вивчати український досвід і копіювати досвід українських підрозділів, і управління, і застосування безпілотних систем, і наземних, і в повітрі, і в морі. Тобто це там, де він наздоганяє, але він не стоїть на місці. Безумовно, це робота спецслужб. І весь той досвід Радянського Союзу, досвід, який був під час Холодної війни, режим Путіна використовує і збільшує, і масштабує. Він не шкодує ресурсів на різноманітну силу, від м'якої до жорсткої, від брудної агентурної роботи до активізації агентів впливу, використання спорту, літератури, будь-чого для просування наративів власного режиму руського міра і для руйнування наративів Заходу, демократії, свободи і єдності в лавах вільного світу і демократичного світу. Але є ще переваги, які для представників вільних країн, демократичних країн не можуть бути перевагами. Це покірність і готовність вмирати і виконувати злочинні і безглузді накази. Режим Путіна готовий витрачати в день 1000 і більше життів власних громадян на виконання абсолютно безглуздих цілей. Уявити собі подібний підхід з боку Сполучених Штатів, з боку Франції, Британії, Німеччини просто неможливо. Як неможливо уявити такий підхід і з боку України. Саме тому один з важливих аргументів, чому розвиваються безпілотні системи, це не лише намагання знищити якомога більше кількості ворога і окупантів, так, але врятувати життя українських захисників, українських цивільних, оборонців, піхотинців. І те, що колега говорив як про амбітну ціль заміщення особового складу власне роботизованими системами, це говорить про намагання врятувати життя наших громадян, а не списати і утилізувати і відправити на місні штурми, як робить ворог в щоденному режимі. Саме для цього він також залучає і найманців, продовжує рекрутинг в країнах глобального півдня, країнах Африки. Саме для цього він силою, брехнею, а іноді просто грошима мотивує і продовжує рекрутинг власних громадян різних категорій. Готовність вмирати, готовність бути покірними, готовність слухати вождя – це, безумовно, мінус для вільних країн і вільних народів. Але Путін використовує це для себе як плюс. Розуміючи це, ми повинні вибудовувати і протидію цьому з точки зору стійкості, єдності. І так, ми не маємо права перетворитись на ту саму автократію, закриту систему, яка нехтує людськими життями. Ніцше говорив, що якщо довго дивитись на безодню, то безодня починає дивитись на тебе. Українці довго дивляться на російську безодню. І це понад 12 років цієї війни, понад 4 роки повномасштабної війни. І, на жаль, десятки років радянської окупації, сотні років російської окупації в цілому. Але ми витримали і так і не стали цією безоднею. І саме за це Путін нас і ненавидить. А тепер треба, щоб цією безоднею не став вільний світ.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Andre. Senator, okay, I'm actually trying to write a new ground warfare doctrine myself because I'm really interested in it. It's sort of, extension of what I was doing in my academic life. Are you worried about the US not understanding and NATO not understanding the new ground warfare doctrine that is going to come out of mass cheap drones? I'm not saying that's the be-all and end-all of battle, because as you say yourself, you need very high-tech as well. And does it concern you that the Chinese are now effectively supplying all the Shahed, pretty much all the Shahed parts, and the Russians are now building thousands of these a week rather than dozens or low hundreds, and we're seeing that in the impact and the attacks that are now mounting. So are we worried about China? Are we worried about the lack of doctrine and the lack of understanding about the new way of war that we're seeing here?
Well, we're always worried about China from many different perspectives. The size of their economy, not growing as fast as we had once anticipated. Seems like we will be the larger economy for an extended period of time. Concerned about their capability of their military, whether it's their ability to build something like a Shahed drone, but more so, some of their longer range systems, proliferated systems in space, command and control from space. Some of these seem to be able to match our own capabilities now. Some are even beyond. I think it's fair to say they have made some serious advancements, that some of which are challenging our own ability to do certain things.
In which areas?
I would say like hypersonic, hypersonic glide vehicles, something we've done for a long period of time, but not applied it to military technology.
Okay.
Space shuttle, the thing I used to fly.
Yeah.
It's a hypersonic glide vehicle. It can get control downrange and cross range during re-entry. A weapon that's a hypersonic glide vehicle is much more unpredictable than a ballistic missile, so it's more challenging to defeat. So we've got those challenges, and here's where I really get worried. The Chinese are going to be able to now and into the future build more airplanes, missiles, missile systems, satellites. They're having issues deploying a lot of satellites because they can't get their first stage of the rocket back and reuse it like we can with SpaceX. But they can produce a lot of combat power from their industry. And we weren't going to be able to keep up. But you know where we can stay ahead? Is because we had allies. Yeah. We had friends that would come to our defense. And those alliances, when it comes to our national security and the national security of our friends and neighbors, is so critical. It is by far the most critical thing. And when those alliances get weaker, we are all less safe.
Yeah, here. I Totally agree with that. Thank you, Senator. Right, I think we've got to have General Zaluzhny in a couple of minutes. I'm delighted that he's been running late because, to be honest, I'm loving the conversation. I hope you're enjoying it as well. Colonel, I'm going to come to you for a final question before I think the General appears above our heads. So, Colonel, when it comes to Russian warfare, how important is the information and propaganda and cognitive element, either in the strategic space, so attacking civilian audiences, and like doing information campaigns whenever, for example, the Russians bomb a recruitment center. But do you also see it at the operational and tactical level on the front line? How are you seeing Russian attempts to manipulate the psychology and, of your soldiers and the cognitive battle, or are you not really seeing that?
As an army and a nation, I think we're now pretty successful in beating all the activities of Russian propaganda now on tactical and operational level. It was not so easy in early full-scale invasion. We had friendly fire in Kiev region because of some informational operations. We have misunderstood and we have so many people confused. But Putin helped us, and now everyone who's on this part, unoccupied Ukraine, are resilient to any activities Russia has against us.
Yes.
Talking about military units is also strong resilience against any activity from Russian side.
Fantastic, Colonel. Thank you so much. Right, I think we have General Zaluzhny. General Valeri, can you hear and see us? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks.
Fantastic. I feel that because you're on the screen behind us, I feel that you're staring at my bald patch and overlooking the audience. It's very nice to see you again. I hope you're keeping well. I think Brooks and I came over about 2 or 3 weeks ago to chat with you. We've been having a really fascinating conversation with the major senator here, Senator Kelly from Arizona, and also the colonel here, about the changing nature of warfare and how military force is used in different ways. And Ukraine has been, in part, an example of a new form of war. Would you just like to talk us through, because I've talked to you about this in the past, and you have some incredibly fascinating and important insights from your own experiences leading the armed forces of Ukraine. Would you like to talk to us about how you believe that warfare is changing and what Ukraine is teaching others about the new nature of warfare? Thank you.
Дякую всім за запрошення. Доброго дня. Дійсно, на сьогоднішній день це дуже важлива подія. Саме сьогодні, коли трансформація світового порядку, що розпочалася в 2007 році, після оголошення Росією своїх намірів та як наслідок повернення великомасштабних конфліктів на територію Європи та безпрецедентної для 21-го століття загрози не тільки державному суверенітету України, а і безпосередньо виживання українців як нації, ця трансформація вплинула і продовжує впливати на економічну, політичну, соціальну ситуацію, міграційні процеси не тільки в Європі, а у всьому світі. Це тому, що економіка, яка є результатом політики держав, є глобальною. А тому, як результат, усі ці впливи для всіх учасників такої війни з часом, який, до речі, був втрачений для закінчення цієї війни, що характерно як для активних і для тих, хто залучений до цієї війни опосередковано, оці події носять лише деструктивний характер, за знаками майбутньої глобальної економічної кризи і навіть розгортання ще більш масштабної світової війни. Цього потрібно уникнути. Я маю на увазі глобальної економічної кризи і наступної глобальної війни. Уникнути сьогодні можливо лише через закінчення цієї війни. І хоч ситуація дуже характерна ситуацією перед Першою світовою війною, яку Генрі Кіссінджер охарактеризував так: виникла криза, з якої ніхто не хотів виходити добровільно. Все ж саме закінчення війни та паралельне переформатування глобальної і регіональних безпек є шансом саме на сьогоднішній день. Бо старі системи остаточно втратили свою здатність як запобігати, так і захищати. Тоді, якщо вважати, що закінчення Великої війни в центрі Європи є шансом для уникнення наступної глобальної війни, то формування нових архітектур безпеки, як регіональних, так і глобальних, є актом визначення дати початку наступного катаклізму. Простіше кажучи, створення таких систем і їх дієвість визначать майбутній розвиток земної кулі. Наскільки довго, якраз і буде залежати від дієвості таких систем. І тому я дуже сподіваюся, що наступна конференція з відбудови України розпочнеться саме з оголошення того, у якому безпековому форматі буде відбуватися ця відбудова. Бо і Мюнхен, і Давос цього не зробили. За таких умов пошук альянсів і довгострокових союзів у регіональній і світовій безпеці є пріоритетним завданням для України саме зараз. Для нас це умова не лише виживання, а й довгострокового миру і нашого майбутнього. Тоді виникає питання: якщо необхідність створення нової архітектури безпеки у Європі є очевидною і майже передбачуваною, то чи очевидним для України є формування такого безпекового середовища у Азово-Чорноморському регіоні, де фактично рівень загроз для нас не лише залишається стабільним, а й має свої особливості, хоча б через різноманіття прибережних держав і наявності у них своїх інтересів і суперечностей. Отже, якщо політичний, економічний і військовий вимірі європейського простору очевидні, хоч, якщо правду сказати, зараз і важко досяжні, ситуація в Азово-Чорноморському регіоні виглядає складнішою через цілий ряд викликів і загроз і буде потребувати складної роботи щодо формування майбутнього держави Україна у цьому регіоні. По-перше, Азово-Чорноморський регіон охоплює різноманітні прибережні держави. Це ті, що мають берегову лінію Чорного моря, суміжні регіони та різноманітні міжнародні об'єднання. Наприклад, окрім Росії, до таких держав належать 3 країни-члени НАТО – Болгарія, Румунія та Туреччина. Серед цих країн-членів НАТО Румунія та Болгарія також є членами Європейського Союзу. Туреччина, Україна та Грузія не є членами Європейського Союзу та, відповідно, мають різні перспективи до вступу до цієї організації. Ймовірно, у складі Чорноморського регіону можна також розглядати Молдову і ще одного кандидата на вступ до Європейського Союзу. А отже, Чорне море є ще однією зоною протистояння Росії із Заходу, де Росія, до речі, до початку війни в Україні досягла дуже і дуже значних успіхів. Яскравим прикладом для цього є Середземномор'я. Протягом останнього десятиліття посилення участі Росії до подій в Сирії ознаменувало значне розширення її присутності в Середземному морі та забезпечило доступ саме до цього моря. Логічно, до того часу, поки Україна не обмежила потуги Росії, вона вже створила виклик європейській безпеці як із східного, так і вже із південного флангів. При цьому важливо розуміти, що саме Чорноморський флот Російської Федерації є логістичною та стратегічною основою для розгортання такої можливості поза Чорноморським регіоном. Тоді які ж стратегічні інтереси альянсів і союзів є серед літеральних держав? Та які загрози і виклики безпеки є сьогодні в цьому регіоні? Я для простоти об'єднав їх у 7 основних. Звісно, зі мною можна сперечатися. Я не є класичним українським експертом, бо мій саме практичний досвід та постійне перебування на державній службі заважає завжди цьому. Отже, на мою думку, перше, попри очевидну активність Росії з одного боку і фактичне розширення НАТО за рахунок прибережних держав, досі відсутня стратегія НАТО щодо Чорного моря. Хоча ж очевидно, що стратегічно важливість Чорного моря для Альянсу більше не викликає ніяких сумнівів. Головна помилка в тому, що продовжуючи історично відноситись до Чорного моря як до внутрішнього озера Росії, НАТО фактично з одного боку дає можливість розширювати бойові можливості Росії, що мали з 2000 року безпрецедентні форми. І фактично дозволяло створювати осередки нестабільності в тому ж Східному Середземномор'ї, на Балкан. Чим це закінчилося в Сирії, нам відомо. Проте доля військових баз, у тому числі морських, залишається невідомою. Ця доля поза стратегією НАТО. якої просто не існує. У той час, коли НАТО в цьому регіоні просувала політику не стримувань та оборони, а співпраці і діалогу, Росія продовжила розглядати і буде розглядати Альянс як головну загрозу своєї національної безпеці. Усе це в межах старого світового порядку розв'язує руки Росії щодо експансії не тільки Північного Кавказу, а й таких країн, як Україна та, наприклад, Молдова. Україна буде завжди пам'ятати, що Росія обов'язково скористається будь-якою можливістю відсутності рівноваги, щоб знову відновити свої бойові можливості саме для експансії, чи то економічної через блокування шляхів і логістики, чи то військової. Друге, у травні 2025 року, після довгого стратегічного нехтування цим регіоном, Європейський Союз представив свою стратегію щодо Чорного моря. Попри традиційно заявлені амбітні цілі, ця стратегія в сучасних умовах, до речі, як і презентована в тому ж році, Біла книга 2030 залишається декларативною і недієвою, а отже лише підбадьорює Росію до більш активних дій і демонстрації своєї спроможності. Як в ситуації з Балтійським морем, будь-яка рішучість, не підкріплена практичними кроками, не зупиняє Росію. Без створення органу з реальними повноваженнями впливу та без реального механізму реагування такі ініціативи завжди будуть мати лише декларативний характер. Сьогодні лише одне питання захисту критичної морської інфраструктури буде потребувати не лише значних коштів, а й часу для запровадження в життя. Приклад війни в Ірані все ще доступний, так само, як і наш досвід. Та й минула ніч у Румунії. Наша навіть головна ідея створення Чорноморського центру морської безпеки залишається поки що нереалізованим. Наприклад, не визначено місце його знаходження, та хоча б якісь умовні механізми, за допомогою яких раннє попередження приведе до своєчасних і надійних дій. Отже, фактично, хоча Європейський Союз і розширився, і буде розширятися через країни, що мають вихід до Чорного моря, а головне має прагнення розширити свою торгівлю з Африкою, Близьким Сходом, саме через Чорне море. Реальною стратегією захисту та просування своїх інтересів, як і бачення європейської безпеки, це об'єднання ще не сформувало. Усе це повністю задовольняє Росію, яка саме й проводила політику запобігання інтеграції Азово-Чорноморського регіону в європейський та західний простір. А крім того, за класичною схемою, через необхідність здешевлення енергетичних ресурсів та бажання розширити власні ринки збуту, у майбутньому дехто, звісно, прийде до питання, а як відновити взаємодію з Росією після завершення війни з Україною? Це може привести до нових розколів у євроатлантичній спільноті, послаблюючи її довгострокову стратегічну злагодженість, у тому числі в цьому регіоні. Проте разом з тим, сьогодні, постійне відчуття загрози від Росії зараз все ще сприяє широкому розумінню усіх прибережних держав на користь членства в НАТО та Європейському Союзу. Бо саме відчуття залишитись на самоті проти Росії, як у випадку України, і бути поза регіональним порядком в Чорному морі, безпосередньо впливи на внутрішній порядок у таких країнах і на їхню геополітичну ідентичність. Третє. Ведучи мову про позарегіональних гравців і їх вплив на регіон, звісно, слід згадати Туреччину, яка є і історичним, і географічним гарантом саме дотримання нелітеральної політики, яка передбачає утримання позарегіональних акторів, включаючи країни НАТО по відношенню до Чорного та Азовського морів. Саме через суворе дотримання Туреччиною конвенції Монтре та блокування руху військових кораблів через протоку Босфор під час війни це завадило Росії посилити свій флот та обмежило її наступальні і ударні спроможності. Саме зараз у ситуації, що склалася, особливо з послабленням військової присутності у регіоні, найнебезпечніший виклик є у можливості повторного відкриття протоки для проходу російських військових кораблів. Бо саме припинення вогню і закінчення війни в Україні за відсутністю стратегій та реальних механізмів у НАТО та Європейському Союзі дасть Росії можливість вимагати від Туреччини повторного відкриття проток і, відповідно, відновлення своєї могутності у цьому регіоні. Якнайшвидше Росія матиме можливість відновити контроль над торгівельними потоками, що, звісно, буде загрожувати життєдіяльності України, а згодом відновити свою військово-морську міць у Чорному морі та підготуватися до наступного етапу конфлікту. Ось саме тому це має бути врахованим не тільки при формуванні параметрів припинення мирної угоди, а й подальших кроків у формуванні правил гри у цьому регіоні. Тому, ймовірно, як розвиватимуться відносини між Туреччиною та Україною, Туреччиною та Заходом, Туреччиною та Росією в Чорному морі матиме визначний вплив на формування регіонального геополітичного порядку. Четверте, попри очевидні зусилля Росії та Туреччини з обмежу доступу до цих морів для нелітеральних об'єктів, можна з певністю констатувати, що вплив позарегіонального гравця, а саме Китаю, вже є очевидним і беззаперечним. І дійсно, є сьогодні як не загрозою, то точно викликом, з яким необхідно рахуватися усім суб'єктам цього регіону. Китай поступово та обережно розширює свою присутність у Чорноморському регіоні. Традиційно саме економічний вплив Китаю неухильно зростає і загалом вітається державами регіону через свою привабливість. А такий очевидний інтерес держав Чорного моря до потенціалу китайської економічної співпраці може привести до зовсім іншого геополітичного утворення в регіоні, який врешті-решт змусить переглянути роль усіх суб'єктів регіону. Мало ймовірно, що це може викликати конкуренцію і напруженість в регіоні, про це точно. Спочатку принесе втрату критичної інфраструктури, а згодом фундаментальних союзників і інституцій. Для України важливо пам'ятати, що саме завдяки Китаю Росія все ще має можливість вбивати українців та підтримати власну економіку в обхід санкційного тиску все тих же суб'єктів цього регіону. Шосте. Чи не головним дестабілізуючим чинником у регіоні залишається Росія і її прагнення домінувати в Чорному морі? Для Росії Чорне море не просто природна сфера впливу та домінування. Це стратегічна платформа, необхідна для її глобальних амбіцій далеко за межами цього регіону. При цьому як історичні і традиційні витоки такого прагнення залишаються зрозумілими, як і її військові дії, то саме її можливість до втручання у внутрішні справи причорноморських держав є абсолютною загрозою для формування безпекового середовища не лише в цьому регіоні. Таке її втручання спирається на практику добре налагодженого впливу на внутрішню політичну, інформаційну, економічну сферу, стратегічне маніпулювання соціальними, етнічними та економічними вразливостями, та головне – культивування та розвиток впливових місцевих посередників, чиї інтереси зберігаються з інтересами Росії. Навіть якщо ці посередники є явно непроросійськими. Ми це бачили і бачили таких в Україні. Найбільш небезпечним, як у випадку з Україною, є те, що залежно від обставин, втручання Росії може бути надто прихованим. Чи відбувається це прямо зараз в одній із країн регіону, мені особисто казати некоректно. Проте точно усе це було в Україні з відомими наслідками для нас. Сьоме, останнє. Усі ці процеси, що пов'язані зі здобуттям геополітичної суб'єктності та як наслідок здобуттям гарантованої безпеки неодмінно мають бути підкріплені саме можливостями сили і механізмами їх реалізації. Саме через це, чи не найсерйозніший виклик сьогодення, пов'язаний вже не лише із стрімким розвитком нових озброєнь і форм і способів їх застосування, але у тому, що ці сучасні технології стали доступними не лише для провідних морських держав, які, до речі, як і сухопутні гіганти, мало цікавляться цим процесом, а й для малих державних і навіть недержавних акторів, чи навіть таких як терористичні угруповання, повстанські формування, чи навіть кримінальні елементи. В Азово-Чорноморському регіоні це, безумовно, Україна, яка не тільки вже має такий арсенал і досвід застосування, а й невпинно розвиває свої можливості. Війна в Україні та не тільки продемонструвала руйнівну силу відносно дешевих морських та повітряних дронів. Її головна спроможність полягає не лише у руйнівній силі, а у перевантаженні і швидкому виснаженні систем протиповітряної оборони та систем протидронової оборони, як великих бойових кораблів, так і систем захисту портової інфраструктури. Як і у небі, на морі вартість морського дрону в сотні разів менша за вартість ракети-перехоплювача. і в 1000 разів менша за вартість ураженого судна, що створює проблему економічного виснаження. Так, сьогодні ці системи перебувають у стадії швидкого розвитку, виявляючи як переваги, так і недоліки. Проте очевидно, що з часом усе це спонукає до перегляду фундаментальних основ операцій на морі. Отже, якщо основою глобальної економіки сьогодні залишаються морські шляхи, якими транспортується близько 90% усіх товарів, та портова інфраструктура, що її забезпечує, тоді очевидно, що їхня безпека є прямим стратегічним пріоритетом будь-якої морської держави і опосередкованим інтересом для решти держав. Очевидний висновок, що безпека в Чорному морі, да й у всьому Азово-Чорноморському регіоні, буде залежати від побудови реальної противаги викликам та загрозам, основний з яких є унеможливлення домінування Росії в цьому регіоні. Враховуючи наявність Чорноморського узбережжя та унікального досвіду застосування технологій у сучасній війні, а також прагнення України до демократичних перетворень, неможливо створити надійну противагу Росії в Чорному морі без України. При цьому участь України в формуванні майбутнього безпекового простору в регіоні можлива лише через участь у політичному та безпековому об'єднанні. Що цікаво, як це зробити і чи потрібна це нам, залежить тільки від нас і нашого бажання створювати майбутнє для наших дітей, а значить і для України. Дякую вам за увагу.
General Verrilli, thank you so much indeed for that. Right, we've got about 8 minutes left. For once, the clock in the corner is telling the right time, which is excellent. So I'm going to ask for a 90-second comment from the rest of the panel. I don't know if you're still with us or not, or if you've gone. But in the wrapping up that we have, okay, so a quick question to all three of our panelists here. In the next 6 months, in the next 12 months, what do you think are going to be the new measures of force, the new weapons, or the new technology that will change existing weapons that we should be looking out for here in this war, potentially to affect others? So what should we be looking out for? Senator, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I mean, it's clear to me that it's how much artificial intelligence is integrated into these systems, especially with regards to decision making, picking targets, deciding whether or not to kill the target. It's something we're starting to try to deal with back in Washington with regards to our own defense budget and how we address this issue within the U.S. Department of Defense.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Major Andre, what's going to happen on the battlefield that we should be knowledgeable about, and what are the new tech or the new weapons are going to be in the next 6 to 12 months?
Продовження стрімкого розвитку безпілотних роботизованих систем і, власне, як і механізмів протидії таким системам. Це означає, що війна дронів і змагання дронів між Україною і російськими загарбниками буде продовжуватись, як і пошуки антидронових механізмів. Безумовно, штучний інтелект. І ви згадували сьогодні про монітори, ви згадували про стрім. Це все база, унікальна база, на якій українські фахівці, українські програми, українські агенти штучного інтелекту вчаться. І сьогодні найбільша кількість такого матеріалу для навчання і формування нових програм саме в Україні. І цей український досвід буде стрімко розвиватись. І Україна готова ділитися таким досвідом з партнерами, з друзями, з союзниками, з усіма, хто допомагає протидіяти російським загарбникам. І це стосується всього спектру нашого досвіду. Не ми його обирали, але Україна отримала такий досвід. Безумовно, дезінформація, когнітивна війна і дезінформація, кампанії, спеціальні психологічні інформаційні операції, які ворог буде застосовувати масово проти України і українців, як на нашій території, так і в світі. І те, що ми нещодавно спостерігали, цинічні заяви, зокрема, про удари, які готуються по нашим містам мирним. Це заяви сьогодні, попри те, що понад 4 роки повномасштабного вторгнення, масовані ракетно-дронові комбіновані удари йдуть по цивільній інфраструктурі, по містах, по Одесі, по Києву, по інших містах, Харкову, Дніпру і багатьох-багатьох. Жертви, вбивства, знищення, воєнні злочини, але заява про цей анонс прозвучала лише сьогодні. Таких маніпуляцій, таких псевдозаяв і інсценувань буде дуже і дуже багато найближчим часом. Але переконані, що українська стійкість витримає і це, і разом із стійкістю наших партнерів і проукраїнської демократичної коаліції вільного світу.
Andrew, thank you so much. Major Andrew, thank you so much indeed for that. And the final words in the next couple of minutes, if you could, Colonel. What do you think on the front line, what you're seeing in the third assault is experiencing at the moment when you're in your ops room, when you're doing longer term planning, not necessarily for the next month, but for the next 6 months, when you're thinking about innovation, as I know that you guys in many of the best Ukrainian regiments are absolutely doing, because you're ahead of the planning cycle, you're ahead of the training cycle in a way that makes the Russians look medieval. What are you worrying about? Is it more fiber optics? Is it longer range for the fiber optics? Is it the Russians aligning Orlan and Lancet, these swarm and reconnaissance drones in greater numbers? What keeps you awake at night when you're worrying about the new elements of this warfare, or indeed excites you because it's your chance to take territory back?
Thank you for your question. So, firstly, it will be 3 things. First one, it's a year of UGVs. And in logistics, in offenses, you will see more and more UGVs. You will see more offenses without infantry. Second, it's cheap middle strike. Okay. So now, where we have like more points against Russia in putting down their logistics from Crimea till Mariupol, and it's only about cheap middle strike. And third thing, it's our interceptors. Okay. When Shaheds, when we have like 800 Shaheds against us inside our country, interceptors will deal with it.
It's fascinating because you need the interceptors, A, to stop the physical damage, but also to stop the moral damage. And to protect your civilians. And just on the first point, just UGVs for people who are not knowledgeable, that is ground drones. So we're not talking about air drones, we're talking about ground drones conducting in combination with air drones, and obviously the communications technology between them. So you're seeing increasingly humans removed from the battlefield and machines doing more and more of the fighting.
In the area of responsibility of South Army Corps, totally.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Right, I've got 2 minutes to sum up. I just want to thank everyone here for being here. And for those of you who aren't Ukrainian, thank you for making the journey to Odessa. And for those Ukrainians in the audience, thank you so much indeed for being here. I feel very privileged because I think we've had a genuinely wonderful conversation. We've had some truly great men we've been hearing from. Not only General Zaluzhny, who is led the Ukrainian army, is now in London. Hopefully I'm going to be seeing him. I think there's a Brave One investment event on Tuesday, and I think I'm pitching to a whole load of London-based bankers. I'm looking forward to that. But starting over on my right, Major Andrei represents one of the most remarkable organizations pretty much in the world. For anyone who knows Ukrainian military intelligence, it's not like military intelligence in the West. It's more like an old-school World War II special operations force. They're marked by bravery, creativity, and a willingness to sort of, to use that boring old expression, think outside the box. And when I was in the military, my nickname was Crazy Bob, because I tried to do the same within the confines of the British military. So it's a pleasure to have Major Andrei here. It's a pleasure also to have the Colonel here, Colonel Vladislav. Thank you so much indeed, because the 3rd Army Assault is one of the most extraordinary conventional units that the Ukrainians have, and one of the most unique and extraordinary conventional military units in the world. And I say conventional, I don't mean it's conventional in its thinking, because so much of its work is groundbreaking as well. But they're approaching it from more a traditional infantry point of view. So it's fascinating listening to these guys and explain what modern warfare is going to look like. And finally, Senator, I'm so grateful that you're here, Senator. Thank you so much indeed for bringing your phenomenal experience I'm probably speaking out of turn, but if you're ever going to run for US president, I want to be there to help you. And I'm doing it for two reasons. One, because I think the US needs great leadership again. And secondly, because when I was serving in Iraq, I decided I really like dry heat. And once you've had 2 months of a really miserable British winter, anything in Arizona sounds like a lot of fun. So count me in. So thank you so much indeed for being here. And would you please thank our amazing guests for giving us really fantastic talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this substantive conversation. Thank you to the moderator and all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. And our next keynote brings to the stage a voice that has shaped the global conversation on private security, modern warfare, and the future of military operations for more than 2 decades. Please welcome to the stage Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater, chairman of Swarmer, defense sector investor.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real honor to be here. I've been a fan of Ukrainian defense technology for a long time. In fact, I tried to buy Motorzich before the invasion in 2022. I've been a fan of the grit and the tenacity and the innovation shown by Ukrainians who rose up and really defended their country. I think one of the greatest things the government did early on is open the armories. And it seems an armed people is a free people. And it really, it truly democratized the defense of their country. As I look at how the acceleration of and the cheapening of precision drone strikes, whether it's in air, maritime, or ground, has truly transformed war. It's transforming it at a rate that the rest of the world is vastly behind. And risks being left in a stage of irrelevance, almost to the point of an era of gunpowder and muskets versus bows and arrows. When it comes to procurement, the rest of Europe, the United States, has really not caught up. I would say the other great innovation that the Ukrainian government has done is on the procurement side, and that they've democratized procurement. When I love to hear of the command and control between all the different sectors, and they don't like to share information as to incoming targets sometimes, but that they're competing to figure out who adds the most value in the battle space is brilliant. And it really unlocks the innovation at the edge of battle where it really matters. And allowing procurement decisions to be made down to a brigade or even lower level is extraordinary. In the United States, when this war started, Ukraine was really left with a Soviet-era decision-making process, command structure, and organization of how they went to war. And by necessity, by pain, and by blood, that has truly transformed into being the most world-class, innovative system in the world, where you go from concept to prototype to battle proven in a matter of weeks or months, not years or decades, as we still see in the West. And so allowing that decision making down to the lowest level allows a lot of people to try a lot of things and to throw out bad ideas sooner instead of investing tens of billions of dollars on them. I would advocate, if the United States really wants to catch up, we need to get rid of our own congressionally mandated, very Soviet-style, very socialist acquisition system, and allow a SEAL team commander, a Special Forces group commander, a brigade or battalion commander in the Army, or a ship captain to get down to decision-making for the kind of systems they want to try and field and implement. And we also have to get away from an acquisition mentality that we're going to buy a system that's going to last for decades, and instead accept the fact that at the rate of technological progression, that system can't cost so much because it might only last for months or years. Now, there's two things a military commander does. They coordinate information and release energy. Move that ship from here to there, employ that battalion, or put that warhead on a forehead, right? Deliver precision energy onto the enemy. The cost of delivering energy in the West has gotten insanely too high. I remember early on when the war started, there was a lot of US systems being shipped into Ukraine. And a lot of those systems got shipped back because it, A, it didn't work, and B, extraordinarily expensive. I remember the analogy between a Javelin missile, which costs $150,000 per shot. It's a laser-guided anti-tank missile, goes a few kilometers. The command launch unit costs another $200,000. And the Ukrainian replacement for that was a $29,000 Stugna missile. And now you can do that same job with a $500 drone, which will get out to 15 kilometers. And with fiber, even in a 100% jammed environment. It is truly a democratization of precision strike. In the same way that in World War I, the Maxim machine gun ended the cavalry charge, now cheap drones, cheap delivery of precision weaponry, and a complete surveillance, a completely transparent battlefield has also made it very, very difficult to move any kind of armor, and it's made for a very static battlefield. Good for Ukraine, good for the country on the defense. That pendulum is going to swing back as more and more innovation comes in air defense and in making land systems, just like a chariot would have worked 2,000 years ago, or the cavalry, or the elephant. That pendulum will swing back. But that pendulum is probably going to be driven by the kind of innovation that you're seeing at the edge in Ukraine. I'm extremely proud that I was asked to become the chairman of Swarmer, which is the first Ukrainian company to be listed on the US stock market, on the NASDAQ. We had a fantastic IPO. The US market has reacted very positively to the kind of innovation that we see from Ukraine, and I'm here, headed up to Kiev, again to look and to interview companies and to figure out the right technology with the right entrepreneurs, to license it, to partner, and to bring that technology to even greater scale to help deliver the West low-cost energy. The other surplus of capability that Ukraine has is in hundreds of thousands of very capable veterans. And as hopefully this war winds down and you get to a peace settlement, you're going to have an enormous amount of veteran capability that can be employed elsewhere into peacekeeping, stability operations, and help transform the rest of the West into the kind of nimble, lean, very effective militaries instead of the very, I would say, calcified obesities that many of them are. And so please be careful as you draft, and you should draft, proper private military contractor type rules, the kind of policies. It's exceedingly dangerous, right? There's a lot of cartel interest in hiring that kind of talent. And of course, there's a lot of bad talent from Russians that you see sprinkling around Africa doing the same thing. So draft those laws carefully, but give your veterans a real chance to earn their money and to monetize that experience and help transform militaries. When as I see the U.S. weapons that get shipped here, and again, a lot of them go back in the boxes, it is a very telling case. The U.S. still has started to transform with the drone dominance program. You're starting to run competitions, but again, we have a very stratified process, and so does Europe. And I think the United States wants strong allies, but it doesn't want a protectorate. And it may not be the most popular thing to say. I'm glad President Trump at least stood up and pushed our allies to spend a requisite amount of defense. The U.S. has learned some painful lessons along the way. 13, 14 bases getting smashed by incoming cheap drones launched by the Iranians a lot of high dollar systems have not made sense in that battle space. I hope that the Iran crisis gets settled because, again, the idea of putting troops into Iran, trying to clear out the Straits of Hormuz is exceedingly dangerous. It has the makings of another Gallipoli, and we know how that went for the British Empire. Trying to take Larik Island or Keshim Island, the same dimensions as Iwo Jima and Okinawa, which cost tens of thousands of American lives, would be exceedingly dangerous. So the nature of warfare has truly changed. Ukraine is on that cutting edge. I wish things were happening faster, and that's a matter of politicians spending money properly and making sure the right tools get in the hands at the decision maker level, not at the political level. Please keep Swarmer in mind. We are growing. We are looking for the right technologies, and big fans of all that Ukraine has to offer. And we wish you well in the fight. And free people need to band together and to continue to defend. I have a lot of former Ukrainian professionals working with me now, and we expect that to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Creed, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the air raid alert is now all over the country. So if you feel yourself unsafe, please proceed to the shelter. We are monitoring the situation, and in case of real emergency, we will inform you, of course, but right now we don't want to interrupt our forum, and we'll continue work here on the main stage. And let's move on to the economy. Today, the economy is a question of really national security, of political influence, and of country's ability to decide its own future. And that is exactly why the states that know how to build a strong, flexible and modern economy are the ones who gain the chance not only to adapt to global crisis, but to set the rules of the game for others. So to open this conversation, I would like to invite to the stage a voice from the United States Congress, a leader whose work spans both the economic and the educational foundations of American competitiveness. So please welcome for the scene-setting remarks, Congressman Tim Walberg, Chair of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, U.S. House of Representatives.
Well, it's an honor to join you in Odessa for this important conversation. And I'm glad to be back in Ukraine with friends that I've enjoyed and benefited from during my numerous trips to Ukraine, this great country. I had the privilege of visiting Ukraine and Odessa in 2022, shortly after the war began, and relatively few weeks after we were told by major military leaders in the United States that if indeed Russia invaded Ukraine, though I say they invaded Ukraine in 2014, that they would roll over Ukraine in a matter of weeks, if not days. That hasn't taken place. I heard firsthand during that first trip as the first member of Congress to travel in Ukraine subsequent to the war beginning. I heard from Ukrainian citizens, from military personnel, from political leaders, how the Ukrainian people were defending their homes, their cities, their national identity, which was so important, against Russia's war of aggression. I traveled from Krakow into Lviv, began to hear those testimonies, those stories, and see the initial impacts of the Russian invasion. Then traveled on a night train to Kyiv, and then went to the surrounding areas where war had broken out around Kyiv at that time. The opportunity to see the awesome power of Ukrainian forces on Russian military tanks blown up, remains of Russian soldiers still left by their comrades on the ground. to stand at Hostomel Airfield and see the destruction, but also hear from the military I spoke with, as well as citizens, how the Russian people themselves kept crack troops of Russians from landing on that airfield and setting it up as the opportunity to fully invade and branch out in that war. And then to travel across the beautiful, beautiful, fertile grounds from Kyiv down to Odessa for my first time, shortly after the first missile had hit that apartment building, taking the life of a mother, infant daughter, and mother-in-law, while the husband had just left for a short period of time to go to the store before he came back. And to see that take place, and then the evening of that experience of going to meet with Odessan leadership, walk along the beautiful coastline, the shoreline, and then to spend the last part of my day in Odessa in a bomb shelter, singing along with Odessan musicians, Odessan folk songs. All of that brought to my attention the character of the citizens of Ukraine, of Odessa, and the Black Sea region. And that experience left an indelible impression in my mind as a member of Congress, going back and reporting what I had seen and heard and listened to in Ukraine. And so I'm glad to be back with you today to discuss the role of a country's economy and how it contributes to security. As the chairman of the House Education and Workforce Committee in the U.S. House, I'm a passionate believer that education is meant for the workforce, and a workforce that is educated can impact its country for centuries to come if we're willing to put the investment into that. Economies play a crucial role in the defense of a country. And though I believe and wish it was greater, one reason the U.S. has been able to provide assistance to Ukraine is thanks to our large and dynamic economy that can generate the resources needed to maintain our own readiness while also supporting our allies and partners. We've seen that most recently in the United States with Venezuela and Iran, what's going on there. Our long-term investments in national defense have enabled us to respond quickly, to provide direct aid, and to supply foreign military financing at moments when it's most needed. And I jump in here to say that I wish we would have been more rapid and full-throated with our own investments in Ukraine at the beginning of the war, as well as pushing our allies in Europe to do the same. But we are where we are, and so now we move on. Economies that are founded upon our shared democratic Western values also create an environment where innovation can flourish. And we've seen this innovation on full display in Ukraine. From that time in 2022 where I was here and had the opportunity to hold in my hands drones in the initial stages of drone technology for Ukraine, where they sought help from us to provide some of the resources needed to develop those drone capabilities, to their expert status now. Ukraine's expert status in that technology, where we have benefited the United States of America and our allied forces against Iran and its proxies in Iran at this time, with Ukraine coming in and giving us assets to enhance our efforts. What a change. But that came through both education, innovation, workforce development, and the ability to say we will find a way. The terrible war has forced the Ukraine armed forces to adapt rapidly, to develop and implement new technologies, and to rethink what modern defense looks like on the battlefield. In many ways, Ukraine has become a test bed for the future of security innovation that we've talked about today. The same values that drive this innovation can be harnessed to attract investment and assist in the effort to rebuild. A strong, resilient Ukrainian economy is essential to building and sustaining a lasting peace as it builds confidence among private investors, international partners, and the Ukrainian people. That's why initiatives like the U.S.-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund are so important. This partnership supports the financing of critical infrastructure, energy products, and the development of strategic minerals, all sectors that will form the backbone of a revitalized Ukrainian economy and the benefit of the world. Investments like these not only help rebuild what has been destroyed, but also lay the groundwork for long-term growth and stability. As we look ahead, the world will continue to watch Ukraine's resilience and leadership. Your example reminds all of us that economic strength and national security are intertwined, and that when democracies stand together, grounded in shared values, they can overcome even the gravest challenges. Americans and their government officials will relearn this as we view Ukraine's victory. Thank you again for welcoming me back to Odessa. It's a privilege to stand with you, to learn from you, and to continue building a partnership that will help secure a peaceful and prosperous future for Ukraine and the free world. Slava Ukraine!
Yeah, once again, thank you very much, Congressman Wahlberg, for the opening of this part of our forum, and of course for the steady support that the United States Congress has shown to Ukraine in these critical years. Thank you so much. So let's move on to the discussion, and of course I'd like to invite all the participants on stage. But first of all, please welcome the moderator of this part of our economy panel, Mykola Daviduk, Ukrainian political analyst, author, political commentator, and media voice. Please welcome.
Dear all, you know that the wars begin with the weapons of the past, but all the time the wars end with the technologies of the future. The same we may say about economy, and even more, in Ukrainian case, these technologies become a part of our economy and our innovative sector. Let's speak a little bit about economical transformation and future economy with my brilliant panelists. I wanted to invite to the stage Michael Geller, a member of the European Parliament, Committee on Foreign Affairs, standing reporter on Ukraine. You're welcome, Michael. Dmytro Razumkov, member of Ukrainian Parliament, 14th chair of Verkhovna Rada, head of intelligent politics. Dalibor Rokhach, senior fellow, American Enterprise Institute. And I wanted to welcome Brooks Newmark, chairman and co-founder of Tripillion. You're welcome. Michael, I would like to start from you. And you know that European economical model has shifted. The world's top 100 companies are no longer traditional industrial giants. But now they are startups, tech corporations, and the platforms. What does this mean for Ukraine and Europe?
Well, first of all, I think we have to admit where we have had our deficits. And I would like to recall the year 2000 when we proclaimed a so-called Lisbon strategy, which had as objective to make the European Union in 2000, within 10 years, the most competitive, dynamic, and knowledge-based economic space in the world. We have to admit we failed, to put it bluntly. We were, in 2010, we were not that. And still, I think we have managed to overcome the world economic crisis that started, I think, in 2008. We have managed to overcome the sovereign debt crisis, the euro crisis. We've had another crisis, the migratory crisis, and since 2014, the first step of the Russian invasion and then the full-scale war. So these were the one after the other crisis situations in which we were, and as I said, we have to admit we failed on this first objective, and we saw that in other parts of the world, indeed, we have seen that these new technologies have developed quicker. Now, I think we have, on the one hand, learned the lesson, and this dreadful war has not only pushed us towards more need to invest in defense, but actually to roll over and to make our single market, our setup, indeed more competitive. And we have engaged in this since, at the latest, since 2024, with a new majority in the European Parliament, with a new European Commission. We are, as we speak, active in reviewing existing legislation to cut red tape, to abolish where possible unnecessary regulatory things, to abolish and facilitate reporting duties for enterprises, all issues that have led to a situation where we are not the most attractive site where to invest. Now, I think definitely the huge development of AI and the pressure that comes through the need to invest far more in defense have accelerated this situation, and also the experience our country in a war situation manages to survive, to cope with the challenges that come with that. So the most extreme situation that you can think of, and now and still your economy, especially of course the war-related one, shows the level of creativity, of rapidness, of ability to adapt to almost daily changing situation. That should serve for us as a positive example how to cope with a rapidly changing situation. And as I said, we are in extreme high amount of legislation. We call it omnibus regulations, where we take from existing regulations and directive, we take individual norms and put them into a kind of an omnibus in a overall legislation in different economic areas, and that is, as we speak, being voted in the Parliament to make things quicker, simpler, and more attractive to invest. And I think we are now, especially of course in the sector of defense legislation and innovation and investment, we are including in full scale Ukraine in the programs. So both for the SAFE program, that is a 150 billion credit program for member states to invest more in defense. There it is explicitly said that Ukraine can be fully made part. So if you invest and have a Ukrainian partner, it's fully eligible to profit, this company, from this cooperation with Ukraine in other areas as well in the single market. We are, so to say, taking this opportunity to anticipate already something that would normally only apply to member states. And I think that is what also serves your purpose. And I'm confident that under the pressure that we are in, and then comes, of course, the trade issues, where our American friends are as they are, we take note. And that is why we are actively pursuing free trade agreements with other parts of the world. Mercosur is provisionally active. We have concluded something with India. We have it running for 5 years already with Canada, with huge effects. We have done something just now, upgraded it with Mexico. We have others. We are finished it with New Zealand. We are finalizing with Australia. and it has been signed. So that is our part of a rules-based order. We want a global situation where the rules-based order prevails and not that 2 or 3 big ones can unilaterally decide. So that is our answer to a Trumpist trade agenda. We are willing to become partners in the world and not some who are putting something on other partners unilaterally. We are for partnership and not for unilateralism.
Thank you so much. Mr. Newmark, the next question for you. I would like to ask you that for years the world has predicted that imminent the collapse of Russian economy, yet it has not happened. Putin's resilience seems to rest not on tanks or missiles, but on his economic bloc, which has kept the system stable and even sometimes generated growth in the real sector. What does this tell us about a modern statecraft and about the limits of Western economic pressure?
Thank you for that question. I think the problem is that sanctions don't work, and that we may say that we're not buying energy, but I think most European countries are buying European energy. The United States is buying nuclear, effectively capability for their nuclear energy and so on. So Putin, effectively, his war is not being funded by the internal economy, it's being funded by the external economy because we are not doing what we said that we would do. And until Europe and until the West understands that, it's a problem. We don't, added to that, it's very difficult to lecture countries like India, for example, and telling them not to buy energy when we then go and buy the energy or refined energy from them. So I think the sort of question is, leads to the sort of solution that sanctions don't work. Secondly, I think the internal economy is really collapsing. It's a very dysfunctional economy. It always has been a dysfunctional economy that's kept alive really by the energy sector. The people who benefit in Russia is a very, very thin amount of people. And before the war, I spent a considerable time there, and the poverty is terrible. And I think the sort of jokes of Russian soldiers coming into Ukrainian homes to steal toilets is pretty much an image that's always stuck with me. So I think this resilience comes in the fact that they have been enabled, if not abetted, by the West, who has not done what they said that they would do, which is to put severe sanctions on Russia. So what is the alternative? The alternative is doing what the Ukrainian military is doing now, which is hitting refineries, hitting energy depots, hitting infrastructure that is going to prevent Putin from actually leveraging off that as both an economic tool and a military tool. So I think, after 3 years plus of the West not giving Ukraine the weapons it needed to hit things like refineries and energy depots and so on, finally Ukraine has once again had to come up with its own solution to the problem because of the lack of support in the West in providing them the long-distance weapons that they've needed. So, Ukraine, I am an eternal optimist. I've been here really since the first few weeks of the war. I've been here for 4 years now. And, I have to say, I am very optimistic about Ukraine, particularly, I'm not going to make a judgment when the war is going to end, but when the war ends, I'm very optimistic. And my advice to Ukraine would be, and I know I've been given 5 minutes, so I'll use 1 more minute, is sort of, it will need a Marshall Plan, right? Some form of Marshall Plan. And one of the lessons I would say, and my neighbor here on the left would say, a typical Brit, is do not do what Europe does, which is highly overregulated, highly taxed, and cannot make decisions. So I would recommend a much more free market entrepreneurial spirit, which we have seen in the whole drone sector. What we have seen is the free market at work, allowing individuals to thrive. So the European Union solution is not a model, and at least it's been acknowledged that having had a 10-year plan, it has unfortunately failed. I think Ukraine has to follow a very different path. And if we look, and let me give it a small example of Estonia. Estonia is a tiny country, but Estonia has got e-government incredibly efficiently. Ukraine is now bringing in more and more electronic government, which is great. But they have, 11 unicorns in a tiny country. Imagine how many unicorns can be created here in Ukraine after the war. So the solution, for me, is threefold. First of all, you have to rebuild your infrastructure. The second thing you have to do, for me, and the thing that's really impressed me, is the impact women have had on this war. There have been so many women on the front line and so on. Women will have an increasingly important frontline role in this country. In a way, I spent a lot of time in Rwanda. 50–60% of the parliament in Rwanda is female. You look at your parliament today, there are a lot of very strong, powerful women. And I think women, once they come back from the front, will want an increasingly important role here. And the third thing I would say, and goes back to what Congressman Wahlberg said, is education. You have young children here, and I'm still at my old age doing a PhD in education. One of the things is children today have missed out 6 years of proper education, 2 years of COVID, followed by 4 years of this war. And so I think trying to make up for that and trying to deal with that will give you the software, the intellectual software you will need to thrive as a country. And I think my final piece of advice, because I want to give this, is when the country is rebuilt, it must not be rebuilt from the center down, it must not be rebuilt from the west east. It has to be rebuilt from the village up and from the east to the west. Otherwise, you will create effectively two societies once again, which will then lead to social unrest, maybe not in 5 or 10 years, but certainly 20 years, and you will then end up with a Trumpian, Putin-like character taking advantage of that, which you don't want. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Newmark. Delibor, the next question to you. Do sanctions actually work? And what should Europe be prepared to do if the United States one day decide to ultimately lift its sanction on Russia?
I think that those are great questions. I would venture to argue that sanctions do work, but just we have to do them properly, and we have to be committed to the political end goal of defeating Putin in Ukraine. We have to be serious about them. We also have to be serious about building large international alliances that enable us to enforce sanctions, and I think that's been one of the biggest failures of the Western response, that we really had very little to offer to the Indias, Indonesias, Brazils of the world in 2022 in exchange for their joining our broad coalition aiming to defeat Putin in Ukraine. I don't want to speculate too much about what happens if the United States bails completely on sanctions enforcement. Obviously, the European Union, the UK, other countries are in a position to enforce primary sanctions. The problem would be with secondary sanctions enforcement. That's where the US dollar and the US financial system are central. I think the important thing is really to keep the current battlefield momentum going and use the opportunities that we have to bring this to an end. And I think I would like to make sort of 3 points about Ukraine's own economic health that are related to this, for why I think it is important to try to bring Putin's defeat on the battlefield sooner rather than later. The first point I want to make is that what Ukraine has achieved from an economic standpoint is really remarkable. I mean, you have a country that is in its 4th year of war, a country that lost 1/5 of its GDP the first year of the war. I remember being here in 2022, you walk to an ATM, you get money from an ATM. Everything works, all the private markets work, you get food, there are no shortages. You have a sort of well-functioning private economy despite all the hardship. You now have increasingly macroeconomic stability, so the inflation rate is now closer to the central bank's target. You have a banking system that's that's resilient. You have a hryvnia that's broadly speaking stable against the dollar, and I think it is the fact that the IMF just approved another tranche of assistance. I think it all sort of points to a track record that's very impressive. And I think the most important part of this track record is the fact that Ukraine has never had recourse to what we typically think of as wartime command economy. I think that's a major achievement, that the private sector has been kind of left intact. You never had price controls, you never had major nationalizations, you didn't have the sort of industrial planning that typically comes in wartime during times of total war. And it is so critical that you don't do that, because otherwise you risk falling into the trap that, I'm sorry to say to my British colleague, the UK fell into in the Second World War and its aftermath, where the sort of legacy of these wartime economic controls contributed to the gap that formed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s between the UK and the continental economies that were growing at much faster rates. So that's one reason why I think it's important for Ukraine to finish this, finish Putin off sooner rather than later. It's also because obviously the current model of macroeconomic stability has an expiration date. I mean, it is dependent after all on outside funding. We have the 90 billion loan, €1 billion loan from the European Union that gets Ukraine through next year, but there'll be many important elections in EU countries next year. I think the kind of political economy of helping Ukraine might get more complicated going forward. That's why I think it's important to use this momentum. Finally, going forward, looking beyond the war, I very much agree with Brooke on the importance of learning from the experience of the tech defense sector and trying to bring that model to the wider economy. Because Ukraine, I think it would be a mistake to think of Ukraine's reconstruction as some return to the pre-war past. I think we have to look into the future, look at what works, use these innovations to translate them into scalable businesses. And for that, Ukraine will need some obvious things. It will need to reverse the unfavorable demographic trends that have been exacerbated by the war. It needs to invest into human capital. It needs to strengthen its own institutions. That's where I think the EU accession process is going to be really helpful, really important. But I think more fundamentally, it will also need to strengthen its financial infrastructure. So if you want to have a vibrant, growing economy with unicorns and scalable businesses, you can't rely on bank finance alone. You have to do what the Nordic countries have done, what Estonia has done. You have to build kind of really thick, well-functioning capital markets, and Ukraine is very far from that at this moment. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is the structure of the tax code. The so-called simplified tax regime encourages businesses to stay small. In fact, encourages businesses to split to avoid VAT compliance. So I think that there's sort of area of reform that will be very important, which is to sort of make sure that there are incentives facing businesses to scale up and grow, and that there is private capital that can be channeled towards sort of high risk, high reward projects. That's how Ukraine becomes a really vibrant startup nation.
Mr. Rohach, thank you so much. My next question to Dmytro Razumkov. What economy future are we building for Ukraine?
Ну, насправді потужні або великі, або успішні країни – це не про виживання людей, це про їх розвиток і будівництво майбутнього. Це країни, які не про економіку заради економіки, не про будівництво заради будівництва. Це про можливість розвиватись, жити свободно, вільно, успішно і досягати тих цілей, які прагне суспільство, яке живе в цих країнах. Насправді Україна сьогодні знаходиться на роздоріжжі. Є два варіанти, якщо закінчується війна, або навіть якщо вона сьогодні не закінчується, або почати відновлювати те, що було до повномасштабного вторгнення, або будувати інакшу економіку. Я впевнений, якщо ми підемо по першому шляху, це шлях в нікуди, це шлях, який приведе нас лише до занепаду і не дасть можливість не лише не відбудувати країну, а й створити умови, куди б повернулися б люди з-за кордону, де б хотіли жити наші з вами діти, де хотіли б жити ми. Тому, якщо ми говоримо про економіку нашої держави, ми маємо визначити для себе пріоритетні галузі, на яких ми будемо будувати своє майбутнє. Перш за все, я б сконцентрувався на промисловості. Немає успішних країн в світі, в яких немає промисловості. Це те, що створює додану вартість, це те, що створює нові робочі місця, це те, що називається реальним сектором економіки, і без цього будувати успішну, ефективну економіку держави Україна буде неможливо. Другий важливий аспект – це енергетика. Сьогодні вона одна з найбільш пошкоджених галузей нашої економіки, але саме завдяки її відбудові і розвитку ми можемо отримати нові можливості і для себе, як для держави Україна, і для наших європейських партнерів. Тому що в нас є всі базові задатки для того, щоб досягнути цього. Перш за все, в нас достатньо серйозно розвинута атомна енергетика. Плюс нам є куди розвиватися, йти не тим шляхом, який пропонувала влада, закуповувати атомні блоки для Хмельницької АЕС, які є російськими, які знаходяться в Болгарії, а залучити інвесторів зі Сполучених Штатів Америки, залучити інвесторів з Європейського Союзу і дійсно розвиватися в цьому напрямку, тому що атомна енергетика – це зелена енергетика, як би нам сьогодні це не хотілося, або ми не слухали ті страшилки, які сьогодні лунають в бік цього напрямку. Друге, в нас серйозні потужності щодо зеленої енергетики, сонячної, вітрової енергетики, і саме це дозволить зайти сюди інвестору. Тому що жодний інвестор не готовий буде зайти в країну, інвестувати в країну, якщо він буде розуміти, що немає вільних енергетичних потужностей для їх підприємств. Повертаємося до промисловості в тому числі. Наступний важливий аспект – це те, в чому Україна є, я вважаю, однією з найбільш успішних країн в світі станом на сьогодні – це наша з вами оборонка. Саме завдяки тим технологічним, інноваційним, проривним рішенням, які є сьогодні, ми можемо зайняти одне з найуспішніших місць в не лише розробці, продажу, інвестуванні, але й розповсюдженні нашої з вами оборонної, в першу чергу, зброї. Ми платимо за це величезну ціну. Ми кожного дня втрачаємо людей на фронті. І саме там ми бачимо ті плюси і мінуси, які сьогодні має цей сектор. І повірте мені, маючи таких сусідів, як Росія, або інші країни світу, на жаль, їх також вистачає. Якщо ви не будете мати серйозні механізми захисту, то завтра війська цих країн будуть знаходитись на вашій території, а ви будете втрачати своїх військових, своїх цивільних, дітей, своє майбутнє. Ще одна з ключових галузей, якою славилась завжди Україна, це є аграрна промисловість. Я категорично проти того, що нам сьогодні пропонується, коли говорять, давайте знову Україна стане країною, яка буде сирйовою базою, сировинною базою для країн світу. Ви будете інвестувати свою пшеницю, свою кукурудзу, рапс, тощо. Це хороший варіант, але, дякую, не для нашої з вами держави. Якщо ми хочемо мати успіх, ми маємо мати тут глибоку переробку. Маємо створювати нові потужності, які будуть давати додану вартість, які будуть забезпечувати нові робочі місця, які будуть приносити додаткові прибутки населенню, державі і виходити на новий рівень потужності нашої держави. У нас для цього все є, особливо якщо ми зможемо нормально відкрити ті торгові шляхи, які сьогодні існують в Україні, але частково або повністю заблоковані ворогом, в тому числі там сама Одеса або Одеський регіон, який сьогодні не може працювати наповно, хоча має всі можливості і всі потенціали. Одним з найважливіших аспектів є створення умов для того, щоб повернути в Україну людей, які знаходяться за кордоном, і утримати тут тих, хто сьогодні знаходиться на теренах нашої з вами держави. Це не людський ресурс, це людський капітал. І ми маємо це пам'ятати. Якщо ми будемо сприймати українців як ресурс, ми з вами втратимо найголовніше, на чому і будуть базуватися всі ті галузі, про які я тільки що говорив. Ми маємо зробити умови для того, щоб поверталися сюди українці. Той шлях, який сьогодні лунає або тестується для суспільства, що давайте запросимо сюди іноземців, запросимо сюди іммігрантів. Це в тих умовах, які є сьогодні, непрацюючий варіант. Він може призвести до зміни тих умов, які сьогодні існують в Україні, і зруйнувати ту базу, яка сьогодні ще залишається в Україні. І якщо ми говоримо про залучення іммігрантів, ми в першу чергу мали б думати про те, як їх залучити до лав Збройних сил України, вивільнивши своїх громадян для того, щоб вони почали вже сьогодні відбудовувати нашу економіку. Але все це не зможе існувати на теренах країни. Ми не зможемо залучити інвесторів, ми не зможемо розвиватися, якщо тут не буде верховенства права, якщо тут не буде демократії, якщо тут не буде свободи слова, якщо тут не буде тих принципів, по яким живе вільна Європа, Сполучені Штати Америки, інші країни світу, на яких ми маємо рівнятися і які є сьогодні дійсно надійними партнерами нашої держави.
Дякую, Дмитро Олександрович. 2-3 minutes to each speaker. And my next question to Mr. Geller. Russian metallurgy is still not banned in European Union. Around $2 billion a year continues to be paid to Russian suppliers who happen to be part of Putin's inner circle and so-called Russian oligarchs. How can we push European Union to finally close its market to them? What do you think about that?
Well, indeed, we have a situation where certain goods reach, on the one hand, reach Russia and by bypassing and circumventing the sanctions, and there are still not all goods that come from Russia are banned from getting imported. And in this regard, especially my institution, the Parliament, has always pushed for more and for more comprehensive sanctions, and of course strengthening the instruments for circumventing that. I'm personally very much in favor of these secondary sanctions against countries. We have invented, it was in 23, an instrument that looks a bit in this direction. It was activated the first time against Kyrgyzstan now within the framework of the 20th sanction package, because we found that they have persistently let it happen that goods were transferred to them and then further transferred to Russia. But in my mind, the best way to address it, to avoid that these things happen, simply our export agencies who authorize exports in certain countries, they have the statistics and they know which precise goods have been sent to Russia up till 22 and not in other countries. And if now whatever good you can think of has been exported to Russia up until they were sanctioned, and nothing of that ended up in Kyrgyzstan, in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, or in Turkey, and all of a sudden the same thing ends up there, although it never went there, then it's clear where it's ending up finally. So my point is to say that these agencies should turn around for the exporter the burden of proof that it actually does not end up in Russia, but the presumption, there's no presumption of innocence, but the presumption of circumvention. And unless this exporter cannot really prove that it is something for something designed in the country X, then he should not get the permission to export. I think that is the best way, and it does not immediately directly touch this country, but the exporter, who is the one who knows where it actually ends up because he earlier exported it to Russia. So I think that should be a proper way of avoiding that. And for the other goods that are still imported from Russia, we must definitely find the way out. I mean, for oil and gas, we have the phasing out by the end of next year for those who still have it. And for other goods like potash or other fertilizers. The fact that the Hormuz is closed now, and apparently I wasn't aware that Qatar apparently produces a lot of fertilizer through this oil that they have, that there might be a shortage of fertilizer should not be an argument to import things more from Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Geller, and for your answer and also for your job what you're doing in European Parliament. Thank you. Mr. Newmark, here in Odessa we know that UK is a Ukrainian neighbor without whom we don't have a border, but we have a fantastic partnership. And could I ask you, may we meet one day in European Union? What I mean, a lot of gossips and political speculation that UK may beg, or to say, is it possible make Great Britain European Union again? And also when you estimate when Ukraine may join European Union?
Well, my first recommendation is maybe the greatest asset perhaps we could bring in, import into Ukraine and export from the UK perhaps as Boris Johnson. And I'm sure he would be a great asset to Ukraine. You know, I think as somebody who felt that the European Union was sort of over-regulated, overtaxed and so on, and supported us leaving the European Union, I certainly wouldn't suggest either we go back into it. But what I do think we need is a strong economic relationship with the EU. I think the shortcomings of the EU for people like myself were the political controls and constraints and regulations on a political level. On an economic level, I've always believed we should have some sort of EFTA-EEA relationship. And my advice to Ukraine, and it's an incredibly entrepreneurial society that has escaped the constraints of a Soviet, top-down approach, which the EU is a light version of that, is Soviet light, in its top-down approach. My view would be, rather than wanting to sort of get into the EU, you want an economic relationship with the EU. And I would work towards having a sort of Norwegian approach like EFTA, or a Swiss approach like the EEA would be a much better approach for you, because that would allow you to have the political freedom that you want to pursue what you want politically. That's in the best interest of Ukraine, while having the economic benefits of a large trading bloc.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dalibor, we have no time, but I wanted to ask you, how could you describe a future cooperation among Ukraine and United States? And speaking about mineral deal, drones partnership, and many other scopes of economy.
First of all, I'm in a strange position as a neocon from Washington who is going to defend the honor of the EU in the following sense. So I would agree with many of the criticisms directed at the EU, but at the same time, I think it should give us pause that EU membership is compatible with many different economic models, and some of the most lightly regulated and most flexible economies are in countries that are member states of the EU. At the same time, the UK left the European Union and has since done very little to make its own markets more flexible, to make it easier to start businesses, to build up.
It's because we have a Labour government.
So sometimes, the EU get blamed for failures of national governments in ways that are not helpful. With regard to the Ukraine-US relationship, I think a lot hinges on the path that the United States itself chooses to play on the international stage in the years to come. Yes, there are some areas in which any rational administration would pursue joint projects, joint ventures, cooperation. It would be in the U.S. interest to learn from the Ukrainian way of war, from drone warfare, the minerals deal, cooperation in energy. These are things that could be conceivably pursued by a Democratic or Republican administration. The big question, though, is whether the United States will be able to sort of commit to Ukraine in a deeper way that would perhaps one day might even lead to Ukraine's accession to NATO, which was, you know, a live question not so long ago, and that is really a question for American voters, for American political elites. You know, we are going through a very turbulent period in US politics. I've been on the side of those who argue that a deep, intimate relationship with Ukraine should be part and parcel of America's role on the global stage. But that is very much a sort of ongoing battle in the court of public opinion.
Thank you so much. І, власне, останнє запитання, пане Дмитре, до вас. Які перспективи ви бачите України в Європейському Союзі? Прошу.
Я все ж таки тоді про економіку, перспективи України в економіці Європейського Союзу. У нас гарні запитання стоять. Кінець гри, endgame, і від пішака до королеви або до ферзя. Це, мабуть, одні з ключових запитань, які сьогодні стоять перед Україною. Відповідаючи на перше, ні, це не кінець гри, це лише початок, і від нас всіх залежить, наскільки ця гра буде успішною і як швидко ми в ній переможемо. Те, що ми в ній переможемо, я в цьому впевнений. А от друге запитання від пішака до королеви або ферзя. Пішак може залишатися на дошці фігурою, якою будуть грати. Пішак може стати розмінною монетою або розмінною фігурою, яку віддають під бой і потім за неї забувають. Україна не може собі дозволити стати пішаком. Україна має пройти інший шлях, який за правилами гри є у пішака. Це пройти важке випробування, дійти до кінця дошки і стати ферзем. Стати тією фігурою, яка найсильніша на дошці, має найбільший потенціал, найбільші можливості і найбільш цінується іншими гравцями і грейсмейстерами, які управляють цими фігурами на полі. Тому саме це має бути ключовою задачею для нас – пройти ті випробування, які є сьогодні, які будуть завтра, стати ферзем і все ж таки з фігури перетворитися на гравця і грейсмейстера і вигравати далі наше успішне майбутнє, за яке ми сьогодні всі боремось. Дякую вам, дякую за запрошення, дякую колегам по панелі і модератору, як завжди.
Дуже дякую вам. Dear participants, thank you so much. Thank you for your answers and for your time. Thank you.
Yep, thank you once again, Mikola, and all the participants of this panel. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when the world is searching not only for military and political solutions, but also for moral clarity and human resilience, voices capable of speaking about values, faith, and leadership under pressure become especially important. Before introducing and welcome to our stage the next speaker, I'd like to ask you to pay your attention to the screen.
Hello, Republicans!
Pastor Mark Burns is an emerging force in the conservative movement.
Ready to elect the next president of these United States of America!
As member of President Trump's Faith Advisory Council, Time magazine calls Mark Burns Trump's top pastor. Pastor Burns has a unique ability to unite and inspire his audience in a manner that crosses traditional boundaries of faith, philosophy, race, and gender. In his dynamic speech at the 2016 Republican National Convention, Burns defied the elitist liberal establishment by declaring that
under Donald Trump and under a Donald Trump administration, all lives matter! And that means black lives, white lives, Hispanic lives, Asian lives, Christian lives,
regularly on Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN. He's constantly featured in the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and many others. Colors do matter, and those that will define America's future are red, white, and blue.
Despite the color you was born with, here in America, the only colors that matter are the colors of a red, white.
If America is to remain the shining city on the hill that President Reagan spoke of, the shared red, white, and blue values need champions like Pastor Mark Burns doing battle in the arena of ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Mark Burns.
Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders, honored guests, dear friends, and more importantly, the brave and beloved people of Ukraine. I stand before you today with humility. I stand before you with honor. And I stand with you on Ukraine's soil, on the soil of courage, on the soil of sacrifice, and on the soil of heroes. Now, before I say anything else, we must speak about what happened on May the 24th. Russia launched one of the largest attacks against Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. 690 airborne missiles, weapons. Let that number sink in your mind, in your spirit. 690 weapons of terror in one night. 90 missiles, 600 drones. And the primary target was Kyiv, a European capital, a city filled not with military targets, not with military symbols, but with sleeping children, praying mothers, aging grandmothers, working fathers, and families simply trying to live their life. Kyiv is a city where mothers kiss their children, where fathers work hard to provide. Kyiv is a city where grandmothers kiss their children good night, not knowing whether the darkness outside will remain or will it become filled with fire. And amongst the weapons that was launched against Ukraine was the Orshnik. This is not just another name on a military report. It is not just a weapon in a long list of destruction. No, it is a ballistic weapon, a ballistic missile, hear me, capable of carrying nuclear warheads. Moscow is using weapons designed for nuclear intimidation against Ukrainian soil. That's not strength. That's terror. That's not strategy. That's madness. That's not the behavior of a nation who's seeking peace. This is the behavior of a regime that is willing to break all the norms, willing to bring the entire world to the edge of nuclear escalation. Russia is sending a message to the world. It is declaring real loud that we will cross any lines. We will break any norms. We will threaten any nation. We will terrorize any people. We will escalate to any level. But I'm here to make a loud declaration to everyone that will listen to me. Russia is sending a message, but guess what? Ukraine is also sending another message. Ukraine is saying, we will not bow down. We will not break. We will not surrender our children, our homes, our land, our freedom, and our future. Kyiv awoke to devastation. Fires burning in neighborhoods, schools destroyed, children wounded, families grieving, lives stolen. And yet, this is not an exception for the people of Ukraine. This is the reality. They wake up again and again. Do I have your attention? Say yes. Am I putting you to sleep? Can you pretend like you at a Black Baptist church in South Carolina for about 5 more minutes? Somebody say amen to that. Now, I know that this is a forum dedicated to security. I know we are here to speak about geopolitics and strategy, and I understand that there are many of you who coming from all over the world who can speak intelligently with authority on policy and strategy. But Captain, for a moment, can I just speak as a pastor? Allow me to not speak as a spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump. Allow me to not speak as a diplomat. But allow me to speak as a man of God who believes that every policy must first understand and remember the value of human life. Because sometimes the language of politics becomes too cold to describe the cries of the mother. Sometimes it becomes too rigid to discover and to describe the blood on the streets. Well, that is the message that I took back to President Trump when I told the president I was lied to. When I told the president I was wrong. For 3 years, I was speaking against Ukraine. For 3 years, I was declaring that this is not an America First agenda to support Ukraine until I came to Ukraine. Until I saw the faces of the men and the women, and I realized that Ukraine is bigger than a red, a yellow, and blue map that you see on CNN, that here in Ukraine there are men and women, there are boys and girls, there are the young and the old, there are human beings that's bigger than a map on CNN. And I have been echoing this message around the world. Because I told the president, I've told Congress, I've told the U.S. Senate, and I've told anybody that'll listen to me to realize that supporting Ukraine is America first. And if we're going to have an America first policy, we've got to support Ukraine. I can't hear nobody. If you agree, say yes. We need to do whatever it takes to not just talk about supporting Ukraine. They need anti-defense missiles systems. They need everything that you can to have security guarantees to make sure that Russia never, ever do this again. And I made it very clear that if we don't stop Russia now, by making sure that Ukraine has everything that it needs, then Russia will continue to move into Kyiv, into Moldova, into Poland, into the Balkan states, and that will initiate Article 5 of NATO. And we would do, and America would be then required not just to pray about Ukraine, but to send American boys and women on the front lines. And if you are an America First leader, American, you don't want to send your boys to Europe. So what do? I made it very clear to the president, and I will continue to echo my message to the world. Russia propaganda is real. It is alive from the gates of hell. Ukrainians believe in God. So much so that Russia attacked over 700 places of worship to try to silence your joy. But I'm here to tell you right now, Ukrainians are not done. Ukrainians are not giving up. But you're getting stronger. You're getting louder. And Europe is hearing the voice of the strongest military in Europe. I won't stop until the bombs stop. And I am here to let the whole world know, before I take my seat, freedom has a name, and it's called Ukraine. God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you so much once again, Pastor Mark Burns. We're gonna skip the coffee break right now and let's move on because we have a lot of work still to do here on this stage today. So, in demanding strategic confrontations, the outcome is decided not only by resources but by the capacity of a society to keep its will to fight and, of course, its unity under prolonged pressure. That is why the next part, the next discussion here on the stage is devoted to resolve, political, societal, and human. To open this conversation, please welcome for the keynote remarks, Senator Richard Blumenthal, United States Senator.
Thank you so much. You know, there's a rule in American politics. Never follow the preacher. I want to thank Pastor Burns for that really stirring oration, and thank all of you for being here today. And let me just say that our being here in this beautiful venue, absolutely stunning, historic palace of culture, is itself a minor miracle. If you had told the world, including the American military, 4 years ago in February, after the Russian invasion, that we would be in Odessa talking about the strength and vitality and resolve of Ukraine, most people would have dismissed it as ludicrous. In fact, I spoke to many in the American military, and they said Putin is going to overrun Ukraine in a week to 2 weeks. But there is something about the resolve of a people dedicated to freedom, as the pastor has just said, dedicated to survival and their existence, that gives them resolve, even against military might. And certainly, the Russians had tanks. They had all kinds of armor and arms. But Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, pushed them back. And that is a lesson to the world, not just then, but now. We are here because Ukraine defied the bullying and the bloodthirsty bombing the cruelty and criminality that Putin inflicted on them. We can talk here in great rhetorical terms. But the fact of the matter is that we're here because of the blood and dedication of brave, resolute, resilient people. It isn't rhetoric that got us here. It is the courage and strength of Ukrainian people. This is my 10th visit to Ukraine. And every time I visit, at one point or another, I am moved to tears, literally moved to tears. Meeting people whose bravery is beyond words. Yesterday I spoke to Ukrainian children who were kidnapped. In the 21st century, who would have imagined a country like Russia kidnapping and abducting children, forcing them into re-education and adoption? Who could have imagined such criminality? Literally, a war crime. Their bravery moved me to tears. The rescue workers. Yesterday I met at a site that Putin has bombed. They rush into the fires that he leaves with those missiles and drones and rescue people and then help rebuild. Today, the soldiers whom I met who are using the most modern technology to counter Russian aggression on the Black Sea. Make no mistake, Ukraine is leading the world in new technology. The use of drones are a marvel, and in fact, thank you, Ukraine, for giving us some of those lessons that have been so enormously important in the war that the United States is currently fighting in the Middle East and the Gulf nations. Ukraine literally is providing technology and lessons in fighting. They're helping other nations around the world. And they have changed the nature of warfare in the 21st century. The use of data, new communications, Starlink, for example, that has been so successful. The importance of communications on the battlefield. They have revolutionized warfare through their ingenuity and creativity. But at the end of the day, it is their simple resolve that has turned the tide. And resolve depends on great leadership. President Zelensky has been a great leader for Ukraine. And President Zelensky has inspired the world. I always tell or remind Americans when the Russians literally were at his doorstep in Bucha, just kilometers away. It's a 10, 15, 20-minute drive. I did it on my first trip here. And President Biden said, we're going to send a helicopter for you. And he said, don't send helicopters, send ammunition. That was Churchillian. And resolve depends on great leadership. The absence of great leadership, militarily or strategically, also makes a difference, as it has in Russia. One of the myths that Americans have swallowed is that Russia is winning. Russia is not winning. Ukraine will win. Ukraine will prevail. Ukraine will push back Russia if it has the means to do so. Give Ukraine the tools and it will finish the job. But it needs the arms that the United States and Europe can provide, particularly at this moment in history, the interceptors, the air defense that's so important, the other kinds of arms, 155s, munitions, that are the tools that it can use to finish the job. Its resolve ought to be a model and an inspiration for all Americans. What the United States can learn also is not just the technology and not just the importance of leadership, it is the importance of alliances. And let me just emphasize this point. NATO is essential to the future of the United States. The reason to support Ukraine is not only our admiration and our awe for the people of Ukraine, but it is in our own national security interest because, make no mistake, Putin will keep going if he's not stopped. Putin is a thug. He's a bully. And they only understand strength. Putin will keep going, and the United States has a treaty obligation in NATO, and NATO is important not just to the security of Europe, but to the United States' security as well. The strength of the United States depends on our alliances. If we've learned nothing else, we should learn that the United States alone cannot be the world's policeman. We cannot act on our own as though we can tell the world what to do, depend on our own military or our own economic strength. We need alliances. They are essential to our values and our power. So I'm honored to be here on my 10th trip to Ukraine. I'm honored to be once again with the people of Ukraine. They are a continuing inspiration to me, and I look forward to seeing more of the victorious action of Ukraine on the battlefield, which has demonstrated so importantly over these last years. And to the people of the United States, keep in mind, Vladimir Putin is attacking not only the people of Ukraine, but he is attacking American businesses here in Ukraine. American businesses, major businesses like Cargill and Coca-Cola, plants, facilities, manufacturing. The United States ought to be damn angry that Putin is targeting American business. More than 50% of them have been hit already. And that is not an insult, not only an insult, it is completely unacceptable, as is Putin's action against Romania within the last 24 hours, hitting a target in Romania. Intolerable. This kind of action should provoke a reaction, a united front. We must be united for Ukraine. The world's security depends on it. The United States and its security depend on it. And I want to thank everybody who is at this security conference, because the Black Sea shows, again, the miracle of Ukraine's ingenuity, sinking most of the major ships in the Black Sea, most of the major Russian ships in the Black Sea, a triumph of ingenuity and creativity that could not have been imagined in Odessa or anywhere in Ukraine at the beginning of this war. Thank you all for being here again. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to being on the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Blumenthal. Thank you so much for these inspiring words. It's priceless for all of us. Thank you so much. So right now, let's move to the Resolve panel here on this stage. And allow me to introduce the moderator of this discussion. Please welcome Luke Coffey, Senior Fellow, Hudson Institute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that introduction. It's great to be back here in Odessa. I'm very pleased to say that this is my third Black Sea Security Forum, so I've been to all three, and they only get better and better with each year. And I just want to personally thank Oleksiy and his team. I think everyone would probably want to join me in thanking him and saying job well done for putting together another excellent forum. This topic, titled From Pawn to Queen, What Defines a Great Power, Resolve, places an emphasis on national resolve and resiliency. I think we can just look around Odessa to see what resolve looks like. I think we can look at Ukraine's experience over the past several years to see what resolve looks like. And resolve, the actions of the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian people is a reminder that resolve is perhaps the foundational psychological and moral factor in warfare. Resolve determines a nation's ability to coalesce, to get together, to work together, to have stamina against a common threat and for a common cause. And ultimately, resolve determines who has the strength to outlast the other during a prolonged conflict. So to discuss this and other issues, I am pleased to invite a very distinguished panel. I'll first ask Senator Blumenthal to come back onto the stage and come back and sit to my right here. Thank you, Senator. Next, I would like to ask Representative Jim Himes from Connecticut to come out onto the stage. Next, Ariel Bolstein, who is the International Secretary of Likud, who's joined us from Israel. And last but certainly not least, Colonel Roman Kostinko, who is a member of parliament and serves currently as the Secretary of the Committee on National Security, Defense, and Intelligence, and a decorated war veteran. Thank you. So, gentlemen, thanks for coming here today. Senator Blumenthal, we've just heard from you, so I'm going to go first to the Congressman. Congressman, can you give us some of your thoughts on the importance of resolve in modern warfare?
Well, resolve obviously makes all the difference, and no place shows that quite as dramatically as Ukraine. The senator and I will tell you, when the invasion occurred, our analysts suspected that it was going to be over in days. And there were two things that weren't accounted for. One was the shambolic state of the Russian military. And then, of course, something that we probably should have seen better, which is that resolve comes from two ingredients. One is adversity. All of those great moments of resolve in history, whether it's Churchill during the Blitz, the Americans during the Revolution, when there's an existential threat, humans behave differently. They come together, they set aside their differences, they adhere to a mission and sense of meaning. That occurred, and quite frankly, we didn't fully absorb or take into account the fact that the Ukrainian people, a proud people, a people with centuries of history, were defending their home. That's where the meaning comes into this, right? Home is this concept of not just where you grew up, but where your ancestors are buried, where perhaps your religion flowered, whereas the Russians were doing the opposite. They were invading somebody else's home. And as I said, they were shambolic. There was no obvious explanation for why they were doing, Putin tried, with obviously patent lies, but it was that resolve that I think caused us to be overly pessimistic in how that would play out, and that, of course, has played out for the last 4 years. The really interesting question, again, I don't think it's really all that debatable that resolve comes from adversity. There's a saying, necessity is the mother of invention, and we're seeing this play out today.
Yeah, that's for sure.
In Ukraine, right? When you have to innovate, you innovate. The question is, how do we preserve that spirit in times that are not adverse? My country right now, of course, is enormously politically polarized. Americans are at each other's throats in ways that we haven't seen. Polling indicates that people don't just regard the opposite party as the opposition, they regard it as in some way un-American, and that's true in both parties. So the really interesting question to me is, how do we preserve at least the potential for resolve in moments that don't have adversity. I think that has a little bit to do with leadership, preparation, a sense of, we're past the moment in the United States where we do remember, but where we know people who fought in World War II. When they were around, they told the stories, but now, of course, they're largely not around. And so we are showing in my country the signs of what happens when you aren't faced with the kind of adversity and sense of combined mission that has defined what's happened in this country in the last 4 years.
This is very good. And actually, Congressman, I share many of your concerns. I remember in the early days of Russia's large-scale invasion, seeing Ukrainian civil society truly mobilize. You saw the iconic pictures of mothers escorting their children to the train station with an assault rifle strapped to their back. You had young, college students in bars making Molotov cocktails, people going around the country rearranging the road signs. And, at the time, I have to admit, I do wonder, I do hope and like to think that Americans would have and demonstrate that same level of resolve. But I would say right now, because things are so polarized, it is an open question, unfortunately. Ariel, I'd like to go to you, coming from Israel, which is also a country under constant pressure and fire. What can you tell us about resolve from an Israeli point of view?
Thank you. We gathered here to discuss a very serious issue, and I would like to share with you very serious details about Israeli resilience. But I will start with a joke. Actually, this joke sounds better in Ukrainian or Russian, but for the sake of my co-partners for the panel, I will translate it to English. What do the mobilization in Russia and Israel have in common? In both cases, flights to Tel Aviv are full.
This sounds good in English, I think, too.
And in the last years, we discovered that it was not only a joke. So Israel is a very small country, a tiny country. On a map, you can barely see it. Yet for nearly 8 decades, our nation has stood firm in one of the most problematic and challenging regions on the earth. And a lot of people have asked, how does Israel endure? How does a nation surrounded by threats, facing constant war, terrorism, economic pressures, sanctions in the last year, continue not merely to survive, but to strive? And the answer, as you probably understand, lies not in our size, and definitely not in our geography, or not even in our military strengths. The answer lies in our people and their resolve. Our country was established as a result of an Asian dream to re-establish the Jewish state. And actually, that was done against all the historical circumstances, even against our best partner today, the United States of America. I'm not sure that everybody here is aware of the fact that the then president of the United States, Truman, in 1948, when Israel was about to be established, asked his general staff to assess what are the chances of the newborn Jewish country, Jewish state, to sustain a coming attack by all the surrounding Arab states. The prediction of the US generals was absolute, no chances. Happily, we defeated not only 7 Arab countries that attacked us a couple of hours after the independence of Israel was proclaimed, we defeated even this prediction, which proves, Senator, as you've mentioned, that you have the strongest army, but sometimes it's not the best in predictions regarding Israel and happily regarding Ukraine. And from the very beginning, Israel was challenged not only by a threat to its existence coming from the neighbors, but also with the fact that we lack natural resources. And the water is maybe the best example of Israel's ability to stand against the challenges that are not human nature. For example, 20 years ago, our country was literally drying. The TV commercials called for the people to have showers together, not because of the romantic reasons, but because we actually lacked water, literally. We have only one lake, one reservoir of fresh water in the whole country, and having population grown exponentially, it was not enough. So we are the only country on the earth that solves this problem with desalination project that supplies today the vast majority of water for Israel, and we even supply our neighbors, including Jordan, that has the same problem, but doesn't have the same resolve. Another example is the Iron Dome, the famous Iron Dome. For years, Israel was the only country that was threatened every day by rocket and missiles coming from Gaza. I do not say it proudly because I would prefer to be not attacked by terrorists from Gaza. But the fact that we were threatened produced an innovation that produced the most effective system that can confront these rockets in a second, because the distance from Gaza to Israeli communities is very small. So you need to build a system that would identify this threat and send a counter missile actually in seconds. Israel became the only country that produced it, happily with American support, financial American support. And today, a lot of other countries would like to have it. But coming to the roots of the resolve, as I explained, you need the resolve of the population of the whole country, and we have it. But also you need the resolve of the leadership. 80 years ago, 85 years ago, Britain needed not only the resilience of the British population, but also they needed Winston Churchill. Happily, we had it at least twice. We had David Ben-Gurion that decided to proclaim Jewish independence despite the lack of American support in 1948. And we have it today with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that continued to fight the threats, even when our American friends, especially under the previous administration, demanded us to stop. President Biden demanded not to go into Rafah, where the main base of the Hamas terrorism existed. We did it. And sometimes you need to say no even to your close partner. That is probably an advice for Ukrainians too. Because your survival and your national interest should define what are you doing. And this is the leadership. That is the courage of the leadership. And sometimes you can pay high price for that, like Benjamin Netanyahu pays with the ICC, for example, trying to present him as a war criminal and not the barbaric terrorists that attacked us on October the 7th. But you should be ready to pay every price for your country, not only to survive, but to thrive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Roman, you will look at this issue of resolve from two different perspectives. Someone who served in the military, saw combat, and someone who is now a politician. So I look forward to hearing your views on how these two different perspectives alter or change your thinking about the importance of resolve. Over to you. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, всім доброго дня. Я був тут минулого року і хизувався тим, що 20 років тому, будучи курсантом Одеського інституту сухопутних військ, був в робочій команді, яка робила ремонт, реставрацію цього залу. І гордий постійно про це нагадувати, що був дотичний до цього історичного моменту, тоді 20 років тому. І зараз дійсно хочеться проговорити і питання, коли в нас така тема від пішака до королеви, оцінити ситуацію, яка є із військової, і з політичної точки зору. І знаєте, коли ми говоримо про велику країну, про потужну країну, ми завжди, мені здається, починаємо трохи не з того. Ми оцінюємо її ресурсний потенціал, армію, економіку і територію, а маємо оцінювати можливість і здатність країни з іншої сторони, це зі сторони, як вона може або не тільки наздоганяти, а й впливати на політичні цикли і формувати порядок денний. І саме головне, це від чого це залежить, це від того, чи може політична система цієї країни мислити більше, ніж один політичний цикл. І це важливо. І ця проблема є в Україні, коли ми всі живемо одним політичним циклом, я думаю, не тільки в Україні, а й в інших країнах наших партнерів зараз, коли всі думають про майбутні вибори. І оце є та червона лінія, яку ми маємо перейти, і де ми маємо почати думати на декілька політичних циклів вперед, а можливо і на цілі покоління. От тоді ми можемо сформувати державу, і от тоді ми можемо говорити про те, що наша політична система об'єднана, і ми йдемо в правильному русі. На мій погляд, Україна зараз має настільки великий політичний потенціал, що та політична система, яка є, вона навіть не може з ним впоратись, з тим потенціалом. Ми маємо величезні ресурси і економічні, і величезний досвід військовий. Але давайте подивимося, що ми маємо зараз на загал в нашій політичній системі і військовій. Якщо ми візьмемо військову систему зараз, то якраз у нас так виходить, що найбільшу довіру має саме військова частина, військові інституції. У нас армія має найбільшу довіру, у нас Служба безпеки має довіру, Головне управління розвідки має довіру. Але ж в цілому формує державу в першу чергу це політичні інституції. А що ми бачимо тут, в 26-му році? Ми бачимо невелику недовіру до парламенту. Це ж не секрет, подивіться в статистику, яка є, і там є велика недовіра. Ми бачимо велику недовіру до державних інституцій, всіх, державних інституцій президента, уряду. І це є великою нашою проблемою під час війни. А чому так сталося? Давайте повернемось в 22-й рік. І ми пам'ятаємо, яка була тоді довіра до політичної системи. От коли почалась війна і вся країна об'єдналась, тоді велику довіру мав інститут президента. Тоді всі політичні партії об'єднались навколо одного. Це перемога, і ніхто ні слова не говорив про вибори. Оце був той старт, коли ми почали перемагати. Всі інституції працювали. І завдяки цьому об'єднанню тоді ми втримались і зараз дійшли до тієї точки, де ми є зараз. От на тих напрацюваннях. Зараз, на жаль, ми бачимо зворотню картину. Коли наша політична система не є стійкою, коли політичні партії і фракції думають про майбутні вибори, і це руйнує нас і руйнує нашу політичну систему, даючи можливість нас роз'єднувати. Тому, знаєте, коли ми говоримо від пішака до королеви, з такою політикою, яка є, думаючи про вибори, ми можемо повернутися від королеви, яку ми відразу тоді, я вважаю, йшли в 22-му році, назад до пішака. Ми не можемо триматись тільки на довірі до сил оборони. Нам потрібно підіймати довіру до нашої влади, до нашого парламенту, до наших державних інституцій. А приклад один – це 22-й рік. Це об'єднання всіх. І це не означає, що нам не потрібна політика під час війни. Вона дуже потрібна. Потрібна опозиція. І я противник того, що ми маємо відмовитись від критики влади, тому що багато є питань, на які потрібно вказувати, багато є питань, які потрібно виправляти, і це робить опозиція. Ми не маємо від цього відмовлятись. Ми не маємо відмовлятись від політики, але ми маємо додати в нашу політику більше державності і думати про середньострокову і довгострокову перспективу, щоб зберегти цю державу. Дякую.
Very good. Thanks for those remarks. And, for me, it was a reminder that, resolve isn't just an event, it's a process. And you have to keep at it as a nation if you want to maintain it. Senator, I would like to go back to you for a question. I really appreciated your emphasis on leadership when it comes to national resolve. I think back within the first 24 hours or so, seeing President Zelensky outside in the dark with his team, with his mobile phone, filming himself saying that we're all here. And I feel like "we're all here" were perhaps the most consequential words spoken in the 21st century so far. It sent a signal to the Ukrainian people that the nation will have the resolve. It sent a message to Ukraine's partners and friends that, hey, we're staying and we need help. And I also think it sent the right message to the Russians as well. But how would you rank that importance of leadership at the top? Would you say it's the most important ingredient when it comes to resolve, or just one important factor?
I think it is the paramount, most important quality to the resolve of the nation. Whether it's Winston Churchill during World War II, during the Battle of Britain. Remember, Britain was bombed, much as Ukraine is today. I was reminded as we went to the bomb shelter just today about what people in Britain did during the war. They went to work, they went to school, they showed up, even though they had to go to the shelters, and even though in the middle of the night there was bombing. And Winston Churchill articulated that quality in the nation, as President Zelensky did when he said, "We are all here. We are still here." And by the way, America is still here. America is here for Ukraine. Lavrov said just the other day that American diplomats should leave Ukraine because of the threat to them from bombing and drones. America's not leaving Ukraine. Our security is important. We will work hard to preserve it, but America is standing by Ukraine. We are still here. And I'm really honored to be joined here by Jim Hines, my colleague, by the way, from Connecticut, who is the ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. He knows way more about military intelligence than he's allowed to discuss in public. But we are both from the state of Connecticut, which is regarded as the arsenal of democracy. We produce submarines, which are a technological marvel. We produce the engines for Pratt & Whitney for the F-35 and other jet fighters. Again, technological marvel. We produce helicopters at Sikorsky. But at the end of the day, military might is not sufficient to win battles. Strategy, choices, the decision even to go to war. And I don't think I will be saying anything that people aren't aware of when I tell you that my public view has been that the war in Iran is a war of choice, that was a mistake. The decision to go to war can be the result of folly or miscalculation. Take the two world wars, and often strength is a way to deter war. And that is the reason why I've been such a strong advocate of military strength. I'll just finish on this note. I was reminded of it by Congressman Hines' reference to World War II. 2 years ago, almost to the day, I led a congressional trip to Normandy on the 80th anniversary of D-Day. The speeches by the world leaders were powerful, but what most moved me was the veterans, American veterans, who came back. They're 100 years old now, and unfortunately, many in the last 2 years probably have passed away. Some of them needed wheelchairs, some canes, some could walk unaided. And I talked to one who said to me, this was our moment. This was our moment. He was 17. He was a kid. He jumped out of a landing boat into 8 feet of water with 80 pounds on his back. In the first wave of D-Day, remember, 90% were killed. In the second wave, something more than 80%, but they kept on going. Omaha Beach, I walked down to Omaha Beach. It is flat. It's 3 football fields from the water to the cliff. No cover, under the barrage of German artillery, grenades, machine guns. They kept going. Across the bridge, up the cliff, they liberated Europe. They defeated fascism. Today is our moment because we face the same threat to freedom from autocracies around the world. Putin is only one of the dictators who threatens our democracy.
Can we get that live? Could
Hybrid
I see
warfare
that again?
against Europe is only one of the threats.
So this is
Ukraine
digital?
is the battleground right now.
I was just wondering.
And
Because I was wondering who's
we
on
need to be
stage.
mindful that resolve does come from leadership. Absolutely right. It is paramount.
Thank you. Congressman, I wanted to ask you specifically
Some comment
about
said
strength
congressman.
in numbers when it comes to
Senator
resolve. It's not
Richard
always just about
Blumenthal.
national
Oh, God.
resolve or resolve of
Oh,
a
yeah.
society. It can also be
They
about
invite all
resolve
these
of
people.
allies and partners,
Coffee,
especially when you
senior
need them.
fellows
How
at
important would you say this factor is when it comes to the
Da-
big issues of
David
national defense and security
Arachnophobia,
in
leader
our
of the
alliances?
servant of the people.
Yeah, it's a
That's-
very
that's
interesting question.
Zelensky's party.
Senator Kelly was up here today, and he sort of identified that, our alliances,
Roman
as maybe the defining difference between the United States and our global antagonists. You know, the truth is that Russia has very few allies, and China has almost no allies. And there's a reason for that. And there's 2 things that are of note there. Number one is scale. China by itself is considerably larger than the United States, but China up against the United States and its allies, the scale is such, and this matters for everything from industrial production to ideas, makes a huge difference. Now, what's interesting about Resolve is that there's story after story, the David and Goliath story. We're sitting here now, Israel 1948, Israel 1967. I referred to, you know, these colonies in North America in 1776. The story it goes on.
250 years ago, I think.
250 years ago. Scale is important. Alliances are important. The truth is, it's an open question as to whether the United States would have become a country without the help of the French and a few others. And so alliances were even key in that story that we tell ourselves, that it was these plucky colonials. But the other point that needs to be made here, when we hear the word allies, we think, okay, NATO, you know, the traditional friendships. A key element of Resolve that we haven't really talked much about, which I think is really important, is societal alignment. You know, whether it's this millennial image of the reestablishment of a Jewish state, or the concept that the senator just articulated of the importance of democracy put up against autocracy and what we know autocracies do to the dignity of the individual and to all sorts of other things like prosperity, those ideas, and I would put those ideas maybe on a par with leadership as really critical. And ideas aren't all good, right? I mean, the truth is that the Soviet Union and the Third Reich had ideas. The Third Reich is easily dismissed because it's so appalling, but it was an idea that appealed to a meaningful percentage of the German population in the 1930s, this notion of racial purity and stuff, again, which is easily dismissed. The Soviet ideals, communism, it's a little harder to dismiss that one, right? Because if we forget, because we're now conditioned to the appalling tyranny that communism became. But the original idea was that, you know, all humans are equal and that you give according to your abilities and you get according to your needs. It was a very idea. This is why Americans left to fight in Europe for, you know, in the Lincoln Brigade or so they had this ideal too. What's interesting though is that what you really need is an ideal that is durable. And it has turned out that democracy, for all its imperfections, for all its messiness, is a remarkably durable idea, right? Fascism, communism, all these other tribalisms have fallen over and over and over again to the ideal of people ruling themselves.
Very good. Ariel, I wanted to turn back to your remarks about the Israeli experience. There's a lot of discussion, rightfully so, of Ukraine being an innovator, but you can also lump Israel into that category as well. What lessons can we learn from Israel about resolve and resilience?
It's a difficult question because usually we prefer not to give advices to others since we hear too much advices from the others. But in this case, I will dare to share some recommendations because we, Israel and Ukraine, share the same values and we share the same fight of freedom against autocracy that your congressman mentioned now. And since the Israeli story is a story of a society that refuses to surrender to fear and lies, that is my advice. First of all, regarding the fear, it's not by chance that I started my remarks with this joke because Israelis really attacked airplanes coming from different countries back to Israel in order to come back to our country and to fight. People that didn't get any order from the military command, that was their desire to come back either from California or Thailand or Berlin to fight. And this is my first recommendation. In order to have this kind of spirit and to endure for decades, you need to have an understanding of common goal and common hope. And the second advice regarding lies. Look, you're attacked by vicious propaganda and we know what it is. Actually, the anti-Zionism ideas that are spread very deep today are result of the same Soviet propaganda that attacked the Ukrainian nationalism and the Jewish nationalism. And the whole idea of Palestinian nation was invented by the KGB in 1964 and unfortunately spread throughout the world. So we know what it is to deal with lies. My advice is stick to your truth. Even if it takes years, even if it takes decades to overcome this wave of false propaganda, you should be resilient. And part of this commitment to truth is also to know who are your real friends. And you should know that you have a real friend in the state of Israel. It's not only one person, it's the whole country, which is your friend. And in this context, maybe my last recommendation is show your commitment to the truth, even today when you fight the war. And my practical advice is move your embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, because you should stick to truth. Even in your difficult times, you should also took the right side of the history about other conflicts on earth. Exactly the same that was done by the United States should be done by Ukraine too. And I would like to see a beautiful blue and yellow flag rise high in the skies of our eternal capital in Jerusalem.
Thank you. And Roman, in the final minutes, I would like to pose the same question to you, but ask what can we, Europeans, NATO, Americans, learn about the importance of resolve and how to have a resilient society? What can we learn from the Ukrainians?
Ну, саме головне, що ми вже побачили, що Росія ні перед чим не зупиняється, і нападом на Україну вона тестувала так само і наших партнерів, зокрема стійкість НАТО, тому що ультиматумом перед нападом було відведення НАТО на момент 1996 року. І цей ультиматум був, і зараз ми його не раз чуємо, і це було приводом, в тому числі, до нападу. Ми бачимо, що Росія не відмовилась від плану, це повернення впливу на Східну Європу, і в них є це наші розвідки про це говорять, і ми про це знаємо. Під особливою загрозою це країни Балтії, і це також уже вони самі це розуміють, маємо це розуміти. Стосовно військової компоненти, ми бачимо навіть сьогодні, що відбувається, що Росія атакує деякі держави вже напряму своїми дронами. І тут важливо зі сторони НАТО мати не тільки занепокоєння, а якісь більш рішучі дії. Тому що таким способом Росія просто тестує, на що здатна ця система. І багато, в тому числі в інформаційному полі, ми бачимо, що зараз вкидається, що НАТО неспроможна організація, яка не може себе захистити. Багато говориться про те, що вже Сполучені Штати думають про те, як вийти звідти. І, звичайно, все це буде на руку і Російській Федерації, і Китаю, коли ця організація не зможе більше існувати. Що стосується Європи, яка ближче до нас, я б хотів би, звичайно, більше суб'єктності Європи саме в питанні України. Європи, яка має відбудовувати свою армію, і яка має мати можливість самостійно справлятися з кризою, і яка має бути готова до цього. І, звичайно, політична система, вона має бути більш стійкою. Те, що я говорив про українську політичну систему, все це можна накласти і на європейську, тому що те, що ми бачимо, а можливо навіть і більше, що європейські лідери, які приходять, вони теж мислять короткими політичними циклами. І їх завдання не зберегти Європу цілісною часто, їх завдання часто не закласти якийсь фундамент для розвитку нації, а просто переобратись на наступних виборах. І це є великою проблемою, яку потрібно вирішувати. Якщо її не вирішити, то такі стабільні країни, як Російська Федерація, як Китай, вони повністю можуть відновити свій вплив на Європу. Оце сама головна проблема, проти якої ми маємо боротися. Дякую.
Thank you. And as our first speaker this afternoon, I'm going to give the mic to Senator Blumenthal to be our final speaker for this panel for the last minute or minute and a half or so. I'm mindful of the staff looking at me through the curtain over there. Thank you.
I just think it bears repeating that the United States is standing with Ukraine. The United States is standing with NATO. The President of the United States cannot unilaterally withdraw from NATO. It's a matter of law. And for everybody who is here and everybody who may be watching, let me just say, the American people stand with Ukraine. I said to President Zelensky yesterday, I wear this pin wherever I go in America, wherever I go in the world. And people come up to me in Connecticut and around the United States and they say, thank you for supporting Ukraine. This is an idea that has captured the world. And I will just finish by saying, to Jim's point, we need alliances. Our alliance with Ukraine is paramount. Ukraine has one of the strongest militaries in the world right now. It will emerge from this war as one of the leaders of the free world. It already is by its example. But militarily, economically, morally, we need Ukraine as a friend. And we need Europe as well. And fortunately, Europe has really stepped up to help Ukraine. I salute all of Europe.
Thank you, Senator. So to just quickly sum up in 20 seconds this panel, in the context of national resolve, we need strong leadership, good allies, stick to the truth, and trust in the political systems. And I think we've all realized and have learned that Ukraine has resolve, and we in the West and the rest of Europe and the United States, we need to find resolve. Please join me in thanking our panelists for this excellent session. Thank you.
you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Luke. Wonderful panelists started a discussion here on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, today as the world goes through a deep transformation of its security architecture, candid conversation about leadership, strategic decisions, and the future of the international order are of a particular value. So, right now, I invite all of you for the keynote conversation of day one. Please welcome the moderator of this conversation, Oleksiy Honcharenko, MP chairman of the forum. In conversation with Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, United States Special Envoy for Ukraine, who joined us online.
My dear friends and all the guests, I have an honor once again to present to you great friend of Ukraine, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. General Kellogg, sir, do you hear me? Are you with us? Maybe we have some technical issue. I just want to remind you that Keith Kellogg served as United States Special Envoy for Ukraine. Also, Keith Kellogg worked as a National Security Advisor to the Vice President of the United States and acting National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. And General Kellogg is a real friend of Ukraine and great supporter of Ukraine who did a lot to support in Ukraine during this very difficult time of Russian invasion. General Kellogg, do you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me, Oleksiy? I know that.
Yes.
I see the picture. I'm up. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we hear you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much for joining us in this early time in the United States. General, we have a great hall full of guests who are very interested and eager to listen to you today. We're very thankful for you that you found time to speak with us today. And on behalf of Ukrainian people, I just want to thank you for all support that you gave to Ukraine and continue to give to Ukraine during these very hard times. Thank you very much, sir.
Hey, well, thank you very much, and I wish I was with you. I had another international requirement that I had to honor as well, but I plan to see you. I plan to be in Kyiv at the end of the summer as well. So I'll get back into Ukraine and see what's happening there as well. But again, thank you very much for the support and what you are doing right now.
Thank you. Welcome back, sir, anytime. And so let us start with next. I think there is no sense to explain why Ukraine desperately needs United States of America. But I want to ask you, what do you think? United States of America, do you need Ukraine? And if yes, why?
Yeah, it's a great question. And when I look at Ukraine strategically, what it means, I think the answer is yes. I think just not the United States. I think the entire West, I think the entire world needs Ukraine, not only for the resolve, which was clear, but your ability to push back against tyranny or against aggression as well. And I think that's really good for what they've done. And here in the United States, we are, frankly consumed right now with the Middle East and what's happening there. But I think I think that's good in the sense that it's kind of taken Ukraine off the front burner, and I think that's important because it's let everything kind of cool down. And I've said before that strategically, it's good for Ukraine to do as well as it's doing right now, because I've said repeatedly, I've said it to the president, I've said it to everybody, Russia's not winning this war. They've got their attitude about winning is a lot different than my attitude about winning. And I think that Putin has got a major problem right now, and what he's trying to basically figure his way out of it right now. But I think Ukraine has done that, and it's a bright light for the rest of the world.
Thank you. And you already mentioned Middle East. Well, how do you see the situation? I mean, we hear from you in Ukraine, looking at what's happening in Middle East, we have mixed feelings. From one point of view, here in Odessa was the first Shahed attack in autumn 2022, when Russia used Iranian-made Shaheds and maybe Iranian prepared launches, because we know that Iranian instructors were in Russia helping them to start this technology and using these drones. And the first attack was here in Odessa in October 2022. So we see when you are destroying this Ayatollah's regime from one side, definitely, we like to see this. From another point of view, there is a feeling that US administration now is completely absorbed with the Middle East issue, and not so much time and capacity is left for Ukraine. How do you see this? This situation in Middle East, it helps us or not, in general, where it's moving?
Yeah, well, I've always been very vocal about this, that I really get worried about a theocratic regime, one that's led by religious zealots, who are basically a bunch of thugs who've killed a lot of their people. Now, the reason I've said that about Ukraine is because it's everything kind of, put the onus on Putin to do something, but especially the Europeans who stepped up. Like, look what Sweden just did with the Griffin fighters and coming to Ukraine as well. And I think that's good, because it allows us to pivot to the Middle East and allows Europe to pick up. And I think, I've said it repeatedly, that I think Europe doesn't believe this sometimes, but I said they're a lot stronger than they thought themselves. They are. And I think by that, I think they shouldn't worry about the Russians. I think the Russian threat to Europe right now is a little bit overblown, primarily because of Ukraine, and that the Russians are not as capable or dangerous as we were back in the Cold War. I remember when I was in Europe, stationed in Germany for 5 years, we worried about the Soviet Union at the time coming across what we call the Fulda Gap. Well, the Soviet Union is not Russia. And I use this as an example. I said, the Russians have lost between 1.2 and 1.4 million dead and wounded. They left Afghanistan after losing 18,000. And so what's happening right now is it's sort of Putin's problem to figure out, how do I get into this mess I got into? And of course, he's trying to put a lot of pressure on Donetsk Oblast. And I think you can't give up that land to do it, because giving up that land, you give up the fortified cities and you give up defensible terrain as well. And I've told the President of the United States, like, if you're really concerned about them giving up the land, make Russia fight for it, because Ukrainians will do very, very well. And I think statistically, from what I've heard, they've only picked up about 1% of land ever since the original invasion. So they really haven't done very well. And that's the reason I said earlier, their definition of winning is different than my definition of winning. I think the onus is on them to basically, not necessarily, I would like them to see them pull out, but at the very, very worst case, it's a status quo of the lines of contact right now, and go to peace from that position, not with de jure, but de facto. In other words, they occupy the land, but we don't recognize that. There was a doctrine in the United States years ago, and it's still current, called the Wells Doctrine, that we do not legally acknowledge that anybody has captured that land. We say they're de facto, they actually sit on it, they own it, but we're not saying by law we recognize it, we just don't do. That's what they're saying. We're saying the same thing about all of the oblasts that the Russians have basically occupied. You can occupy them, but we're not going to give them any legal justification for being there.
Yeah, we counted with this current level of Russian gains, they will need 10 years, more than 10 years, just to occupy Donetsk Oblast, the rest part which is still under control of Ukraine. Just for this, it will take 10 years and maybe 1 or 2 million people lost in action. And you already mentioned the numbers which Russia lost during this war and compared it to, for example, Afghanistan. So my question to you is probably, first of all, as a military, can we count Russia still a great power? We're here in this forum this year speaking about what is great power, what defines it. Can we call Russia great power?
No, I don't. I think they're a regional power, obviously. as long as a nation has nuclear weapons, they've got to be considered, you know, a great power only because there's only 9 nations that have nuclear weapons. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why that President Trump, when he went into Iran, was the fact is we could not allow them to develop nuclear weapons. It would have totally destabilized the Middle East. If they had enriched uranium to weapons grade, they would have gotten a weapon from somebody. They would have either bought it or had the technology for North Korea to develop one. And then their missile fleet, which at the time was the largest in the Middle East, and they had missiles that could reach France. So I always ask the question, why do you need to enrich uranium to weapons grade uranium, and why do you need to have a missile fleet? It doesn't make any sense that they would do that. So when you ask about Russia being a great power, I think they're a regional power with nuclear weapons, but they're not, when you say about a global power, when it comes, I believe, when it comes to the China-Russia relationship, they are the junior partner to Russia. I mean, you've got to ask yourself the question is, if Russia was so good, why are they not depending, but why did they have to bring North Korean soldiers in to fight up near Kursk? That shows you they've got some real problems in defending their own homeland, that they've got to bring another party in for the fight. So it's a great question. It's one that I'm sure strategists will think about, but to answer your question, no, not really. I think they're regional, not global.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this answer. And I want to ask you about how you think American administration now watches at Ukraine, because you know that there were ups and downs. You did a fantastic job, but at the same time, we'll remember some difficulties, I would call it like this. And recently, during last month, we heard several very inspiring things. Secretary Rubio, for example, called Ukrainian army one of the strongest in the world. Vice President G.D. Vance said about the scale of assistance that United States are #1 supporter of Ukraine during all these years. So can we say that now, maybe after Middle East, maybe understanding that Ukrainian experience is important and so on, that there is a change in attitude to Ukraine now, and if yes, in what direction, and in general, how you see current administration looks at Ukraine today?
Yeah. Well, you know, when you look at Ukraine, we've always said that Ukraine was primarily a European issue. The reason for that is there was frustration when we go back to the first Trump administration, when a lot of the European allies, NATO allies, didn't fulfill what we call the Wales Declaration. And in 2014, they all went to Wales, all the leaders of those nations, and they said they would spend 2.5% of their GDP on defense, of which 20% of that was modernization. Yet when we came in, the administration came in for the first time in 2017, in January of that year, only 3 nations of NATO were meeting that number. So there's some frustration that we had with the NATO partners basically saying, well, we're going to build up our social platform and not build up our military platform. I think that's a mistake. When you look at what Ukraine is doing at the size of their army, if they get to an 800,000 man army, it'll be the strongest army in Europe by just numbers alone. But in their technology and their ability to fight, they'll be at the top of the list. Now, I think that what we're seeing, and what I am seeing, is the arc of security now doesn't basically sit in Germany or in France or in the UK. If you look, it moves actually further to the east. And now that arc goes from Finland and Sweden, it swings around to Ukraine down to Romania as well. And I think that's very important for the future. So the arc of security for Europe as well actually has moved to the east. It's moved out to the old countries like Germany and France and the UK, only because their capability is not where Ukraine's will be into the future. Ukraine will be basically the Sparta of Europe into the future. And I think that's a compliment, that as good as they are and as well led as they are, that I think the Ukraine's going to be a very powerful player in Europe. I think when it comes to the next few years, everybody will look to Ukraine as actually the leader. And I think that's important into the future, because you just look at it statistically and what's out there and the forces that are there. And the forces are battle hardened, they're battle trained, great leadership, in numbers alone, they're going to be at the forefront. And I think the United States sees that. He said, well, the real leader in Europe will probably end up being the Ukrainians, even though the old powers that we go back and remember from 16 and 1700s, the British or the Germans or the French, they will actually cede that leadership to the Ukrainian leadership in the future. I would say that's a real compliment to you. It's a real compliment to a developing nation like Ukraine really is, based on just years alone, not going back to ancient history. But I think when they go into the future, I think that's something to basically, as we say in America, hang your hat on it and build on as well.
Thank you, sir. And important question, and this question is it's super important for millions of Ukrainians, because you are in President Trump's team. You were advising him on Ukraine. You were special envoy, and you continue to be in his team. The question is, how you feel, what is the personal feeling of President Trump towards Ukraine? President Trump famously said that he would make peace, in Ukraine. And believe me, many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians, are really looking forward, and our hopes are on President Trump to have peace in our country. So how you see how President Trump feels about Ukraine, and is there any dynamics during this little bit more than a year of his presidency? Second.
Yeah, it's basically, the reason we say that Ukraine is basically a European issue is because the focus is Europe, and they need to step up to the plate, as we said earlier, to do that. Now, I think, and I kind of do this tongue-in-cheek when I say that part of the issue, I think, is presidential leadership. When you look at President Zelensky and President Trump, they're both a lot alike. They both came out of the entertainment business. They're both basically, they can be both stubborn. They can both be very opinionated. And I think sometimes there's a clash, and it's like any human dynamic, you'll get a clash like that. It's not that it's bad for anybody, but just you have to accept that. And once you accept that and you look at the future, when you look at the administration, and Senator Blumenthal said earlier, the fact is, when you look at the numbers, the people in America support Ukraine and what they're trying to do. And I've said it repeatedly, just even a few years ago. When the United States pushes back on Russia as a strategic adversary, then that's not necessarily bad. That just kind of puts everything in perspective. And aggression is bad, and they were the aggressors into Ukraine, and we understand that, we recognize that. And I think what we're trying to do is rebalance everything. We have global interests. Global interests meaning we worry about South America, we worry about Latin America, we worry about Cuba, we worry about Venezuela, we worry about Europe as well, we worry about the Far East. And what's happened is that it doesn't deplete your arsenal that you have, but it means we have to put prioritization where we're going to be at any certain time. And right now, the prioritization is the Middle East, because that's our biggest concern, because we do not want Iran to be a nuclear power, because it totally destabilizes the Middle East, be it Saudi Arabia or be it the Emirates. And so that's our focus right now. As I said earlier, that is a good thing for Ukraine, because I think what happens, it allows everything to basically have a cooling off period on relations, and basically Ukraine is handling the Russian threat fairly well, and the NATO allies, or the European allies, are now starting to step up. Just like I saw the other day, I mentioned earlier about Sweden and the Griffin fighters, which is a good multi-role fighter. It's a Generation 4 fighter. The only nations that really have the Generation 5 are ourselves, the Russians and the Chinese. But again, it goes back to what the Russians have. I said it repeatedly. When we went into Iran, we beat everything the Russians had, meaning they gave the Iranians all their best equipment, their air defense systems or any of the other systems, and we're able to punch right through them. So I'd say to anybody, you better not buy Russian stuff, you better not buy Chinese stuff, because their stuff doesn't work as well as our stuff does. And I think your defense industry, if I may, is building up as well, and you are now the leaders, and we don't have any doubt about that at all, are leading into the future of warfare, which is basically drone warfare. You've led that, and we're trying to basically capitalize on that by pulling in your businesses and at the same time trying to learn from you as well. So I think everything, in my opinion, you know, and I know it's hard. I know it was a hard winter. I get that. But I think where you're at today is a lot better than where you're at a year ago or 2 years ago. I think it's for the first time since 2023, Ukrainians are gaining land. And I think now you put the Russians on the back foot a little bit by the deep attacks the Ukrainians have had. And I think that's good.
That's really happening thanks to armed forces of Ukraine and thanks to our allies. And we hope that we will continue like this. We already started to speak with you about peace process and negotiations. You were directly involved, and it's important for us to understand where we are, because the feeling is that the negotiations are stopped. Where are we now in this peace process? How you see this?
Remember now the two lead negotiators for the Middle East are the same lead negotiators for Ukraine and Russia. And you really can't be two places at the same time. But you've got Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're trying to work with the Arab allies right now to come to some type of peace agreement. So that's the reason I said they're taking the pressure off the peace agreement or peace discussions with the Russians at this time. I think that's good. I think it, as I said, allows a period of cooling off. Look, and I know one of the hard things, and I've said before, is over time, I think what's going to be really important, because we have done it as the United States, is eventually you're going to have elections again. And I know those are because of martial law. You haven't had the elections, but I think over time, that's something to think about. Go into the future, what is that going to mean? And what you do is you establish resiliency, you establish of your institutions, but at the same time, you establish currency of the current leadership. The longer it goes, the worse it becomes, because then there will people say, well, now aren't you moving into a new dictatorship by length of time? The answer to me is no, but I think over time you're going to have to say, okay, when do we get rid of martial law, and when do we start having another election? I understand the process. The process will take time to do it, but at least you need to be, the RADA, which you're part of, has to develop that and start thinking about that as well for President Zelensky. Will he probably run again? Of course he will. But at the same time, I think anytime you can have an election and puts democratic principles ahead of somebody like the Russians and President Putin, I think that's a real plus for Ukraine. It's a real plus for anybody who happens to win an election. But it's something to think about well into the future.
Speaking about elections, definitely here in Ukraine, we're clear, and as a person who's been here many times, and your family, and thanks for doing this, that today the elections are just impossible on security reasons. And even if to take historical examples, in the United Kingdom there were no elections between 1935 and 1945, even despite the fact that there were no German army on British soil, British ground, and unfortunately we have Russian army on our soil, and unfortunately every day we are attacked throughout the whole territory. So on security reasons, it is impossible today, but definitely it will come after the peace will come. So we have now a lot of talking in Ukraine recently, like President Zelensky, he said that maybe there is a chance for peace till November, this November. At the same time, we heard some articles saying maybe in 2-3 years. And then Angela Merkel, former German chancellor, said maybe we will see peace in this decade. So it's a very different prognosis. How do you think? I understand you are not Nostradamus, but according to what you know and what you see, when Ukraine can receive peace, when this war can be over?
Well, look, I've said before, you could do it today if you wanted to. Not you, but I'm saying that the peace process can go as long as the Russians say, well, we'll decide right now, we'll be status quo and the lines of contact and come to a ceasefire right now, and then everybody later either goes home or whatever it's going to take, but at least you talk about it and see where you're at. And then I think that would be good. But I think now, with the summertime, And when you get into the fall, I think the Ukrainians are on the front foot, not the back foot. And I think that's important. And what I've noticed about President Putin is you put him under pressure, and then he's going to start thinking hard about what he's doing, and what is basically, you're looking at what his military is doing at the time, or what the oligarchs are doing at the time. Now, let me go back. I understand what you said about the British, but we held elections, we the United States, during wartime, but we didn't have anybody on our soil. That's true. And the British didn't have anybody on their soil, which is true. We just looked at it, we set it up constitutionally. I was stunned as we went back to our Constitution, be it Franklin Roosevelt or Truman or whoever was involved in that. We all understood the requirement for it. The reason for that, I say that, is because psychologically, the fact is, when you look at the rest of the world, you say, look, we were willing as a free nation to basically buckle up, and I know what your Constitution says, that we can actually have these elections well in the future. And I understand that you can't because of the pressures currently under right now, but it's going to be one of those you should plan for into the future, because what you want to do is when it comes out, when you do get a peace settlement, I think then your next step is going to be, well, how does the vote go? How do we do this? And it's difficult because currently you've got, one fully occupied, for sure, oblast, which is Crimea, and then you've got to the north, Luhansk, and you got most of Donetsk. Now, the question is, how do they vote? Because by your Constitution, it's going to be a vote of all of the oblast, and the referendum as well. So I understand there's difficulties. I don't minimize those at all, but I'm just telling you strategically what I would say. This is a thought to do so. I would say the same thing to President Zelensky, and I would say this is going to accrue the advantage of Ukraine being the new leader of Europe and a powerful leader at that. So those are all items of discussion that are, I think, very important for going forward in democracy and what it looks like with your role in Europe into the future.
I want to ask you about Russian blackmailing. The whole world looks at Russian nuclear saber rattling and blackmailing Ukraine and the world with their nukes. Again, some new exercises, this time in Belarus. There are already nuclear weapons in Belarus, and time and time again they are doing this. I am very interested, you worked in administration, did Russia give us signals to the United States, and how about possible use of nuclear weapons? And what is American, US estimation of possibility of realizing of these threats which Putin uses all the time?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be nuts to think like that. The fact is, that was never brought up, the use of nuclear weapons. There's always a concern about it. I mean, when you talk about it, you always talk about what, and I hate the term, but it's used a lot of tactical nuclear weapons. And I think that's one of the reasons. I go back to what happened in the Middle East about Iran, but I think he talks like that, but it's bluster. He says, well, we're going to use tactical nuclear weapons. I think to do that would make him clearly a pariah among all nations. I mean, look, the only nation that's used atomic, now we call nuclear weapons, is the United States. And we haven't even thought about using those unless it's a strategic exchange. So I think what he says like that is one of those, yeah, okay, well, right, it's not going to happen. But it scares people because it's such a devastating weapon. But right now, I do not see anybody seriously thinking that they're going to use nuclear weapons on the ground there in Ukraine. But when you've got somebody like a Putin, you don't know, because I think that this is a guy who's basically concerned about his own survival. He now realizes the war is not going well for him. And these are the kind of people, when you back them into a corner, they lash out. So it's always going to be a concern, just because they've got the weapons. We know they've got tactical nuclear weapons. Is he stupid enough to use them? I don't think he is, but that threat is always there. Any nation that's got nuclear weapons, you're very, very concerned about it. I mean, look, I'll give you a historical example. Years ago, when I was in the Pentagon, we were very concerned about Pakistan and India both having nuclear weapons and both going at it. and we reminded both countries, do you realize what that'll do if you both use nuclear weapons? And we actually had to pull them back from the brink. So that was the last time I saw that actually happening. I think there's always going to be a fear, and they're going to be talking about it. But I think that I think even he realized, I think the Chinese realized, that's basically, as to use an American term, that's a bridge too far. He's not going to do that.
Oh, thank you. That is very important message, and thank you for this. We are here now in Odessa, in the capital of the Black Sea, the biggest city on the Black Sea shore, not just in Ukraine, just biggest, period. And we are speaking also about Black Sea region, the whole region, not just about Ukraine. So it looks like for a long time, Black Sea was watched as a kind of peripheral lake near Mediterranean. And I think now the situation has completely changed. How you see the future of Black Sea, the current situation in the Black Sea region, security, and the future of the Black Sea, its importance, and how it is estimated from the United States.
I always think the Black Sea is going to be important, primarily because for Ukraine, we're getting, sea shipments out, your grain shipments out through the Dardanelles, which are controlled by Turkey as well. But it's always going to be a very, very important part of the world, not just for Ukraine, but when you look at Romania, who's got there, or the Russians have got ports there as well. Ukraine does as well. But I think, frankly, for Russia being a Black Sea power, you quite well shot that one down. And especially when starting with the sinking of the Moskva years ago. So I think it's an important piece of the world. It's important for your cargo going out. I think going through the Dardanelles, getting the shipping lanes clear. It's always going to be an important part. Odessa is a beautiful city. I've been there. It's lovely going to the seashore as well. So I think the Black Sea Security Forum is important because it says to the rest of the world and the region as well that the Black Sea is important. I mean, I would ask you, not only ask Ukraine that question, but ask Romania that question as well. Because when you look at them, they need the Black Sea as well for their seaports and getting items in and out of the Dardanelles. So it's very important. It's an important place. It's an important dialogue that you're having right now. And by the way, I extend my regards to Ambassador Volker, who I think there's, and Aliona, if you're out there as well, it's both of you. So I just think it's an important forum. I wish I was there to be with you. As I said earlier, I had previous engagements I couldn't break as well, but I'll be back with you before long.
Thank you very much. One more question to you as a professional military at the same time, geopolitical mastermind, a national security mastermind, world-class level. Your advice to Ukraine: after the war will end, Ukraine will have million-strong, battle-hardened army. How you see the future of Ukrainian army? What is your advice? What Ukraine should do with this force from one point of view, but understanding all responsibilities and burden which it also has? How you see, and what is your advices to Ukraine? How we need to deal with this huge, probably the most important asset that Ukraine has today?
Yeah, look, I said it before when I said that the arc of strategic dominance is going to run through Ukraine when in the future. The backbone of that dominance will be your army, which will be the largest in Europe, the most battle-hardened in Europe, and will take the lead from them as well. So what I would caution is I wouldn't fall into the trap that the Germans or the French or even the British fell into, which once a conflict is over, you diminish your armed forces by cutting back in size. I think if you're on the front lines, you've got to have a very robust military. And I think you've got it right now, and I think you need to continue that. So my advice to the Rada is that make sure that you don't start going back, cutting back on your military forces. Keep them as strong as they are. Keep the 800,000-man army that they're talking about, and my term is, you become the Sparta of Europe.
Let us move a little bit north from the Black Sea and Belarus. Today we see, first of all, we hear some news speaking about, again, that can be a possible threat and invasion of Ukraine from Belarus. It is discussed again in the media. At the same time, we see quite intensive contacts between American administration and Belarusian, we should say, dictator Lukashenko. Do you really think, is there a real threat for Ukraine today from the north? Can be a new invasion like it happened in February 2022 happen again now?
Yeah, I think President Lukashenko, if he would decide to do something like that, would be absolutely stupid. It'd be nuts to do that, because I think his force would be defeated. He's already got internal dissent there. And I was one of the people who went to see Lukashenko when we were trying to get political prisoners out at the time, which we got him out at the time. But the buildup, and of course he's very close to Putin. His buildup is, they're not really, I think their threat is to their west as well, meaning the potential conflict. And I think I would not be that concerned about it. You hear about talking about it, but I think when it comes to talking to him, if he gets pressure to do that, I think it would probably be the end of Lukashenko as we know him, because I think his forces cannot combat against Ukrainian forces as well. And on the northern route, I know that's one of the original routes into Kyiv, but I don't see that into the future. I think you'd be exceptionally foolish to do something like that.
Thank you. And we are speaking today also about technologies and new warfare. Drones became a revolution. Here in Odessa, naval drones were invented, and from Odessa, they started and attacked Russian Black Sea Fleet and destroyed 1/3 of Russian Black Sea Fleet, which was absolutely something nobody would wait for, but it happened. So, as a military person, how you see this continuation of this drone revolution which happens right now? What will be the next steps on the battlefield?
Well, I think drone technology is advanced. I mean, when you think about warfare in the future, drones are going to play a key role. Excuse me. And they're and we're seeing that in the West as well. You know, it's sort of like when the machine gun came on and the airplane came on, or tanks came on. You see an evolution, a revolution in warfare, of technology. And I think the Ukrainians will lead that. I think everybody's trying to capitalize on that as well. And I think Ukrainians are leading that. We've got teams in there right now that are looking at drone technology. This is technology that's going to grow just not from the battlefield. You know, when you think about it, it's in the future of evacuation of the wounded or supplies, whatever it's going to take. Drones you minimize manpower to do it. So I just think that they keep developing that. And the industries of Ukraine are very important to do that. You know, some of your great industries like Firepoint and the rest of them are just showing everybody else the way. And I think the Russians realize that, Iranians realize it, Chinese realize it, North Koreans realize it. I know you realize it as well. And I was very impressed by how that development has started and has continued as well, and hope to be a part of that well now and into the future as well.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to ask you to make some address to Ukrainians. You know, millions of Ukrainians know you, millions of Ukrainians respect you, and it's very important for us to hear your advice, to hear your address, what we should be prepared for, what we should do now, how you see what will happen in the next months. So please give some address to those Ukrainians who are listening to us now.
Yeah, I would say, you know, stay firm on what you're doing. I think I know the winter was really hard. It was a harsh winter. I understand that. And I think now that you're in a better position to do it, and I think just keep fighting on. It's what you're doing, and don't basically fall for any bad negotiations or a bad peace deal. The fact is, I know you want to get there. I know it's going to happen. Probably, you know, I wouldn't pick a date, but the future, both sides are tired right now, understandably. and both sides have been supportive, but the Ukrainian people are incredibly resilient. Look, I remember the last time I was in Kyiv was when there was, we were listening and I was watching news articles about a previous attack of drones. And the fact is that people, when they went to the subway, were actually singing the national anthem. You can't capture that anywhere else. That's important. It shows the resilience of the people. It shows their dedication to Ukraine, their loyalty to the nation as well. And just say, there's an American term, it's hang in there. And I think that's what you want to keep doing now and into the future. And it's a shining beacon to the world, and people respect that. And I know I do. So I would say just understand that eventually wars end, it'll be over, and then the rebuilding starts well into the future. So, just understand that the difficulties you have today will be gone by tomorrow.
Thank you very much. A last thing which I want to tell you and to ask you to address and to send this message to President Trump. So here we are in an opera house of Odessa, which was built during Russian Empire times. And there is a special place reserved here for Russian Emperor. And Vladimir Putin was absolutely desperate to sit at this place. That was his dream. The dream which will never come true, thanks to Ukrainian armed forces, and thanks to support of our allies and people like you. And this place, we reserve it now for US President Donald Trump as a peacemaker who will bring peace to Ukraine. I just want to ask you to send this message to President Trump saying that we in Ukraine, we put our hopes on him because we need peace as soon as possible. We need American support and shoulder in this, and we want to invite him to sit here as a president of free nation in free Ukraine, in a place which was Russian emperor so desperate about, but we don't want to see them anymore, and they never will be there. But American president, we want to see him there. Please send this message to him. Thank you very much, sir.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please give a round of applause to General Keith Kellogg. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thanks again.
Олексій Гончаренко, Keith Kellogg, thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum, the Black Sea has always been a region where the future of nations are decided not in a single move, but in a long sequence of strategic decisions. A region where every country knows the price of choosing its own path. So our next conversation brings together two voices that each in their own country have stood at the center of exactly that choice. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of this conversation, Kira Rudik, member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, leader of the Holos Party, member of the advisory board of the Black Sea Security Forum. In conversation with Her Excellency Salome Zubarishvili, 5th President of Georgia, a diplomat, a stateswoman, and one of the leading European voices of the South Caucasus and the Black Sea region. So please welcome Kira Rudik and Salome Zubarishvili. We still need maybe a couple of minutes for everyone to join our stage right now. And I'll use this time just to say a few important words of gratitude to the partners who support and trust make the Black Sea Security Forum 2026 possible. So our title partners shaping the vision and international impact of the forum, Konrad Adenauer, Steve Town, and Heparika. Thank you so much. Our strategic partners standing with democratic resilience and international dialogue, Lord Ashcroft, Trillian and Chris Fassner. Our knowledge partner bringing expertise and analytical leadership to every discussion, RAND Europe. Our side program partners putting the wider dialogue and the side events of the forum, Hans Seidel Stiftung. Thank you so much. And of course, our partners standing with Ukraine and with the mission of this forum, Gefest, Interkim, Odessa Business Club, Ukrainian Agri Council, and VST Bank. Once again, thank you all for your partnership, for your solidarity, and of course, for your belief in a secure and democratic future. Thank you so much. So it seems that we are ready to begin this conversation, the very last but not least, of course, conversation of day one at the Black Sea Security Forum 2026. So please welcome once again Kira Rudik and Salome Zorovich.
It's a great honor for me to be here today and to share with you this very important question, which is whether we are coming close to the end game. And if we're coming close to the end game, the main responsibility and the main victory will be that of the Ukrainian people, and that is something that we all should acknowledge here. The first thing that we can really recognize is that the myth of Russia's invincibility has been shattered. The most consequential defeat in Ukraine of Russia is not territorial, it is psychological. The premise of a swift, decisive victory to assert Russian dominance has failed. Ukraine's extraordinary resistance has exposed all the systemic failures in the Russian military that Moscow spent decades concealing, but not only in the military. It also exposed the systemic failures in the economy, and Putin gambled on Russia's economic resilience amidst Western actions and sanctions, but that bet is looking miscalculated. Prestige has vanished, social contract is compromised because the promises of the Putin regime to its own people of stability and prosperity versus political submission and passivity is not really working. And Russian losses have yet to come to Russian society to be completely felt and understood. And it's also very clear now for the rest of the world that Russia, for continuing its military operation, needs sometimes North Koreans, sometimes Africans, and there's not enough to rely on its own resources. While this myth of Russia's military invincibility is shattered, it's not that Russia accepts to just stop there, and it's at the same time waging another war, an hybrid warfare, where Georgia is the blueprint. It doesn't wage war only with missiles, but through elections, through propaganda, through institutional capture, through civil society intimidation, and through exporting its own model of legislative coercion, media suppression, and so on. The laws adopted in Georgia, hence the pressure on independent media, the criminalization of dissent, all of that is part of the hybrid interference campaign designed to take Georgia away from its European path and under the Russian leverage. Ukraine knows what a missile looks like. Georgia is learning what a captured state could look like. Both are forms of the same aggression by the same country. The broader context is that Russia is and remains an imperialist power, and as long as even a single territory remains under Russian occupation, it will remain an imperial state. It seems that the European Union leaders are gradually recognizing that, and even this idea of having to discuss during peace talks all the occupied territories with Russia, by Russia, has already appeared in the mouth of Kaja Kallas, which we can only recognize and be thankful for. What Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova share is whether nations in the neighborhood of Russia have the sovereign right to choose their own futures, and whether the international community will defend that right in practice and not just in principle. What we know for sure is that Russia is much weaker than it has ever been, that it is not winning in Ukraine, and that its invisibility image is shattered. But unless Russia knows and recognizes its own borders, Russia will remain a threat, not only to its neighbors this time, but anywhere even beyond its borders, because the new hybrid warfare is something that can be exported any place, any time, through a good mastery of how to rig elections. So waiting out Russia's decline is not a strategy, but shaping the conditions of that decline is a strategy, and it must constitute the next strategy for the West. Decisiveness, not hesitation, is the future to come really to the end game. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate every single partner, every single friend Ukraine has, and it is so important that all these friends, despite all the threats, are coming to Ukraine, are coming to Odessa, to the Black Sea Security Forum, to exchange the opinions, to listen for the leaders of politics, leaders of economic sector, of military sector, and who can share with us the feeling that Ukraine can win this war. Madam President, thank you so much for this thoughtful address. And I want to share my feeling about Georgia with you to kick off our conversation. So I remember in, I think, year 2013, 2014, we visited Georgia with some friends, and we were so impressed. It was an exemplary country for us in terms of democracy, in terms of certain reforms, in the way how the country was becoming European, like day by day. And it seemed at that moment that this path that Georgia was on was irreversible. If in that time somebody would have told us that what is happening today would happen, I don't think that anybody would believe that. So today I think so many guests and so many Ukrainians are very interested in learning the lessons about what Georgia did the right way, but what did go wrong. So we can work here with our international partners and try to prevent certain things. So my first question to you, and based on what you said in your address, is when you're looking back to the war that Russia launched on Georgia, what was the biggest miscalculations from the West regarding this war, and what do you think is something that Ukraine should avoid today?
I think the biggest miscalculation was to not having taken seriously that war, thinking that it was just one separate and isolated event that one could forget about. And that's why the reaction, there were no sanctions, no serious sanctions after that. And probably if the lessons had been drawn from that experience, the decisions at the time of the invasion of Crimea would have been different. We were 2008, then again in 2014, the reactions were not what they should have been. At that time, the reactions were, well, maybe Crimea is a little bit more Russian, and all these explanations that were justifying what was happening rather than trying to counter what was happening. So yes, not even enough taking seriously what was happening. And I think that looking now at what's happening today in Georgia, I think the same thing has been happening in the recent years, not to take seriously this shift of Georgia from a candidate country, a country that was going towards European integration with a rapid pace and with number of reforms, and suddenly turns its back on Europe, starts insulting Europeans, European leaders, European ambassadors, Ukrainians, all of that, and nobody reacts, doesn't know what is happening until things go quite far. And I would say also in the miscalculations, when I look at what was happening, what is happening now before the Armenian elections, what happened before the Romanian elections, before the Moldovan elections, we didn't get in 2024 any high-level visit, no high-level scrutiny of the elections to come, when this trend had already started and there was already to be expected that Russia was not going to stay aloof during the elections. Happily, our case maybe was good to inspire reactions for other elections, because it's something that now everybody knows that Russia can interfere in the elections of any country, including what we call old European countries.
But it's so sad when your country is made of a bad example. And while right now it's said that Ukraine is in many cases a good example, we still wouldn't wish it on anyone to be an example that we are right now. It's also important to remember that when we say that Russia got the appeasement first in 2014, when they annexed Crimea and were not punished for it, it is important to remember that it was not 2014. It was 2008 when Russia attacked Georgia, because this is when they have gotten this taste for blood, and we need to remember it to make sure that this history wouldn't repeat itself. So right now what we see is that Russia is constantly using the strategy of frozen conflicts. What do you think, given the situation that sometimes our partners are offering us certain paths to ceasefire or perhaps some peace deal, which without the proper setup would end up being a frozen conflict? What could be a solution to that? What is the way of contradicting Russia's strategy of having the frozen conflicts in the democratic states?
Well, first of all, one has to say that the frozen conflicts, we've had them for a very long time. This is an old strategy. It's not a new Russian strategy. It's a Stalinist strategy that is keeping ongoing. And the frozen conflicts, what has to be known about that, what to do about it, I wouldn't know. But one has to know that frozen conflicts do not permit to Russia, and that is the case of Georgia and of Moldova, do not allow Russia to stop the course of the country, the orientation of the country, the integration. That is a lesson that Russia took from frozen conflicts. that despite these frozen conflicts, despite the military bases on the territory, the country, until they started their new hybrid strategy, continued to move towards European integration, NATO integration. So it was not enough. And one thing that our partners have to know is that frozen conflicts will never be stability. It will always be a foot of Russia to destabilize or to try to destabilize and to be present where they shouldn't be present. The only stability, again, and the only one, is to see Russia finally, after so many centuries, recognized as any other normal state. Where are its borders? You know that you ask a Russian to draw the borders of Russia, there will be as many maps as you have Russians. One would include Crimea, the other would include Ukraine, the third one would include Georgia or even God
Yeah,
knows
they
what.
constantly keep saying Russia has no borders.
And
it's
that is the main factor of instability. And if the European Union is serious, or Americans are serious about wanting stability, either in that part of the world or in general with having normal relations with Russia, that is the way to go about it. There is no other way.
when every time some Russian representatives is saying this, well, first, I think our partners need to take it very seriously, especially Baltic states, because when Russia said that they have no borders, we clearly understand where they would be their next hit. And the only way moving forward that we have proven to be working to show Russia where their borders are is to fight back.
But there is one border that Russia doesn't want to, but does recognize, if we look directly at the situation, it's NATO's border.
Oh, that's true.
In fact, they are threatening and they're trying to pretend that they will do something, but it's psychological. It's Putin KGB that talks. But in reality, they do recognize NATO's border. That is why we are outside of those borders, really consider, and we're right to consider it like that, that the ultimate security is there.
Sure. So, Madam President, you mentioned the hybrid operations and informational operations, and we have seen that this is how Russia operates even within the NATO borders right now. So, from your experience, from your country's experience, what were the most dangerous ones, and what were the best political and organizational way to counter these operations and to strengthen your country's democracy?
Well, in our case, I think that everything was used, and most of it was used, the knowledge that Russian services have of Georgia, of Georgian mentality, of the different regions. I mean, they could adapt their strategy or their tactics to the intimate knowledge of Georgia. And they have been using the models that were used by Georgians, but inspired by Russians, with the presence of some Russian technology instructors, were diverse. They used traditional ballot stuffing. It came from that to much more sophisticated use of electronic voting, perverted electronic voting, call centers that were used to gather information on the people that were voting. And we still do not know the full extent of course, money was a big part of that was spread all around. What is to be known is also that these methods change with each country. We know that in the case of Romania, TikTok was used. In the case of Moldova, they were promising people, the Russian-speaking Moldovans especially, opening accounts in Russia, that those accounts would be deblocked after the elections. So each country has a little bit of its specificity applied to, but what is needed is much more coordination between European countries that have this capacity to really design preventive measures. And one thing is sure, is that the old methods, the old OEC monitoring missions that come a few days before and stay during the and visit different precincts. That does not correspond any longer to the needs of really monitoring free elections in those countries or in European countries.
The facts that you are mentioning is one of the many reasons why Ukraine cannot have elections during the martial law. We know that many international partners are constantly asking us of that, if Ukraine can have elections or looking forward to have elections. The answer is no, and the reasons are security related, organizational related, but also we all realize that Russia's attempt of influence, the amount of money, the amount of operations on all the levels, informational, hybrid, etc., will be tremendous and something that we absolutely cannot sustain during the martial law, and we will try to fight hard after, we hope, when the war is over.
Of course, because Putin has made very clear his strategy is losing the war, the military war, and he immediately starts talking about elections. And it's very clear what his view of those elections would be and what the methods used could be. And it's very difficult in a country that has lived through this terrible war to face immediately new elections. So I would be very cautious. I would support any form of caution. There is time for everything. There is time for war. There is time for peace. And there is time for elections. It should not be mixed, and it's not up to Putin, who again is losing that military war, to set the stage for the next attempt against Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you for this, Madam President. It's very important to hear from someone like you the statement that we again can use as an argument against all the attempts to say that to prevent democracy, we should be trying to have the elections during the martial law. We, again, reiterating, we cannot absolutely do it. But again, there is a thin line between having democratic openness and free speech, and then contradicting Russian propaganda, contradicting Russian hybrid operations. Can you share a little bit about your experience in Georgia with it? Because we know there were so many attempts again to influence your nation, and that in many cases you were very successful in fighting back in this hybrid floor.
Very successful, I don't know. We still have some free media, so they've been very important, and people have been very courageous in defending these free media. Some of them are in jail, but still fighting. So that is very important. You have to fight propaganda with information, with transparency, with explaining. Sorry.
While Madam President is drinking, I know that we have here in the room some of the Georgian opposition leaders who were jailed and then left out, and they were able to join us. So let me use this opportunity to say hello to them, to thank them, and to support them in their fight for free Georgia. Thank you so much.
So, if I can continue, or
sure,
we'll have to call on the opposition to no,
it's fine. Continue, please.
To help me, and I salute them also. No, I think my voice is gone.
Huh?
I think my voice is gone.
It's good. Okay, then we will wrap up earlier, and we had many other important questions, such as if it's even possible to have a negotiation with Russia on anything, and I'm sure every single country that have ever been in war with Russia understands that you can never trust this enemy, and whatever they are trying to persuade you will never ever work. Then we will, sorry, because of this.
Sorry, I've been fighting that
well,
for a long.
Madam President, we already heard lots of very interesting points from your side. So then I will use this remaining time just yet again to thank you, our guests, to thank the armed forces of Ukraine, by whose fight we are able to all gather together here. And we appreciate all the military commanders who allowed their fighters to join us today to meet the international crews and to share the information of their amazing and fantastic work that they keep doing every single day, improving Ukraine's ability to resist the enemy, because I think the main theme of today's day is that no matter what hopes you have for the diplomatic resolution, for diplomatic solution, the true answer is we need to fight back, and we need to make sure that Russia would not ever attack us again. This was, by the way, one of the key matters and key reasons why I personally became a politician. I hoped that we will be able to have a new generation of Ukrainians who will not be affected by the turmoil that is happening to their country. And with my experience, I was born before the Soviet Union collapsed. I have seen the poverty of the 90s. I have seen all the struggles that the country was going through, revolution, and then the war. And what we have hoped that at some point we can work for the new generation of Ukrainians who can and will be living in a better country. Right now we are robbed of this because our next generation have seen dead bodies. They have learned how to study in the bomb shelters. They had to ask their parents the most impossible question, Mommy, are we refugees now? So there is one thing that we owe to this next generation, is that they wouldn't have to fight this war again. Over and over, because what we see from Georgia, from Ukraine, from Moldova, Russia wouldn't give up on it, and they wouldn't stop unless they are stopped. So thank you all for being such an amazing support in this fight. Thank you for coming here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you so much, Madam President. You're amazing. We wish Georgia and all the democratic countries all the strength in the world, because we truly understand the fight. Let's hope that it will end successfully. Slava Ukraini! Героям слава!
Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to Salome Zorovishvili. Thank you so much. Kira Rudik, thank you so much. Thank you. So now, I'm here just to tell you that the working part of our program of the first day of the Black Sea Security Forum 2026 is almost complete, but it's not the end here. I'd like to tell you that in a couple of minutes here on the stage we will see the tremendous, powerful, and very charming performance of very special guests of ours of the forum. So please remain seated and maybe even call friends that it's time to get back to the main hall, to take your seats and to share this moment of joy here in National Odessa Opera. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, like as in chess partita, of course, the most important strategic conversations very often continue after the main moves are made in the corridors, at informal meetings, in new acquaintances, and of course in unexpected alliances. It is there all that decisions are made and sometimes born, which later change the course of the whole game. We encourage all delegates, of course, to make the most of the remaining days of the forum ahead of us. There are still many panels, many discussions, many meetings, many special events that will help to understand better what the future world order may look like and what the final of this global partita will be. But for today, we have something special for all of you. Tonight, we conclude this day not with words, but with music. Of course, with music. A language that speaks beyond borders, beyond politics, and beyond time. Odessa. Odessa has always been a city where culture is not a decoration, it's identity. And few institutions embody this spirit maybe more powerfully than the Odessa National Philharmonic Orchestra. Under the direction of Maestro Hobart Earl, the orchestra has performed on the world's greatest stages, from Carnegie Hall and the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts to the legendary Musikverein, proudly carrying the voice of Ukrainian culture to audiences around the world. And now, dear guests, I hope everything is set. Please welcome to the stage Maestro Hobart Earl and the Odessa National Philharmonic Orchestra. Once again, dear guests, please welcome to the stage Maestro Hobart Earl and the Odessa National Philharmonic Orchestra.
Good evening and welcome to Odessa. I presume some of you are here for the first time.
Доброго вечора, радий бачити вас в Одесі. Я гадаю, що деякі з вас вперше в Одесі. Я радий бути на цьому форумі разом з вами. Хтось вже третій тут. І між першими і третіми є другі. І це ті, які часто також у нас є в багатьох є грецькі корені, і Греція тут у 1814 році Греція заснувала тут філікаетерію, говорить грецькою. Це була основа і початок грецької революції. І саме тому буде наступна композиція.